I've lost my checklist. Microphone, yeah. Cameraman, yeah. Blue sky, definitely. Racetrack, yes. Race cars, they're on the track. Let's head up to Andy McKeown. Welcome to Brands Hatch. Mazdas to kick things off. We've got a full day on the stream for you, which I know you're going to enjoy. Have fun, sit back, relax. As I said, let's hand you over to Andy McKeown. Andy's up in the box.
Yes, welcome to Brands Hatch, where we have day 2 of this Brscc race meeting about to kick off then, with cars already on their green flag lap for our second race of the weekend in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship, the Mark III MX-5s taking to the circuit first. And, well, yesterday's race, won by Jack Harding, was very, very entertaining indeed. Jack Harding put on a defensive masterclass to claim the victory yesterday, fending off, for most of the race, Aidan Hills. Aidan had an issue, which we'll get onto a little bit later perhaps, which kind of took him out of the equation towards the end of the race, and then it was Will Blackwell-Chambers who came up into second place and started giving Jack Harding a hard time as well. In the end, Jack held on to the victory though, having started on pole position as well. His return to the championship 10 years after he made his debut in the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. Jack will have pole position for race 2 as well, courtesy of the his second fastest lap time in qualifying, still being quicker than everybody else's second fastest time. So Jack Harding and reigning champion Aidan Hills will share the front row. Will Blackwell-Chambers and Tom Langford on row number 2. Then it's Ollie Hall and Sam Middleton, with Alistair Dendy and Jim Barrett on row 4. Clive Powles and Christopher Ginn complete the top 10. Then it's George Grant, Bill Taylor, Paul Hennin, Steve Kite, Martin Whitehouse, Fedor Samorikov and Darren Godfrey to complete the 17 runners. Harding, Blackwell-Chambers and Hills then. That was the order at the front of the field yesterday in the pro class. The club class won by Sam Middleton. Sam Middleton in the white and pink number 9 car, who starts on the outside of row number 3, so he's one to watch in the club category. And the Masters classes in pro won by Alistair Dendy, and in club by Paul Hennin. Will we have different winners this morning? Well, it's time to find out. 20 minutes of racing gets underway, and it's a very even start from both of the front row men. Jack Harding to the inside, Aidan Hills to the outside, and Will Blackwell-Chambers in the Union flag liveried Clapham North car, looking to try and get involved already. Harding holds on to the lead for the time being, and that's not good news if you're Aidan Hills, or indeed if you're any of that next little group of drivers, because they found it impossible to get past Jack Harding yesterday, and they may well find it equally as much of a challenge today. Harding then leads them down the hill into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Hills, Blackwell-Chambers, Langford the order. That's Middleton up to 5th, so Sam Middleton getting up the inside of Ollie Hall there. Hall in the number 27 car, probably the 2 most distinctively liveried cars on the track, and they found themselves doing battle over a position in the top 5 right from the word go. It's Harding though who has the advantage as they head through clearways for the first time of asking and make their way around onto the main straight. Oh, off wide goes Middleton. Middleton through the gravel trap. And so Sam Middleton, unfortunately, no longer a part of that battle for 5th position. He'll dig his way out of the gravel, which is a job in itself, but he will rejoin pretty much right at the back. In fact, I think he will be the last car across the timing line at the end of lap 1. That's a shame for Middleton. It was going to be interesting to see whether or not he could go with the leaders today. There's another car in the gravel now at Paddock Hill Bend. Bill Taylor, is that? Yes, Bill Taylor, the 144 off the road. So a couple of drivers being caught out. It is a warm morning. It's not quite as warm as it was yesterday, but even though the temperatures are pretty pleasant, drivers may be being caught out slightly by cold tyres. They've only had their one very short warm-up lap, of course, around this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and maybe a couple of them pushing a little bit too hard in the early stages. Hills, though, he's pushing on. He wants to try and find a way past Jack Harding. This was the story of much of yesterday's race, until a little bit of, I think it was the plastic footrest in Aidan Hill's car, fell off towards the end of the race and kept jamming under the pedals. So he had a couple of big lockups into Druids in particular, I seem to recall, did Aidan, and that ultimately dropped him out of the fight for the race victory. He will have made sure that's properly secured, I'm sure, ahead of race number 2, and is already starting to plan his attack against Jack Harding, former runner-up in this championship. But so great to have Jack Harding back on the grid. I really hope this isn't a one-off appearance for Jack, because he's been, as I said, a regular in this series for the best part of a decade, then went off to do some other things, and has now found his way back into the paddock. to be fair, even when he wasn't racing last year, he was often to be found in the paddock. I remember having a chat with him at Anglesey last summer, where he was just there to keep an eye on things, see how the championship was going. But now he's back on circuit. He is proving to be a worthy adversary for Aidan Hills, who's won the championship the last 2 years in fairly convincing fashion. Through Paddock Hill Bend they go then, leading four, getting away already. This was very much what we saw yesterday, really. Tom Langford, the blue car in fourth, going with the leaders, and then a little bit of a gap back to the next group of cars, which, of course, is minus Sam Middleton now, but we still have Ollie Hall, Alistair Dendy, and Jim Barrett in that group as well. Jim Barrett running well again in this race. Jim was a non-finisher yesterday, and retired at about the halfway point, so he'll be hoping that he can see the checkered flag this time around. Leaders then up towards the end of the lap, and here comes the first major challenge in the lead group, maybe. Well, Will Blackwell Chambers thought about it, but ultimately wasn't quite close enough to get up the inside of Aidan Hills. This was what we saw time and again yesterday. If you just getting to the inside line in a braking zone is not enough to guarantee an overtake in this category, especially around a circuit like this one, where momentum is so key. Quite a few times we saw Aidan Hills, for example, get his nose to the inside of Jack Harding into a corner like Druids or Graham Hill Bend, but it just wasn't enough to allow him to complete the pass. And in fact, by going in on a tight line, his corner exit was often quite slow, and then Will Blackwell Chambers was there to try and take advantage of the situation. So I think they're all being a little bit cagey at this stage. It's been a slightly less robust start to the race than we had yesterday. Not that there was anything dirty going on, but Jack Harding, I think, was minus a wing mirror by this point in yesterday's race, after a healthy bit of paddle bashing with Aidan Hills, and something I'm sure both of them enjoyed immensely. We certainly enjoyed watching it. But, definitely looks as though Jack Harding's car is maybe a little bit better in this race. He will have worked on it, I'm sure, overnight, made a few adjustments based on how it felt yesterday, as will all of the drivers. But in these slightly cooler conditions, the car's not moving around quite as much, and so we've got a slightly steadier look to the race for now, and I'm pretty sure it will kick off before too much longer. There's the gap back to Ollie Hall in fifth position. He's got Alistair Dendy and Jim Barrett for company, and then a big gap back to Clyde Powells, who's in eighth position. Jim Barrett, by the way, leading in the Club Masters class. In fact, leading the club class full stop. The Masters drivers dominating at the front of the club class this weekend. So Barrett leads by 5 seconds over Clyde Powells. He's not really that interested in that, though, right now. He wants to try and get an extra place in the overall running order. That won't gain him any more points. You score your points solely based on your class finishing position. So within the Masters club, well, Masters and club class, Club and Club Masters classes, I should say. Jim Barrett already on for maximum points, but he is keen to try and get into the top 5, maybe. He's got the pace to stick with the 5th place car, Ollie Hall. He pitches the number 27 car into Paddock Hill Bend. The overall race leaders converging at the top of the hill to give you an idea of the gap they've pulled already on that group behind. So round Druids goes the 5th place squabble. Down through Graham Hill Bend go the leading group. Oh, and Jim Barrett's got a huge slide on going into Graham Hill Bend. How did he catch that? Did he catch that? He's not there. Has Jim Barrett got off the roads? I think he might have done. He's not showing directly behind these two cars. So Jim Barrett, well, looking out of the window, he's not on the grass, so I think maybe he did gather it together, but lost a chunk of time. There he is. So, well, did really well not to lose control. We didn't really catch it properly on the pictures there, but that car was all kinds of out of shape going into Graham Hill Bend, just lost the rear turning in. He's left a big black mark on the road where he did get sideways, but amazingly didn't end up pointing the wrong way. Right, lead battle now starting to intensify. We are a third of the way through the race, and Aidan Hills decides now is the time to start really giving Jack Harding the hurry up. He tries the outside line into Druids. That doesn't work. Is there a gap to the inside into Graham Hill Bend? No, but he's forcing the defensive moves now out of Jack, and that is generally, based on what we saw yesterday, when the real excitement begins. As soon as the leader starts defending, it bottles the pack up behind. It will probably bring Tom Langford into play as well, and Jack now is going to start having to watch his mirrors more than he's looking out of the windshield, which I suspect is what he spent most of yesterday's race doing. He led every lap, Jack Harding, remarkably, but never by more than an MX-5's length or so until maybe the very last couple of laps when Aidan Hills dropped back. He had a couple of laps of respite, and that was just enough then to allow him to hang on from a charging Will Blackwell Chambers. Hills looking for the undercut out of Paddock Hill Bend. He might have an overlap. No, not quite. Jack Harding got across to cover. Blackwell Chambers fancies the inside line. But again, Aidan Hills chops his nose off. Got to hand it to all of these drivers, particularly the three in shot right now. The close quarters at which they were racing throughout the entirety of yesterday's race, and again now in race 2, that can only be done when you're racing against drivers who you know and crucially respect. These three drivers have spent countless races battling nose to tail, door to door. They know each other very well. They know exactly how they're going to race, and Jack Harding perhaps should have known better than to leave a car's width on the inside at clearways. Aidan Hills needed no second invitation and might finally have breached the defences of yesterday's race winner. He's got his nose ahead at the line, and critically he's getting a bit of an assistance, is he, from Will Blackwell Chambers? Well, no, not really. Blackwell Chambers does not get to the rear bumper of Aidan Hills' car, so Jack Harding has half a chance to hang on around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. He's still there. They're still absolutely side by side. Hills, though, has got the crucial inside line for Druids. We saw yesterday that is the place to be, and the question now is whether or not Harding can hang on to second. The answer appears to be no, and Will Blackwell Chambers goes through as well. So, at last, thinks Aidan Hills, he's got the lead of the race. Can he now get away? That is probably unlikely. The only thing that might allow him to break away is if Jack Harding and Will Blackwell Chambers start to scrap over second place. Let's see whether or not that's going to happen. Up into Clearways corner they go. Blackwell Chambers, of course, will now want to try and get ahead of Aidan Hills even more so, because it's no longer for second place, that battle. It's now for the race lead. And, well, that all came from just a tiny misjudgment from Jack Harding at Clearways corner. He was only fractionally wide. I think I was quite generous, really, when I said that it was a full car's width off the apex that Jack Harding had run. Half a car's width more like, but Aidan Hills was happy to use the curb and nibble at the grass on the inside edge of the track and squeezed his way through. Now he is getting a taste of what it was like to be Jack Harding yesterday. He's got a lead to defend. He's got a group of very quick drivers pushing him around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Will Blackwell Chambers, the one doing the attacking right now. For Jack Harding, he's got to regroup here, hasn't he? Making one overtake is going to be tricky. To get past both of these two could be mission impossible, but he's got half the race still to do it. 10 minutes almost exactly still on the clock, and he is going for it. Look at the inside of Blackwell Chambers. That was a really bold move from Harding. It is pretty much what Aidan Hills did to him a couple of laps ago, and he's going to go through. So, well, here's me saying that it could be impossible for him to get two overtakes done. He's done one immediately, and now sets back off after Aidan Hills. Jack Harding, this is sometimes the kind of driving you get from a driver who maybe is dipping in for the odd round here and there. We don't know whether Jack is going to commit to the rest of the season. I certainly hope he does, but it's not been mentioned yet, I don't think, that that's the plan. And so you do drive with a little bit more freedom, maybe, not worrying about the championship, not worrying about the points. Just go for every move and try to get the race victory. Of course, he will do so respectfully to Aidan Hills, I'm sure, but if yesterday's battle was anything to go by, they're going to get very, very close indeed. They are very close indeed as they head towards Surtees. Hills having to jink to the inside to defend. Is there another move coming into Clearways? No, Aidan is wise to that, takes the tight line in. Harding goes wide on the way in, looking for the switchback, but look how Aidan Hills keeps the car to the right-hand side of the road. He's squeezing Harding into the pit lane entrance. Harding's on the grass completely, bounces back onto the road, but that was Aidan Hills making absolutely sure that the switchback move was not on for Jack Harding, and Jack tried to commit to it anyway. That's lost him momentum now, and so Blackwell Chambers pulls up alongside to challenge. He's going to go for the switchback out of Paddock Hill Bend, and Jack Harding does not defend from that quite as effectively as Aidan Hills did a couple of corners earlier, and I think Jack's going to be back down to third place before you know it. Yes, he is. So another example of how a failed overtake can end up costing you a place rather than gaining you one. Now Jack Harding's got to do it all again, and of course Will Blackwell Chambers will surely be wise to that move at Clearways now that Jack pulled a few laps ago. Well, George Grant's in the pit lane. That's teammate to Will Blackwell Chambers. So George Grant then going no further by the looks of it. I seem to recall him having some issues yesterday, and of course George, when he was racing in the Fun Cup Championship yesterday, also had some mechanical issues that took them out of contention pretty early on. So it's been a troubled weekend for George so far. The lead battle, though, continues to rage on. Here comes Jack Harding to the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. That's such a difficult move to make. It's a bumpy braking zone, that, but I think he's got the job done. So Jack seems to have the measure of Blackwell Chambers, doesn't he? He's twice now been able to get back ahead of the number 43 Clapham North car. But Aidan Hills is going to be a tougher nut to crack, I think. The closer we get to the end of the race, the more determined Aidan will be to keep the lead, because he knows he'll have fewer opportunities to then get it back should he lose it. So Jack Harding's not going to have an easy time of this. Aidan weaving across to the inside of the road to break the slipstream. And Jack Harding, I think, will still be able to catch him just because the slipstream is so powerful. There's only so much weaving you can do. And even if you're within about 3/4 of a second or so of the car ahead, you should pick up a little bit of a draft. So just here, as they go up through the gears, speed picks up. Jack Harding tucks into the wheel tracks of Aidan Hills, who again pulls to the outside line, but that is reasonably effective, in fairness. Jack didn't gain as much as I expected him to down the straight that time. And Aidan Hills, who also at the moment will be taking the fastest lap point, retains a healthy enough advantage into Paddock Hill Bend. Jack Harding's had a good run through Paddock, but did not want to go to the outside. See that? He jinked to the outside, then thought better of it, because he knew if he did that, he'd be inviting Will Blackwell Chambers through on the inside line. This is the difficult thing about being stuck in the middle of a three-way battle. Jack Harding having to attack Aidan Hills, but also have one eye on defence. It means he can't fully focus on getting past Aidan. He can't be as adventurous with his lines as he might like to be, because one slip up and Blackwell Chambers will be back through for a third time into second position. Again, Jack tries to tee up this switchback, but Aidan is not going to let him have that. Jack should know that by now. Still worth trying, I suppose, but Aidan Hills just tightens the line out of Clearway's corner and prevents that switchback move from being made. It slows you down in the middle of the corner, that line that Aidan's taking. But it's not about lap time right now for Aidan. He's just got to keep that inside line covered. Jack all out of shape through Paddock, pushing on. Again, has to then move to defend into Druids from Will Blackwell Chambers, who then gives him a bit of a shove through the apex. There's George Grant's car. Well, that car is going nowhere, I don't think. Yeah, George isn't even in the car at the moment. And out of the window, I can see Tom Langford's lost a wheel, I think. Tom Langford's car, yes, there's a wheel bouncing down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, right into the middle of the road. So Tom Langford out of the race. That is very, very bizarre at this late stage in proceedings for a wheel to come off. Oh, and it almost got headbutted by Clyde Powell's, I think that was. It is still continuing down the track. The wheel has now made it almost as far around the circuit as Tom Langford has. There it is, right in the middle of the track. There's a pack of cars coming through. My word, that is scary. You don't want that wheel to be making contact with a car at speed. Luckily, it has rolled off the circuit now. Tom Langford, we can't see him from there. He is. Well, there's his car. He's out of the car already and stood the other side of the barriers, gesticulating wildly at no one in particular, saying, what on earth happened? Right, what's happening at Druids? Well, we've got a three-way battle for the lead. There's nothing new there. Will Blackwell Chambers was having a go round the outside of Jack Harding. I would imagine there are yellow flags out at Graham Hill Bend. Yes, there are. And a surface flag too, to notify the drivers there's something on the track that shouldn't be. Although actually the wheel is not on the circuit, so I don't think those yellows will be needed for too long. 4.5 minutes to go. Langford's car as well is far enough off the track that I would say we don't probably need a safety car for this, so I think the race can continue. What a shame, though, for Tom Langford, who had been having a brilliant weekend up until that point. Try and get to the bottom of exactly what caused that failure. It must have been a failure of some sort. Before race 3 later on. Right, leaders into Paddock Hill Bend. 4 minutes to go. And Jack Harding starting to look a little bit more urgent about this now, isn't he? Through Paddock, they drop down the hill. Yellow flags are in now at Graham Hill Bend, so it's a green racetrack that they're heading towards. But it doesn't make any difference, does it? Because Jack wasn't close enough to attack into Druids. So Aidan Hills retains the lead. They are going to catch some traffic. Darren Godfrey, I think, will be the first car to go a lap down this time. It was his Hills Motorsport teammate, Fedor Samorikov, who went a lap down first yesterday, but those two have been pretty evenly matched, albeit at the back of the field, but two new drivers to racing, both racing in the club category. So when they catch those two cars, that could maybe play a deciding role in all of this. Out of clearways they go. I think Harding's feeling as though his best opportunity now is Paddock Hill Bend. He just needs to sort of convince Aidan Hills that he's not going to have a go at the inside line, otherwise Aidan will always defend. There is a gap to the inside, and you can see Jack, the body language of the car, he wants to commit to that inside line, but Aidan isn't going to brake any earlier than he has to, and that's going to make that lunge to the inside very, very difficult to pull off for Jack. Jack sits in behind the race-leading car, just ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers, almost touching those two as they drop down through Graham Hill Bend. Harding gets a good run off the corner, but there's nothing you can really do with that as you head down the Cooper Straight. It's not a long enough straight to get a proper slipstream, and you don't really want to be side by side through Surtees anyway. So they all stay as they are, all sort of boxing clever. Hills to the inside, Harding in the middle of the track, and then Will Blackwell-Chambers, with no pressure from behind, is free to take the wide line into clearways. That means he's maybe had the best exit, but I don't know whether he'll be able to do anything with this. Jack Harding pulling to the left slightly there. That was a little bit odd. Certainly not close enough to attack for the lead this time. In fact, has to make a defensive move against Will Blackwell-Chambers. So Blackwell-Chambers now posing more of a threat to Jack maybe than Jack is able to pose to Aidan Hills. They are going to catch this lapped car, the first of the lap cars this time around. They might also catch Fedor Samorukov and Paul Hennin this time. Paul Hennin was the Club Masters winner yesterday in 10th position overall. He's 13th this time and quite a bit further down the order than he was yesterday. Sam Middleton, by the way, we saw him going off from 5th position, or 6th place, 5th or 6th, whichever it was, on lap 1. He's only back up to 10th and some way behind Bill Taylor in 9th, so I don't think we're going to see Sam move that much further up the order. In fact, no, that timing screen hasn't updated. He's actually right behind Bill Taylor, so he may well gain one more spot before the checkered flag flies. That will be in 2 laps' time for the race leaders. A minute and a half left on the clock. They have now caught Darren Godfrey, who stays well out of the way into Paddock Hill Bend, but that sort of took away a potential overtaking opportunity there for Jack Harding. But Jack, look, has shaken off Will Blackwell-Chambers slightly. He almost got to the inside of Aidan Hills, but there is a gap now between 2nd and 3rd places. There was, anyway, by the time I finished that sentence. Aidan Hills had defended at Druids, backed up Jack Harding, and Will Blackwell-Chambers is right back with them. But momentarily there, Jack Harding had no pressure from behind. It's a rare feeling for Jack this weekend, and I thought maybe he might be able to convert that into a challenge for the lead. It didn't quite happen, though. Brscc, time and options running out now for Jack Harding if he's going to claim the double. We may still have a couple more back markers to be negotiated. Aidan Hills a little bit sideways that time through Clearway's corner. Does that give the extra momentum to Jack Harding that he needs? I don't think it has, really. The last lap board is held aloft for the leaders. Across the line they go. And into Paddock Hill Bend for the final time of asking then. Lap number 22 of 22. And still, it is Aidan Hills with the race lead. Jack Harding not close enough to attack into Paddock. He is not close enough to attack into Druids either. So realistically now, if a move is going to come, it will be the final turn at Clearways. And you have to imagine Aidan Hills will have that inside line covered. So it's advantage definitely to the race leader and the double reigning champion now. Aidan Hills gets a good run off the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Ooh, these back markers are battling, though, ahead of them. Look, that's Samorukov trying to get up the inside of Paul Hennin. They do not want to come across a pair of side-by-side lapped cars here into Clearways for the final time. They might not quite get them before the flag, so I think they'll survive that, thankfully. Out of the final turn they go. Aidan Hills, of course, will get a nice slipstream now from his teammate and client, Fedor Samorukov. Across the line they go, and Aidan Hills claims the victory at Brands Hatch. Jack Harding second, and Will Blackwell-Chambers comes home in third with Ollie Hall, I think, still battling with Alistair Dendy over 4th position. That timing tower is not updating. It still says Tom Langford is 4th. Ollie Hall 4th, does fend off Alistair Dendy, with Jim Barrett 6th. Good result that for Jim Barrett. He is the Club Masters winner. The Pro Masters win in the end went to Alistair Dendy. I think Barrett was ahead of Dendy early on in that race, but that swapped around again by the flag. The rest of them all filing through, including Sam Middleton, who is the Club winner. Not the Club Masters winner. Technically, the club class is won by Jim Barrett, but the first of the non-Masters drivers, Sam Middleton, in 8th position overall. He is, in fairness, the only club driver not entered into the Masters category. So, exciting stuff. Oh, I've just had an update from Johnny down in the pit lane. The George Grant car, it was a snapped wishbone that took him out of the race. Thank you, Jolly. Sorry, I missed that notification earlier on, so that's a shame. That's what eliminated George Grant from proceedings, but everybody else, well, no, not everyone else got to the flag. Tom Langford, of course, didn't. You can still see there's a little bit of debris on the track, and you see just at the top of shot in the middle of the road, that could be the centre of the wheel that has come loose. So I think there's been a hub failure or something on the left front corner of Langford's car. Tom is trudging over to the car now to inspect the left-hand side of the car, but that is a very odd failure to have. Worth pointing out, I think, that Tom, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, wasn't quite as competitive in that race. Yesterday, he was every bit a part of the lead battle. He was getting up there, mixing it up with Aidan, Jack and Will Blackwell-Chambers. in that race, it seemed he didn't quite have the pace to go with them. Now, okay, they weren't battling quite as hard as they were at the start of the race yesterday, but I wonder whether maybe he was feeling something, is my point, in the left front corner of the car, because Tom Langford certainly was quick yesterday and was still running uncontested in 4th position, but of course, sadly, never made the flag. He's actually walking back over to the over the grass to pick up the wheel. He's gesticulating at the AB Motorsport mechanics who are have wandered up to that part of the pit lane area to see what's going on. Right. Aidan Hills is your race winner, Jack Harding second, and Will Blackwell-Chambers third. And those three are about to catch up with Richard John Neal down in the pit lane. So let's head back down to the pits and Richard.
Thanks very much, Andy. It's lovely to hear Andy in full flight. You remember the festival last year, which we covered. He was very croaky, and Scott Woodwis, who is down here doing all the business as usual, did an admirable job of standing in. But we've got Andy in full flight, which is great. And hopefully we've got drivers in full flight as well, including Aidan Hills, who picks up the win. Let's go over and have a quick word with Aidan. Well done. I'm going to get you in front of a bit of branding, Aidan, if we can, just so that we can let everybody know that this is your first Brscc win of the season, and obviously much easier without impediment on the foot as you had yesterday.
Yeah, it does help when you can press all 3 pedals when you want to. But what a race that was. Last night I was going through my onboard thinking, how am I going to overtake Jack? You know, if I'm in second, how am I going to overtake him? And the move at Clearways wasn't the plan. There was other plans, but that wasn't the one. There was a gap. He didn't even go in late. There was just a little gap, and I managed to get on the inside. And once I tightened it up and got to the inside, I knew the move was done. But then when you're leading, the car feels so slow. Like the toe, I felt like I was the fastest person in the world when I was in P2. And then as soon as I get into the lead, I'm like, oh my God, these boys are rapid. So yeah, it was an amazing race. Cheers to everyone at Hills Motorsport. Thanks to SuperTrack UK and thanks to ProBike for their support this weekend. Yeah, it's been an amazing return to the SuperCup, and looking forward to the reverse grid big time.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that as well. That was a fascinating race to watch, and I parked myself down at the end of Cooper Straight and could see you guys going through Surtees and then into McLaren and Clearways. You tried a couple of times, and then we saw Jack just covering what he thought you were going to do the next lap, and ultimately one tiniest gap, wasn't it, that you managed to, or the tiniest moment that you managed to make the most of to get into the lead. And that's the difference between you three, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, look, Jack's an amazing driver, and yesterday he put the car everywhere it needed to be, and I really had to concentrate on where I was going to overtake him. And like I said, I don't think he even made a mistake. There was just half a car's width, and I managed to use all the curb and a bit of grass to get underneath him. And I obviously raced with a former champion, Will, as well. So the three of us who have been in this championship a long time, it just shows how good the racing can be in the Super Cup, and I've really enjoyed coming back to it this weekend. It's been amazing.
We've enjoyed having you back. Look forward to another race a little bit later on. Aidan, congratulations. Super win for Aidan Hills. I thought we might get a little bit of a cheer there. Let's get Jack Harding over. Jack, he's involved in a little chat, but Jack takes the P2. It was a win yesterday. We'll get you just in front of the banner if we can. Aidan, absolute joy to watch you three. It was like watching the Red Arrows. I remember the Grand Prix here back in the day, and the Red Arrows did a low flyover, and the formation driving that we saw. Was there a wee bit of a not contact as in deliberate, but it looked that close that you were touching at one point, maybe coming through Clearways?
Yeah, it's one of them where this track you can't really dive bomb up the inside because the leader can cover it so well on the white line, so you've just got to try and get the exit out the corners. And there was a time it got a little bit sliding coming out the last corner. I just got my nose there and I thought, right, this is it, I'll keep my foot in. And then as I was about to enter the pits, I decided it probably wasn't a good idea, so I backed out and I was 2 wheels on the grass. But I've raced Aidan for years. He knows I'm going to back out or something like that. I'm not going to put us both in a wall. It was just good fun racing. You know, even between Will, me, all of us, yeah. It was just really, really fair, and I just enjoyed it. It's one of them where I love to win. I loved yesterday, and it was just nice to know I've still got it. But then, you know, when you have a good race like that, it doesn't even matter.
Andy McEwen was asking the question. I can't remember. Forgive me if we asked yesterday. Are you doing some more rounds with us here?
Yes, I'll be doing Donington Park, and I'll do Alton Park and Croft, just because they're best circuits out there. So I'll be back for them. So I'm missing the next one, but I'll be back at Donington just after that.
For you, I guess the win would have been great. I'd love to have seen Tom Langford make it a full quartet all the way through the race. Hopefully he'll come back in the next one. But we've got the reverse grid to look forward to as well with drivers of your calibre that we're talking to now. That's going to be another treat.
Yeah, it's one of them where it's whoever gets through the traffic the fastest, really, on the first lap. So obviously the reverse just spice it up a bit. Whoever gets through cleanly and gets to the front, they'll win. You know, it's simple as that, really. If you can get a break of about a second or so, you'll be fine. It's only when they're within that second. It's a little bit like Formula 1 with DRS. As soon as they're within a second, they can just hope to the back of you. So yeah, it'll be good fun, and whatever happens. I'll enjoy it. It's been really good. Thanks again to Hall Sport this weekend. And I didn't thank my engine sponsor as well, Dan at AK Motorsport. He built me an engine for this weekend, and it's right where it needs to be. So thank you for that.
Certainly going well. Well done, Jack. Thanks for the chat. Pleasure to chat to you. Third position overall goes to Will Blackwell-Chambers. So Will's just having a picture with George Grant, who sadly missed out there with the broken wishbone. Again, photo opportunity there. Thanks, Will. That's all right. Again, we'll get you over in front of the branding here. Dear. It's points, though.
It's points. It was very busy. I would have liked to have maybe not been the bottom end of the podium, but, you know, you take what you can. We did some changes before that race. Car's absolutely awesome. Massive improvements. It's nice to have it finally moving. We've had maybe a bit too safe of a car for quite a while now, and it seems to be moving a bit. However, I then promptly cut the tyres. So when it needed to go back at these boys at the end of the race, I didn't really have a lot left. So awesome job by Rob Boston Racing. The Clapham North car is incredibly quick. Really, really happy. Just I need to work on my tyre management just a tad.
I'll tell you what, all three of you delivered an awesome race, and I know the spectators here at Brands Hatch and on the stream will have appreciated through the coverage that we got just what a top level of drivers we have in this championship.
And what's been beautiful as well is we're all lunging and overtaking each other, and I don't think anyone hit anyone the whole race other than maybe a little bump. It's so clean, it's so tidy, and the racing is as hard as it's ever been, so it's absolutely fantastic.
Don't sell yourself short with P3. I know you guys always want to win, but it was a magnificent race, and congratulations on the podium, and thanks for having a chat.
Cheers for that.
Will Blackwell-Chambers, very well done. Yesterday, we need to put to correct a wrong from yesterday, and that's with the club class. So we're going to have a word with our club class. It's Jim Barrett, first of all. We grab Jim. If you can hear cars going off in the distance, we're into qualifying now, so it's an opportunity to have a chat with our club class winner. Jim, congratulations on that. It looks a little bit lonely closing stages. I was trying to work out where you were. And
no, exactly. I made a mistake going into Graham Hill. I was very close to Alistair in front of me. I was trying to make that into an overtaking opportunity, but my ambition kind of was greater than my talent. So based on the back of that, I lost the toe, and really from there on in it was a lonely race. But just making sure that you just focus on what you're supposed to do, because the easiest thing to do is say, right, I've lost that, and then make it worse. So it was really just quality lap from there on in, but I hadn't got the toe, so I was always going to be on the back foot.
Is that you? You've won club class before, though, haven't you?
No, I don't think I've won. No. So first, yeah, it's my first.
I know it's the first one this year, and I was racking my brains to whether I'd put your name in the box.
You're better than me, but
that's great. So little celebration due now, then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then back in the ring at 3 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay, we look forward to seeing it. Thanks.
Right,
Many congratulations, Jim.
Right,
Jim Barrett there, our winner in club class. Second in club class goes to Clive Powles. We got Clive here. Clive, can we grab a quick word with Clive? Well done, Clive.
How are you?
Someone we've chatted with before. I'm going to swap sides this time for variety on camera. And a nice podium in Clubman's. Tell us about your weekend so far.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. I think that particular race was quite eventful. I think I was chasing down Jim, and unfortunately, I think he probably released a wheel from his boot, I think, because there was a random wheel sort of appeared from nowhere and almost made me stop at the apex of Graham Hill. Which let the guys behind me sort of catch me up a bit, but other than that, it's been great. And second place.
What if that was Tom Langford's wheel? That was one that was still bouncing around for a while afterwards.
Yeah, I've been looking for the car, but I can't find the car.
Clive, well done on the podium. Great to have Vanessa with you. Congratulations. Hopefully see you for a podium a little bit later on. And last but not least is Sam Middleton. Have we got Sam here? I think Sam might have disappeared. And Sam won yesterday. I wanted to have a chat with him. Okay, if he's not here, what we'll do is we'll have a quick look up and see if we can catch up with Alan Bowles, who is the coordinator of the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Ford 1600 Championship, who said he was going to hang around, but that's when we were down the other podium yesterday. So I'm going to see if he's here. If not, we'll head up to Andy and we'll catch up with Jeff and Alan Bowles a little bit later on. It looks like they've gone, I think. Let me just have a quick look around the corner. Yeah, very sadly not here. We did try and tee up an interview to find out a little bit more about Formula Ford 1600, but maybe just as well. Time to hand up to Andy, who will take us through qualifying for the next couple of sessions. We'll try and get the pole sitters for you at the end of this one.
Thanks, Richard. That'd be great if you could, because, well, there are technically going to be a few pole sitters because there are a few classes within Super Classic Formula Ford, but we'll settle for overall pole if you can find them at the end of the session. It's a relatively short session, this 15 minutes in duration. We've got qualifying for the Formula Fords now, then we have a couple more qualifying sessions. The next one will be for the Classic VW Cup and the MG Metro Cup combined grid for this weekend for those two series, and then SW Motorsport's ClubSport Trophy have their qualifying session. That is a 20-minute session, so slightly longer for ClubSport Trophy than it is for the other two series. Then we're racing through the rest of the day. So a few qualifying sessions, but still well worth watching because they, of course, will set the grids. I'm sure I don't need to explain that to you. Set the grids for the races later on today, and as we've seen in some of the other categories already, overtaking is not the easiest thing to do here. You can do it, and side-by-side racing is definitely something that we see a lot of on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, but the higher up the grid you are, clearly, the better your opportunity will be to go and get a good result. So, Super Classic Formula Ford. What is Super Classic Formula Ford? Well, this is a series, a championship that came about only a couple of years ago, really, but cars and drivers that you will be familiar with. If you've watched this series before, because it was sort of born out of the Northern Formula Ford 1600 Championship, kind of, and there was a bit of a merger made a few years ago. It all got a bit complicated, but anyway, this is a series for pre-1999 Formula Ford Championship cars, so the older generation of Formula Fords, the Super Classics, for example, you could call them, and the cars split into 4 different classes based on age, basically. So Class D cars, they're the oldest. They're the cars that were built before 1972. Don't believe we've got any Class D entries. We've got one Class D entry this weekend. It's the number 69 machine, which was a late entry, I think, into the event here at Brands Hatch. But by and large, it's the newer cars that we have on the grid. Class C, Super Classic C, is for cars built between 1972 and 1981. So, generally speaking, 1970s Formula Fords, then Super Classic B, 1982 to 89, the 80s represented in Class B, and then Super Classic A is for the newest cars. They're the 90s spec cars, 1990 to 1998, and they, as you would expect, will generally be the cars that we'll see at the front of the grid, and that indeed is the case at the moment. Early days, I suppose, in qualifying. We're only a third of the way through, but it is the number 37 machine of Ben Powney, who is at the top of the order now. We've seen Ben Powney racing before in 750 Motor Club events, but making the move over to the Brscc this weekend, which is good to see in the Super Classic Formula Fords. Second quickest is Tom Hawkins. Tom Hawkins, the reigning champion in the Super Classic Formula Ford Championship within Super Classic A. Anyway, he was a bit of a runaway winner last season. He was I was going to say the only driver to do every round. I don't actually think he did Alton Park at the start of the season, but he was around for most of the races and won every single race from Donington Park onwards. Donington Park was the 4th event of the season. He went on a winning spree of 8 races to claim the championship with a couple of rounds to spare, I seem to recall. So Tom Hawkins, not fastest at the moment. Oh, and the number 16 car won't be going fastest anytime soon either. Is that 16? It looks like 16 to me. Yes, it is. That's the 4th placed car of Oliver Roberts, but Oliver was the fastest Class B runner at the time, and he has beached himself, as so many people have done in the past, well within the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. That car going no further. The red flag is out, and our qualifying session comes to a premature stoppage. This won't be the end of the session. They will continue on, and unfortunately without Oliver Roberts in the Suley Motorsport Van Diemen. That's 1989 car, so it only just fits into Super Classic B. It's on the cusp of being a Class A car, but therefore, as the newest Class B car on the grid, you'd expect it to be towards the pointy end, which indeed it is. So cars will now be redirected back to the pit lane, where they will queue up at the end of the pit lane, I guess, and when the session restarts, they will be released back out onto the circuit. So Powney fastest at the moment. Hawkins second. Third quickest is the number 2 car. That's Mads Gravesen in the 1992 Swift. Tom Hawkins in a 95 Swift. So similar chassis, just of different ages. But only a couple of years between them. And those two are 0.3 of a second apart. Powney, in fairness, has 0.2 of a second on the rest of the field, and he just got that time in just before the red flag flew. That most recent lap that he'd done was his fastest of the session. There is Oliver Roberts conversing with the marshals down at Paddock Hill Bend on the best way to get the car going. There doesn't appear to be any damage to it, so I think what he said to them is, if you can get me out of the gravel, I'll do the rest of the work for you. I'll get the car back to the pit lane. You just need to drag me forward a few feet. The snatch vehicle is there to do exactly that. But it's a case of where they can attach the tow rope, I suppose, front or back, which will dictate which way it goes. I think they are now going to reposition the car, the recovery vehicle, I should say, to the front to drag the car forwards out onto the track. Whilst that is going on, Richard John Neal, don't be fooled into thinking that he's just sat around enjoying the sunshine this morning. He has hunted down Alan Bowles, and I believe we do have an opportunity now to head downstairs and hear from them. And we'll hopefully, by the time we've heard from Alan, we'll be back underway with this qualifying session. So, Richard, over to you. Let's have a chat with Alan, shall we?
Thanks very much, Andy. I love the way you said that I hunted them down. This was all pre-arranged, and we said we were going to have a chat with Alan and Jeff yesterday. They actually hunted me down because yesterday, those eagle-eyed viewers of our stream will know that yesterday, podium and all things official were going on from Garage 4. Today, we're up at Garage 31. So Alan and Jeff, bless them, had to wend their way up here. Alan, forgive me, I'm going to start with Jeff. Lovely to have you back. Thanks for your support for the championship. Last year was the first year you were involved?
Yeah, I mean, Alan approached me the beginning part of the year and asked me if I was interested in sponsoring the championship. And I've got a passion for Formula Ford 1600 from way back in the 80s, early 80s. And it just seemed like a good idea. There's no commercial aspect for me. It's just I'm doing it because it's fun for me. Simple as that.
It's great for us that you got involved. And how did you enjoy the season?
Ah, it's fantastic. Still, you know, Formula Ford 1600, you can't beat it, can you? You really can't. The guys at the front, in every race, every meeting, it's really competitive. I think it'll be more competitive again this year. I think there'll be more cars out there on the grid this year. It's just exciting racing, as it's always been. We
always need more Formula 4s. I remember we had a chat, wasn't it, in the garage last year? I think we did a pre-record at Silverstone on the international circuit. And for me, Silverstone, Brands, Formula Ford, we were chatting Tyrrell a few moments ago as well, about your involvement in the Tyrrell Formula 1 team. And a lot of people don't know how long involvements with motorsport, it's a lasting thing. It's a lifetime commitment, motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I started racing in junior go-karts in 1977 at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. In those days, there was a number of guys racing in juniors that went on to bigger things, Johnny Herbert being the one that always springs to mind. I used to beat Johnny in karts, not every race, but I would beat him occasionally. And yeah, so I've done a bit of Formula Ford, Fiestas, Formula Ford 2000, GTs, and some sports prototypes.
All things which are still associated with the Brscc as well. Obviously, modern versions of Fiestas and Pro Sports Cup, which hopefully will go from series to championship next year as well. And we've laid on the good weather for you.
yeah, it was a good job because I've only got a t-shirt. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's going to be a fine day. The racing will be excellent. Sharp end will be very competitive, I'm sure. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to the season. You know, the season's going to be a good season this year. Alan's done a fantastic job organising. As I say to everybody, if you broke Alan in half, it would say Formula Ford through the middle, and that's a fact.
He's a good... Alan, you were instrumental in the wonderful festival we had last year. I know Graham Fuller's here as well, the GVK festival, and you know, I was saying to you that I said to everyone at the time that was, I think, probably one of my favourite events ever, certainly to work on. It's going to be difficult to emulate this year, but Super Classic Formula Ford looking good. Nice grid out there and looking pretty good. Tell us about the run into the season and how much work is it being a coordinator? I know you put lots of work in. You showed me documentation.
During the close season than it is during the racing season. You spend 7 months of the year thinking about how you can improve the championship, who's going to come and race with you, and how you want to improve the show so that it gets better and we're more of a promotable series to everybody else and a way of moving Formula Ford and our championship forward. Yep.
And I mean, the quality of the cars again. Every club meeting I've been to this year, everything looks, I don't know why, it looks more colourful. It looks like more effort going in, and that extends to your grid here this weekend.
I think the professional standards of the preparation of the teams, the cars, the drivers, is just second to none now. Everybody puts that much more effort in now. It's more professional. Yeah, it's very hard to find a combination where it's just rock up with a car on a trailer, go racing, pitch a tent. It's now more, right, we're staying at the Premier Inn, we're basically going to test on the Friday or whichever day they can, and it's now a much more serious event. People are paying good money, so they want value for money.
There's nothing wrong with coming in the other end and pitching up and doing the odd day and getting more involved and getting more professional as you go along.
Definitely. There's room for everybody in Super Classics right the way from the start. We've got 3 young college lads with us this weekend, just getting some work experience with 3 of our teams. Our teams are open to anybody to come and help with them for the weekend, and we're all about promoting our sport, our club, our championship and Formula Ford.
Question I pinged to a guy in the week. I've got a pre-recorded little mini podcast coming out, and I'm going to apologise for repeating the question that I asked him. His was about sports cars, obviously with you guys with Formula Ford. If you could have any car enter the championship that isn't there currently, what would it be and why?
For me, it'll be the next one that's available straight away, and if I had a preference, it would be a car that was in current livery from where it raced. Oliver Roberts has done a stunning job with his Van Diemen in original Minister Racing Team colours. Yeah, he looks absolutely stunning. Doesn't help he's just put it in the gravel trap at Paddock, but at the end of the day, a bit of gravel can be cleaned off. So, yes, any Formula Ford is always welcome on our grid. So it's the next car that wants to register for me.
That's a good answer. And Jeff, you could be have a little bit more of a rose-coloured specs maybe. Anyway, it's a difficult question to put you on the spot with.
It's not a difficult question for me. Due to my younger days, like I said just now, if I could choose any car to get out there, it would be Johnny Herbert's Quest.
Yeah. He was sitting under the roll car. I still can see that car because it was unique, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was an iconic year. You know, you've got to remember he had a bad beginning of the festival and then pulled it back and come through from the back each race. And, you know, it was just, for me, a stunning year.
There's a challenge for someone to put that together. Jeff Page, Alan Bowles, thank you. Alan, looked like you wanted a closing word there.
If I had to choose a car, it would be Peter Rogers' Laser.
Oh, yeah.
In Duckham's colours.
Yeah.
2 great choices. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Always a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. Jeff Page and Alan Bowles, key to the Super Classic Formula Ford, who are back now on track, as you can hear. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Let's go back to Andy, and we'll come back down here once we've got the pole position sorted.
Top stuff. Thank you, Richard. Great to hear from Jeff and Alan down in the pit lane there. And, well, I'd love to be able to reminisce with them about Formula Ford festivals of the 1980s. Sadly, short of going and searching clips of them on YouTube as youngsters. I'm calling myself a youngster. I think I'm far too old to fit into that category these days. But anyway, you know what I mean. It's the only access we have to those classic days of the Formula Ford Festival. But the good news is that you can tune in at the end of the season to see the latest chapter of the Formula Ford Festival history books being written, because, as has been the case for the last number of years, actually, the Formula Ford Festival will be live streamed. It'll be given the live stream treatment by the Brscc, and we're very, very much looking forward to that. It's always a highlight of my season. I've been lucky enough to come down to I think about 4 or 5 festivals now over the last handful of years. Whoops, there's a car off the road. 94 that is, that has got it wrong through Surtees. Mark Bates in the 1974 Royale, who's got it all wrong through the final section of the track. But yes, as I started to say, the 54th Brscc Formula Ford Festival will take place on the 25th and 26th of October. So get that date in your diaries and make sure you're tuned in to enjoy what should be a fantastic weekend of racing. As always is the case these days, the festival has the support act of several of the Brscc's most competitive championships. Last year it was Mazdas. Seemed to alternate between Mazdas and Fords each year. So this year it's the turn of the Blue Oval support categories. So the Brscc's Fiesta ST240, ST150 and Fiesta Junior championships will be here, along with the Production Cup and the Silver Lake DS3 Cup. So full weekend of racing. It's 194 days, 19 hours and 37 minutes away, as the BRSCC website tells us. But to put that in simpler terms, 25th and 26th of October, the dates for your diary for the 54th Formula Ford Festival here at Brands Hatch. Right, back to qualifying. We've got 3.5 minutes of the session left. We've had a further improvement now for Ben Powney. Ben Powney going quicker again at the top of the timing sheets. Number 37 now, 6.5 tenths quicker than the reigning Class A champion Tom Hawkins. Now, Powney is not entered as a guest driver this weekend. We do have a couple of guest drivers who therefore won't score championship points, but Powney is not one of them, so he's scoring points. That means he's potentially could take points away from the likes of Hawkins and the other title contenders from last year, but also it might well mean that Ben Powney's planning a full season campaign this year, and perhaps if he does end up on pole position, which looks increasingly likely, Richard can ask him that very question at the end of the session. He is no longer 6.5 tenths quicker than Tom Hawkins, though. He is just under 6.5 tenths quicker than Mads Gravson, who has pipped Tom Hawkins to the outside of row 1. He is 21 thousandths of a second quicker than Hawkins. Oliver Roberts, who brought about that red flag, of course, he's not taking any further part in the session. He was 4th quickest at the time, and the quickest Class B car. Well, he's still the quickest Class B runner, but he's no longer 4th. He's been beaten by Gaius Ginn in the 1991 machine, the VD RF91 as it's listed on the entry list. 84 is Gaius Ginn. There he is in the pit lane. And going no further for now, and in fact with only 2 minutes left on the session, I reckon he might well be done. But a cloud cover now coming over the circuit, so will make the track a little bit quicker. So I wonder if anyone is able to take advantage of this. We've just had an improvement to, well, in time anyway, if not position, but an improvement in time for the 6th placed driver. That is Christopher Stones, running in Class B. Christopher Stones, the reigning Class B champion. He was the only Class B runner to do every round last year, but he netted a race win along the way. Class B was one of those classes that people really did dip in and out of last season, so actually Chris only won 1 of the 14 races last year. There is Christopher Stones in his 1988 Van Diemen. But yeah, Christopher Stones, through consistency and turning up to all the races, was the champion in Class B. Class C was won by Paul Britton. Paul Britton not entered this weekend. In fact, I don't think any of the either of the top 2 in Super Classic C from last year are here, Paul Britton or Jake Shortland. Colin Williams is, though. Colin Williams is 2nd fastest in Class C. Stuart Kestenbaum, who did a one-off entry at the final round last year, where he had a couple of non-finishes, I think, unfortunately, but he, or at least low points scores. He is fastest in Class C right now. Class D was won by Oliver Buckton last year in what was a battle through most of the season with Ian Fernahoe, but again, Ian didn't do the first couple of rounds, missed the Brands Hatch round at the end of the season as well. He only did the Midlands rounds, Mallory, Donington and Silverstone. Oh, and in fact, he was out at Alton as well in the back end of the season. But only the 1 Class D runner, as I said, entered this weekend, so we're expecting slightly less of a scrap maybe in that class. The checkered flag will be out momentarily. We've got 5 seconds left on the clock. Not seeing any real improvements coming in at the moment. It looks like Ben Powney's on course for a fairly convincing pole position. Lap times recently have been quite a bit slower than they were earlier in the session, but I don't think he'll be too concerned about that. He got the job done when he needed to. And there is that 69 car that, as I said, was a late addition to the entry. But I can tell you it's a Lola T200, and I'm trying to sort of dig through the championship standings from recent seasons, see if I can figure out who this might be. Because I'm sure we've seen this car before out on track. Surname of Chapman. There will be some of you at home, I'm sure, who are screaming at me, saying that it's fairly obvious who it is, but it's a name and car I recognise, but because they're not on the entry list, can't give you the driver's full name. But I can tell you that they were 8th fastest overall. That lap we just cut to was that car's fastest lap of the session, so they were guaranteed a class pole position, but 8th quickest overall. Very impressive for a Class D runner. That, remember, is a car built in the 1970s, the oldest car on the grid, but it's qualified in the top half of the grid, so very impressive stuff Ben Powney, even more impressive, 6.5 tenths quicker than anybody else as the session draws to a conclusion. And the cars will make their way down to the pit lane. Now, we're hoping that we will have been able to orchestrate the pole sitter being pulled in at the end of pit lane. We will see if that happens. It's car 37 we're looking for, Ben Powney. I don't think we saw an awful lot of in the session, but he was going very quickly. Oliver Chapman, Luke Souch from the Brscc tells me, thank you very much. And Oliver Chapman then, a late addition into Class D. He is therefore guaranteed, obviously, good results within Class D, but he is looking, it would appear, to mix it with some of the much newer cars in the overall running order. Cars then are being pulled into Parc Ferme, which is handy. Makes it a little bit easier for Richard John Neal to go and scout out, well, maybe more than one interview. See if we can catch up with a few of the class pole sitters, maybe. We're going into another qualifying session next, but it will take a few minutes for everything to get started. So Richard's got plenty of time to catch up with some drivers from the Jeff Page Engineering pre-99 Super Classic Formula Ford 1600 Championship after what was a very successful qualifying session for Ben Powney. Then at the wheel of a Jayman, you don't see that many Jaymans entered these days, do you? Generally Reynard and Van Diemen with the odd Swift, but the Jayman M92 is, I think I'm right in saying, not quite the newest car in the grid, but one of the newer cars on the grid, and well, it propelled Ben Powney to a fairly convincing pole position. Let's catch up with him now, and perhaps a few other drivers, with Richard John Neal.
Thanks very much, Andy. Yes, we will do. Ben just degloving and derobing generally. Lovely weather here. Let's hope we've laid this on for the Formula Ford Festival as well. It was great looking Jayman, and I think, Ben, congratulations. First time we've managed to be able to cover qualifying on a live stream, which is great news. So we get a chance to have a little bit of a natter with you. Everything seemed to go to plan.
It did. I'm guessing because I'm talking to you, I'm in P1, hopefully.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah. Yeah, so I was just assuming, yeah, you might have some timing or... So that tells me no pit crew saying P1 and boards?
Or... not on the headset. I mean, I saw it on the board, but I think both Mads and I on the last lap, I think we both did a fairly good lap. I think it went as equal my best and didn't seem to catch in that much. So, yeah, I was a bit nervous. You were about to say P2, you know, bad luck. But, no, yeah, thrilled with that. I think... Pete from PA Motorsport and Tony Monday, who built the car originally, have done a mega job on this. To be honest, it's easy to drive. I'm not that good a driver.
I'm sure you are. The Jayman's a lovely car. I mean, my background was watching Formula 4 back in the day. You've got Rick and Russell on your thing there. Yeah. Rick Shortall was... I meant to bring along a letter that Rick wrote to me as a thank you for some stuff I sent him when he had an accident. But is he around?
Is he?
We'll try and grab a word with him a little bit later.
Where he is.
But I'm going to ask him why he wasn't keeping you up to speed with your lap times by a pit board, you know.
Yeah, well, I think some people might have thought he jumped in it then, to be fair. To be honest, the car was just so good to drive. It was a real breeze. Pete and Tony made it mega easy for me, to be fair. And don't know what these tyres are going to do in the race, but yeah, we'll see. Should be close, hopefully.
Do you know much about this particular car?
I don't know a great deal. I know it's a 92 Jayman. Tony, who originally built the car, has been helping us develop it as well. And it's kind of like, I feel like I got the best of both worlds. I got like the old school with Tony, and then, Pete's still quite old school as well. But it's fantastic. And they've pretty much, gone over this with a fine tooth comb, and we just keep finding time, every time we seem to go out. And hopefully culminating in a good run at the championship would be nice.
That would be good, and I think you're joining us on a lot of the streams this year as well, which is good, which is part of the Fun Cup weekend.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I love the live streams, mainly because my kids get to watch it back on YouTube. Both Seb and Elliot, they're here today, but they'll be tuning in as soon as it's out on YouTube later on. They'll be lapping that up.
It's a fantastic way of connecting with the younger fans and drivers of tomorrow. I mean, do you think they'll get involved in the sport?
My kids? Hopefully not.
Dad's always up.
I need to save some more money, I think. No, we took our eldest go-karting the other day, and he loved it. we'll see. I might need a few more pennies maybe.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Football, but I encourage football. It's a bit cheaper. A pair of boots is always a little bit cheaper, isn't it?
Yeah, either that or tiddlywinks. I haven't quite decided yet. We'll have to give it a go, see which one he's better at.
Ben, lovely to meet you. And actually, I'm going to have a quick word with you about, because you did the festival as well, didn't you, last year?
I did, yeah. It was a bit of a disaster, to be honest. I think.
I'm glad I brought that up.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. I kind of just about managed to forget it, but yeah, no, it was great to be here. I think I wanted to get the first one under my belt, so this year isn't like completely new on me. But yeah, it was a wet race. Had a bit of an incident going into clearways on my first race, and that kind of ruined the rest of the weekend. Then the last chance race was what it was. But yeah, I'll be back this year.
Nice, we look forward to that. Thanks for the chat. Lovely to meet you. Ben Powney, pole position man. There. I'm going to have a quick whiz over here. We have got the classic VWs and Metros. For those of you that are wanting to get involved and obviously watch that coverage, stay with us. We will be with you in a minute, but I just want to have another quick moment with our classic Formula Ford 1600s, if I may, and grab a word with Stuart. Is that okay? Stuart, sorry if you sit down. Stuart, congratulations, class pole. Decent run?
Presumably so. I had no idea.
Car looks absolutely wonderful. Tell us a little bit about it. I've never had the opportunity to have a chat with you at festival or otherwise, so nice to get a chance to be able to do that. Tell us about the car.
Well, it's relatively recent to me. I think I've only had it about 3 years. I had a 79, and unfortunately I had a bit of an incident in testing. Last lap of testing, and I managed to turn sharp right into the pit wall, not the pit wall, the assembly area wall at Silverstone. Walked away from it, but the car was kaput.
Was that recent?
3 years ago, 4 years ago, I can't remember. I think it was 2021. And used the engine and gearbox again and made it, got an 81 instead.
I've had many years of watching you, and the first time, sadly, that I've had to get to chat to you. I'm sorry it's taken so long to do that, but you've given us so much pleasure in racing over the years. But obviously, that's a pleasure you get out yourself as well.
I was going to say, I'm entirely selfish. The pleasure was all mine.
Quite right too. Brands Hatch, though, is very much, for me, home of Formula Ford. I've watched so much here. Is this your favourite type of circuit?
Yes. I think Donington's got a better flow, but the Grand Prix circuit here is the best. Right. There is no better corner in the country than Hawthorns, because no matter how quick you take it, you always think, I could have taken that quicker. So, but yeah, the Indy circuit is lovely. There's loads of, well, it's difficult to overtake, and it means that you can make a bit of a difference, hopefully.
You're obviously looking forward to the races. Happy with the car? Do you sort of tinker around with it between qualifying and races, or are you just one of these drivers that just sort of, if you're relatively happy, that's good enough?
Relatively happy is good enough. If you mess about with it in between quali and the race, you always have a surprise at the second corner.
It's a very good point. Young drivers take note. That's a sage word. Stuart Casselman, thank you very much indeed for having me with us. We look forward to seeing you on track a little bit later on. So that wraps things up from down here. Many more drivers we could talk to, but as we said, we've got the VWs and the Metros with us. Metros for their second year with the Brscc, which is great. So we'll hand back to Andy McEwen and have a word with some Metro and VW drivers down here in Parc Fermé in a few minutes' time.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, cars starting to get up to speed now. A busy track, actually. I hadn't quite appreciated just how many of these cars there would be. 25 of them out on circuit across the two series, but then within those two series, particularly within the Classic VWs, the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup, to give it its full title, there are several categories as well. So we'll try and cover them all over the 10 minutes of qualifying session that remain. Start with Metros, because they're a bit more straightforward. The Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup, which last year was won by Robbie Kenning. Robbie Kenning won in the end by a reasonable margin. They had their final rounds on the Silverstone National Circuit. Robbie was able to take enough points there to clinch the championship over Jack Ashton. Now, Jack Ashton did not compete at the first couple of events here at Brands Hatch and at Snetterton, made his return to the championship. Former champion in the MG Metro Cup is Jack Ashton, made his return at Donington Park mid-season in June and went on a winning spree and very nearly challenged Robbie Kenning for the championship. So Jack Ashton was very much a thorn in Robbie Kenning's side last year, and we'll be hoping that he can go even better this season. The Championship kicking off here at Brands Hatch this weekend. There is the number 98 car of Jack Ashton. He is 8th overall, but more importantly, he is on the provisional pole position within the Metro Cup right now. So the Metros are, I think, denoted by the, well, what colour would we call that on the timing tower? It's not really pink, it's not really brown, but whatever, you can see the number 98 in 8th position. Make your own mind at what colour that is. That is the Metro Cup on the timing tower. Then we move into the... well, in fact, let's give you the top 3 in Metro, shall we? Ashton fastest. Second fastest is the number 16. Number 16 is Matthew Simpson. And Matthew Simpson, who I think did a part season last year, did he? No, he was around for most of the year, I think, was Matthew. Ended up 7th in the championship. Well, he's going a lot better so far this weekend. He is 2nd, and Tim Shooter, the number 4 car, is 3rd in that category. They are 11th and 13th overall. Mike Williams there, who we've seen winning races in Metros before, moves up into 4th place in the class with an improvement, 14th overall. Now, Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup, that is a little bit more complicated. We've got a few classes to go over. You've got Modified, Production and Classic, basically, and they generally speaking, there's an age restriction in each class. So the modified class is anything basically from 1965 onwards. In the production class, cars manufactured from the year 2000 onwards, so 21st century cars. And in the classic division, they're cars built between 1965 and 2000. But then, of course, there are also things like power to rate ratio regulations. So the classic category is for naturally aspirated engines up to 250 brake horsepower per tonne, or cars fitted with a turbo to up to 220 brake horsepower per tonne. The modified category, which is where you're going to find most of the fastest cars, has a slightly bigger, higher power to weight ratio limit, basically, so up to 300 bhp per tonne. For normally aspirated cars, 270 brake horsepower per tonne. For turbocharged cars, and yes, I am reading that off the Brscc website. Not technically minded enough to have memorised the regulations for that series, I'm afraid. But anyway, Ken Lark it is who's fastest. We just saw him there going through through Paddock Hill Bend. Ken Lark in his Class C VW Corrado. So Class C, the classic class, is fastest, and in fact it's another Class C car in second place, Tony Absalom in the VW Golf Mark II. Now Tony is someone we see out racing his super touring Vauxhall Cavalier quite often, and good to have him out there in his Mark II Golf and going pretty quickly as well. There are only just under a 10.5 between the two of them. Third quickest is the fastest of the modified cars. That is Kerry Lewis in the VW Golf Mark V GTI. I think we just had Kerry in the number 18 car on screen. And the next car is Paul Hoggins, fourth fastest, another modified car. So they're 2x2 at the front. 2 classic cars, then 2 modified machines. The Audi TT Mark II of Paul Hoggins is fourth, as there Kerry Lewis, the current pole sitter in the modified class, turns through Druids Corner. And then to continue the Noah's Ark theme, 5th and 6th fastest overall are your fastest 2 production cars. So 5th quickest is the number 46 Paul Dunningway in his Audi A3 2-litre turbo, and the Seat Leon Cupra R, number 12 of Tony Hunter, is 6th quickest, second in class. So 2x2x2 at the front of the field. That would make for quite a nice orderly start, you would hope. Oh, Ken Lark is heading back to the paddock. Ken Lark, pole sitter. I've just noticed he was in the pit lane, but now the Corrado is heading to the outer paddock. As this camera pans around, you might just see his silver Corrado, oh, never mind, heading down into the tunnel. So he is going no further in the qualifying station. Now he's only a 10.5, just under a 10.5 quicker than Tony Absalom. So if Tony Absalom can find a little bit of an improvement, he could still challenge Ken Lark for pole position. I suppose the main concern is whether or not Ken Lark's car is going to need any significant work doing in order to get it out for the race later on. The race for these cars will be the first one after lunch at 2:30. So it's going to be a bit of a race against time. That is about 2 3/4 hours away, but they'll have to be in assembly area in about 2.25 hours. So we've got a couple of hours to work on the car. Hopefully they will be able to do so successfully and get him out onto the track. Any changes in the Metros whilst I was talking classic VWs, I wonder? Still Ashton fastest, Simpson second. Dick Trevitt's gone third, so there has been a slight change. Dick Trevitt in the number 96 MG Metro there, the blue and white one with the yellow wheels. He's moved up into third position in the class. Tim Shooter down to fourth, and fifth quickest will be Mike Williams in his number 28 car. As we get a good view of the car streaming through. There goes Tony Absalom. So Tony Absalom in that absolutely gorgeously prepared Mark II VW Golf. Runs in the classic division. Oh, drama maybe here for Tony Hunter. Well, there's no maybe about it. That is drama, and let's hope that's not fluid being dropped onto the circuit up at Clearways Corner. That Seat is heading for the pit lane. That's another front runner in class. He's 6th overall. He's second of the production class cars. And his engine has gone boom, to use a technical term. And is it dropping fluid? That's the big question. I'm looking out of the window, not seeing anybody skating off the road at Clearways. That's a good sign. It's possible, of course, that the marshals have put the surface flag out to warn them. But, well, there is Tony Hunter's car. Pulls up right in front of our roaming camera, which is very thoughtful of him. But out of the car he is about to get, I also suspect that he knows the fire marshals are there. Yep. Oh, and they are needed because there are flames coming from the front of that car. So Tony needs to get himself out of there as soon as he possibly can. He might not have seen the flames. Now he's been notified, I think, by the marshals. And they're going to get the extinguisher on the front of that car. But Tony Hunter, well, that is a fairly catastrophic failure. Now he's going to open the bonnet. And making sure the marshals are ready with the fire extinguisher. There we go. Ooh. My word. I don't think we're going to see that car again today, and I think that a realisation has just come across Tony Hunter's mind as well. That's a real shame. Tony Hunter in the Seat Leon Cupra are in big trouble, but luckily the marshals, as always, were on their A game there. They were ready to assist. He had the presence of mind to pull up right in front of the marshals who had the fire extinguisher, and that meant the situation could be contained before serious damage was done, hopefully. But that car, you suspect, will need a new engine, and I don't think is going to be going any further this weekend, but we'll wait and see. So a couple of high-profile drivers in trouble. Jack Ashton, thankfully, touch wood, appears to have avoided that same fate. His Metro not going particularly quickly on this lap. He's been dropping back, and in fact is destined for the pit lane with just under 2 minutes to go, so he probably won't get back out and set another representative time. Hopefully this isn't an issue for Jack. Suspect he just knows he's had the most out of that car. His fastest lap is a 57.56, which is over a second, 1.2 seconds quicker than Matthew Simpson, who's the next best of the Metros. Kerry Lewis is in as well, the pole-sitting modified car. So quite a few of the quick cars are actually in the pit lane. Three of our pole sitters, three of our class pole sitters, not going any further. The only class leading car still circulating is Paul Dunningham's number 46 Audi, the A3. As a pair of Metros make their way down the Cooper Straight. That is the 96 of Dick Trevitt. Now, he is only just under 4/10 slower than Matthew Simpson, so he can get a bit of a wriggle on. He should be able to challenge for second place in class. He's got a couple of Metros ahead, and that's good because they are cars of a similar pace that will give him a little bit of a tow around the track, but aren't going to be holding him up too much through the corners. And they're quick cars as well, I reckon, that he's chasing. Very quick. In fact, Tim Shooter is up into third. In fact, Tim Shooter's just got ahead of Dick Trevitt to go third place. So Dick Trevitt won't have enjoyed seeing that, as the car ahead of him on track is now ahead of him in the times as well, and then gets dutifully out of the way. And Dick's probably thinking, well, hang on, I wanted a slipstream from you. You were going quickly. That might have propelled him to a improvement of his own, but it's not quite going to happen, I don't think. Checkered flag is out, so this will be his last lap, everyone's last lap of the session. Most of the front runners are in. Paul Dunningham's just gone through to take the checkered flag and confirm his position as pole sitter in the production class. As around the outside has to go Dick Trevitt. Oh, this hasn't really gone to plan, has it? The 72 car not exactly jumping out of the way there. John Moore, he was out of the way, but he was on the inside line, which is rather where Dick Trevitt wanted to be, I think. Let's see if it is an improvement. I doubt it will be. No, it's not. About a 1.7 seconds off his previous best. So not a huge amount of improvements coming late in the day there. It is Ken Lark who's on pole. Now, he will not be in the Parc Ferme area for Richard John Neal to speak to because his car's gone back to the outer paddock. So Tony Absalom will be there. Well, that's interesting. So there is cement dust being put down in the pit lane. Now, that must be in response to the Tony Hunter engine expiration. And if they're putting cement dust down, that means that there is fluid down in the pit lane. If there's fluid down in the pit lane, it stands to reason there is fluid down on the track as well, which probably explains a little bit of why no one was going any quicker towards the end there. Some of the drivers might report that back, I suppose, when we get a chance to chat to them in a few moments. Before that, though, let's take a look at the provisional results from qualifying for the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup and the Hickford Construction Limited MG Metro Cup. It is Ken Lark on pole, but with possible car issues in the Corrado that took him out of the session halfway through. But the VW Corrado man was fastest ahead of Tony Absalom's VW Golf Mark II, both of them running in Class C, the Classic class. Third place was the fastest of the modified cars, Kerry Lewis in the Golf, who also pulled into the pit lane a couple of minutes shy of the checkered flag. Paul Hoggins second in his Audi TT, and Paul Dunningham was quickest of the production cars in his Audi A3 2-litre turbo. Tony Hunter second fastest, but I'd be surprised if we see the Cupra out on track for the race later on, since he has he exited that session in a very smoky manner. Chris Adams was 7th quickest. Chris runs in Class C. Then it was Christopher Garnham, Dawn Butcher and Stephen Watson, all of them running in the production class. Then Jack Ashton. Jack Ashton, the fastest of the Metros by quite some way, 1.3 seconds nearly quicker than Matthew Simpson. In between them will be Gary Fletcher in his modified class VW Corrado. Matthew Simpson, as I said, 13th overall, second of the Metros. Tim Shooter was third of the Metros. He's 14th quickest in the session. Then it was Dick Trevitt. Dick Trevitt, 15th position. These are all Metros now. Mike Williams and John Moore likewise. Tom Redford is not a Metro. He is a Mark IV Golf running in the Classic class. Richard Garrett, Paul Deacon, Neil Burnett, Carl Wheaton and Kyler Garrard are all Metros. Ellie Dixon, 24th quickest in a VW Polo, and then Jonathan McGaughan in his Metro brings up the rear of the field. So we have an opportunity, I think, to head down to the pit lane. I was going to say Parc Ferme, but it looks as though Richard John Neal is actually catching up with, well, Tony Hunter, who doesn't have a happy story to tell at the end of that qualifying session, but can perhaps shed a bit of light, first of all, on exactly what might have gone wrong in the Cupra, and secondly, whether or not we're likely to see that car out in the races later on today. I fear I might already know the answer to that, but we'll hear it from the horse's mouth, shall we? Richard John Neal is down in the pit lane with Tony Hunter, who qualified second in class, but will we see Tony out later on today, Richard?
Eh?
I'll start that again, Tony. Glitch on my side there. Great to see you're okay. Tell us what happened.
At first I thought it was engine smoke. Oil pressure's fine. Thought I can't hear a tyre rubbing, so it must be fire. So I pulled in, and as I slowed down, I could see flames coming out between the windscreen and the bonnet. So pulled the lever, which works. So I'm soaking wet, and Marshall's very kindly put it out for me. Now I've got a very big mess to sort out, but I'm fine. Car's not. If we can't get it recharged, sunbathing. What else? What else is there to do?
What are the chances of sorting?
Unless I can find somewhere to recharge the... I don't know if anybody here does it. If not, then that'll be it. Won't let me
Tell
back.
us what specifically you need. Somebody on the stream. A lot of people watch the stream here in the paddock, and some outside might be able to, notify someone at the event.
Line 3,000 fire extinguisher. Okay. A full one, preferably.
Okay. There we go. There's our call for help. If you're watching the stream or know someone that might be able to help near or here at Brands Hatch, get in touch and we'll get Tony back. But as you can see, Tony's okay. Thanks for having a word with us.
All right. Poo happens, eh?
Indeed. Thank you very much, mate. All the very best for the future. Let's hope we see Tony Hunter on track very soon and hope that our call for help will sort it out. And thanks to the rescue crews for getting sorted out as well. 2 rookie errors from me in the last couple of sessions. One was in the Formula Fords. I forgot to screenshot the times. Which was interesting when we were talking to Ben Powney, because he said, did I get first? And he did, because I wrote it down, but I didn't write down who was second. But now screenshot, which is good. The other rookie error, in case you didn't miss it, I forgot to switch the mic on. Sack the man very quickly. So the VWs appear to have disappeared. So the writing down for VWs wasn't a great idea. So we probably need to have a word with, in that case. You're not at pole position, man, are you, by any chance?
No, nowhere near.
And I can't tell who you are because there's no name on the...
John Moore.
John Moore. Now, did we have a chat before, John, didn't we? Nice to see. How was qualifying?
Yeah, it was alright. Not much grip. Back end was stepping out a bit. Yeah, they had an excursion over the grass, which threw me out a little bit. But yeah, I was struggling, to be honest, to get a decent lap time in. Plus with the Volkswagens, they were sort of impeding us a little bit because they were so much quicker in certain areas. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice thing to have a full track, but it can be it can present opportunities otherwise for you guys just racing amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
But we appreciate why we've got all the cars on track.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. We haven't got the numbers this year to support our own race financially as well, so Brscc stepped in and that's what we ended up with, so we're with them and they with us. Yeah.
I mean, these are classic cars now and wonderful to see. How difficult is it to get hold of one and race one these days?
They're getting a bit rarer. There's still a few about. People seem to hold on to them, old race cars, but yeah, you can make one quite easy, but they're...
Are you still enjoying it?
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
And once you're in this, it stays, because we've got Dick Trevitt, who's been racing for donkeys years. I might grab a quick word with him. It's a staying formula, isn't it?
Yeah, he's 81 this year, Dick is.
Fantastic stuff. John, thanks for having a quick word with us. Good to see you. Looks like Dick's going to move his car. Okay, so you can see what happens here. We're going round into the scrutineering bay. And Dick, can we grab a quick word? How are you? Nice to see you.
Hi, thank you.
And we'll get Johnny back on us as well. Yeah, that's it. Well, you can now because we're on camera now. Dick, I'm pretty sure opening round last year you were on pole.
Possibly was. Possibly. I can't remember. Yeah, I think Mike blew up, didn't he?
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, he blew up.
You'll be pleased that you reminded all the stream about that.
Oh, yeah, when Mike blows up, it's great. But no, he had a bit of bad luck and we had some good luck. So, yeah, it was me and Robbie side by side going in, not knowing where the hell we were going. There was a big cloud of smoke. And we all come out unscathed, which was very good. Yeah, on pole last year, yeah. And won the first race.
You did. Good way to start the year.
Yeah, it was a good way to start the year. But the A Series just wasn't strong enough against these Ks. So I've gone to the dark side. I'm now in a K. I've swapped to a K Series. And, yeah, see how that goes.
I'm just saying to John Moore, it's once you're in this championship, and you've been in it a long time, it's one where people stay, isn't it?
Yeah. I started racing Metros in '93. Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, so I've been through a few cars, but still enjoying it, yeah. Love it.
And like many of us, for racing, it's a people thing, and I know you've got a very strong family involved in the paddock, and not just on the sidelines, they're all racing.
Yeah, we got granddaughter, daughter, son-in-law, all racing, yeah. Yeah, the granddaughter's out today. She's happy as a... I won't say it, but...
The proverbial.
In the, yeah. So she's happy. Yeah. I've no idea where we come today.
I can have a look at that if I can unlock my phone. I think you were running third at one point. I think ended up in fourth place. So not too unhappy with that.
No, very good. First time in the car. Got to get used to it. So yeah, looking forward to it.
That's good. I'll let you get back because I think they're going to move your car. Dick, thanks for having a quick word with us. No, they won't do that. Dick Trevitt, thanks very much. Good luck for the race, Dick. Lovely to talk to you. What we're going to do, we're going to go round into the holding area and have a look at some of the SW Motorsport ClubSport cars. We're going to have a word with some of the drivers. Oh, hang on. We'll have a word with Kyla. So as we were talking... Hello. We're just talking to Grandad. I'm very well, thanks. I did a chat with you a long time ago down in the paddock when we were doing post-production filming, stuff like that. Still involved and still enjoying it, Kyla?
Yeah, definitely. I had a year off, but I'm back again this year and I'm really looking forward to it.
What was the year off for?
Just have a break and enjoy watching for a year and see everyone back on track, and just got the passion again for it. I had a change in my dad's car, which my granddad's driving this year, and I wanted to come back to the A Series, so we had to rebuild it. But yeah, we're back in the A Series now, back in my baby, and I'm really happy.
Tell us more about the car. I mean, you've been around the championship quite a while, and somebody watching the stream might want to know more about the championship.
Yeah, so I run the 1293 Turbo, and it is my granddad has been racing them since before I was born, and then I've been coming and watching racing since I was 6 months old with this championship, and then I have come back when I was 18 and started racing them against my granddad and my dad, and yeah, I've been racing. This will be technically my 11th year, so a long time.
Actually, do you know what? I was just thinking, one of the stories we often ping around is lad and dad racing, which is a bit sexist in itself, since saying lad, or lass and dad racing, but a granddad as well. And normally, it might happen for a couple of seasons, but how many years did you say it was?
I've been racing for 11 years.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's been a long time, and obviously my granddad's been racing the whole time. He was doing alternate years with my uncle David. He is retired now from that, so now it's just my granddad.
He's a former champion, we didn't mention that earlier on, did we?
Yeah. He has been in the championship, and then I've been with the championship watching since I was a baby, and now I'm here.
Talk us about, have you got sponsors on the car? You've got MG branding on the car. We've got the championship sponsor as well, Hickford. Anything else you want to tell us about and give a little plug to?
No, we've got motorsport for MS. It's a family friend who has MS, and he's been racing. And then I've got Hickford Construction, obviously my dad's boss, who sponsors the championship. My granddad, Trevette Engineering, and then we have Bryden Enamelers Painters. They do some of our paint spraying on the cars. And yeah, really grateful for the sponsorships.
It looks absolutely great, and we wish you well for the race, Kyla. Thanks for stopping by and having a word with us. Good luck for the weekend. Kyla Trevett there, who, as I say, has been around the championship for quite a while, and yeah, a good ambassador. We always talk about wanting to get more girls into racing. Kyla's never played the card, as it were, you know, in terms of wanting more publicity or anything else, just got on with the job of racing, which is really good. And she's a good peddler as well, Kyla, as we'll see a little bit later on in the day. As we mentioned, the VWs, the Ricci Concept VWs have all gone back to paddock, so I think maybe they didn't get the memo about chatting to them after qualifying. But it's Club Sports now. We will be talking to most of those guys over the course of the lunch break. We're going to do a pit lane walk and get to talk to some of them. Hopefully we'll get to talk to the pole sitter as well. If we don't, we've got race build-up to look forward to as well before then. But anyway, that's it for now. Let's go up to Andy McKeown. We'll talk you through the various classes that we've got in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Series and take us through the qualifying session. Over to you, Andy.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, cars released for a 20-minute qualifying session this one, so slightly longer than the preceding two. It's our last qualifying session of the weekend, and it's for the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy, one of the real favourite series on these live stream events for me, because you never quite know what you're going to get in ClubSport Trophy. It's which is kind of the whole point of it, really. It sort of began, I guess, as an opportunity for a lot of drivers who compete in some of the one-make categories, Mazda MX-5s, Compact Cup, etc., to have another race at the end of the day. A slightly longer race, 45 minutes, mandatory pit stop in the middle. You have the option to run with one or two drivers if you want to, and that's kind of where it started. Then it's kind of grown from there, but was immediately very popular. It is not uncommon for this series to attract capacity grids. Now, this weekend we're a little bit lower on numbers, some of the usual favourites not making the trek all the way down to Brands Hatch, but I'm sure for later races in the season we will see those numbers pick back up again. We've still got 22 of them and great variety across the classes. 5 classes of car. I think all 5 are represented here this weekend. Class A, the elite class, it's all done on power to weight ratio, so Class A for the more powerful cars, all the way down through to Class E. They do have names these days as well, so Class A is Elite, Class B Sport Pro, Class C Sport, Class D Club, and Class E is the Track class, which interestingly is for cars with a power to weight ratio of 0 to 135 brake horsepower per tonne. I'd imagine most of them operating towards the upper limit of the category. But yes, we'll refer to them as classes A through to E probably throughout the course of the weekend. And well, generally speaking, the Class A cars, as you'd expect, the more powerful cars, anything between 206 and 235 brake horsepower per tonne, are the ones that you see towards the top of the times. That is the case so far, although only a couple of laps having been completed. It's at the moment the 111 car, which we just saw on screen, the Shane Kelly Morgan Plus 4, which is the fastest car out on track. Shane Kelly, heck of a driver. He came through the single-seater racing ranks, had great success in F3 Cup racing, pretty modern Formula 3 machinery a few years ago. Then moved into prototypes, racing a Praga with great success. But he is the kind of driver who will get out there and race pretty much whatever is given to him, really. And the Morgan is his latest steed, and he is at the moment fastest by 2 thousandths of a second from the number 7 Audi TT. That's the car shared by Jason Pelosi and Joshua Larkin. Jason Pelosi, who we've seen out in the Audi TT Cup in recent times, one of the BRSCC's newest and most successful one-make categories. Only 2 thousandths of a second between a Morgan and an Audi TT. Only in the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy could you say that, although unfortunately Feroz Bilamoria has now spoilt that party by going fastest of anybody. So Feroz Bilamoria, in his always rapid VW Scirocco, now sets a 53.497, which is 6.5 tenths quicker than this car, the Pelosi and Larkin machine, which at about the same time went quicker than Shane Kelly as well. So it's now VW Corrado from Audi TT from Morgan Plus 4, and then another TT Cup racing car in 4th place at the moment, number 196, is the Nick Brady machine. He actually now goes 2nd, so the 2 TTs, who both, by the way, running Class B, are well and truly mixing it with the, in theory, quicker Class A cars. But that's the thing about Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. It's not a power circuit. It's more about the handling and the minimum corner speed you can maintain, how good the car is on the brakes, how quickly it accelerates out of the tight corners. Top speed is not necessarily the deciding factor around a track like this, and so perhaps shouldn't be quite so surprised to see the Class B cars, especially those very well-prepared Audi TTs, which run an SW Motorsports pack on them. That's how those cars are designed. So you buy your donor car, road car, you send it to SW Motorsports, they give you the aerodynamic bits and bobs, to again use a technical term, that you stick to the car, and then you go racing in the very competitive Audi TT Cup Racing Series. And those cars are clearly capable of doing the business around this particular circuit. The Pelosi and Larkin machine is now only 3 tenths slower than Feroz Bilamoria, who is turning through Clearway's corner now. So let's see whether or not Feroz is going to improve. His last lap wasn't an improvement. In fact, it was 1.5 seconds off his previous best as he was stuck in traffic. Now, though, the Scirocco blasts across the timing line and does improve. It's a 53.205, 6 tenths of a second quicker now than the Pelosi and Larkin machine. But class pole still very comfortably going his way. The top 10 then, exclusively made up of either Class A or B cars. In fact, you have to go down to 14th place to find the top Class C runner. That is the 126 car of Elliot Walker in his Mini Cooper, which is leading in Class C. Class C has only the 2 cars entered. The other one is the car driven by the Novobilskis, the BMW Z4 of Richard and Christoph Novobilski. So 2 Class C cars entered. Class D has 3 entrants, in fairness. The Peugeot 106 Rally, number 95 of Jonathan Hobbs, is fastest in that class at the moment, ahead of the Dennises in their Renault Clio RS200. And then 178, which is a late addition to the entry, but I can have a stab at guessing at least one of the drivers, since it's a Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 and the driver's surname is Sheard. I would imagine that is Paul Sheard of Paul Sheard Racing, who is sharing the car with another driver who admittedly I'm not as familiar with, surname Gilligan. Not sure who's in the car at the moment, but those 2 driver entries will have to split this qualifying session, not necessarily in half, but both drivers have to complete 3 laps. Whoops, that was a BMW heading for the scenery, wasn't it? Coming out of the final corner. Did they gather that together? I think they might have done. It was the white BMW at the top of shot that had a huge moment. That was very nearly a yellow flag inducing incident, but they managed to gather it together just about. Just to finish going through the classes, you've then also got Class E. Very much looking forward to the Class E battle. It's a Hyundai versus Mazda MX-5 affair. Another Mark 1 MX-5, but this one running in Class E rather than Class D because it's slightly less powerful than the Sheard and Gilligan example. That is the 276 car. Pete Smith sharing with Josh Bromley. Josh Bromley, I think, a late addition into that car. Wasn't on the entry list, but Josh Bromley, who we've seen racing in the Miltech Civic Cup in recent years. And they are second quickest there at the moment to the number 38 Hyundai Coupe of Gary Hobbs for Misty Racing. So that Class E battle, as often is the case, could be one of the most competitive and evenly matched class battles out on track. So, whilst I was going through the classes, we've had a new contender appear towards the front. Julian Daniel in the VW Golf, number 61, has gone second quickest now. Another one of the Class A cars. I think that was the red car. Ooh, that's just nipped up the inside. Oh, and has collided on the exit of the corner with the 73. Oh dear, that's not supposed to happen. Mike Parsons is the one pointing the wrong way. And I think it was the 61 of Julian Daniel that we'd been following, who he tangled with. Is that 61 or is that 6? Can't be 6 because Alistair Lindsay, number 6, is an Audi TT. Even I can tell that's not an Audi TT, it is 61. So it's Julian Daniel who tangled there with the other VW Golf coming off the corner. And that was a little bit messy. Just two drivers, I think, one zigged and one zagged as they tried to stay out of each other's way and ended up very much getting in each other's way. But Julian, in fairness, carries on. And only lost a couple of... and he lost about 9 seconds on his previous best. There is a bit of trim hanging off, though, on the left front corner of that car. So that may well attract the attention of race control, and they may decide that he needs to come in and get that repaired, reattached to the car. So a dramatic qualifying session this then so far. There is the number 6 of Alistair Lindsay diving to the inside of another car through Druid's corner, one of the two Mazda MX-5s. So Julian Daniel straight back onto full pace by the looks of it. A few improvements in time coming from further down the order, not in position. Shane Kelly, the early pace setter, down in 5th position now. But it's very tight. The top 6 are covered by only 9/10 of a second. In fact, the top 7 by 1 second almost exactly. So it's very, very close between those Class A and B cars. In fact, Kelly now goes down to 6th because there's an improvement from the 196 of Nick Brady. His Audi TT goes up into 5th position. He was already 2nd in Class B. And now consolidates that by putting a car between himself and Alistair Lindsay, his nearest Class B rival. This is the car that he's just beaten to 5th position. Shane Kelly crosses the line. It is a 57.1. His previous best is a 54.0, so some way off the pace. Maybe he was just dropping back to try and find a little bit of clear air, which he's found. There's no one else around him now as he heads up into Druid's corner. The big, heavy Morgan wobbling around under braking. And that's, of course, the other thing with the class system. I know it's a power to weight ratio, so it does take weight into account, but you do often find that the more powerful cars, they may well be faster in a straight line, but they don't always handle as well as some of the lower capacity cars. And so the Morgan, although it is probably one of the most powerful cars on track, it's not able around a tight technical circuit like this to challenge some of the more nimble kind of front-wheel drive hot hatches. There is the fastest of those, Ferez Bilmoria, just heading into Paddock Hill Bend in the Scirocco. The green and white machine, the best part of half a second quicker than anybody else right now. Into 3rd goes Shane Kelly, so that was a good lap for Shane Kelly that we saw the first half of. Shane Kelly then, fastest lap he's done so far by quite a margin. He found a couple of 10ths of a second there. But in doing so, he's also now found a bit of traffic because he's closed up on the group of cars ahead, so we might see him have another cool-down lap and then push on. This Audi, I thought, was going quite slowly to get out of people's way. I now am concerned that it's got an issue. It's the 196 Nick Brady car, and yeah, that car is going slower than it should be. So this is a mechanical drama, I think, for 196. It's got some power still because Nick has been able to accelerate through Surtees there once he was sure most of the other cars had gone by. I can't see anything obvious wrong with it. Is he just backing off for clean air? He seems to have picked the pace up again now through clearways, and yeah, isn't heading for the pit lane, so okay, just wanted to make absolutely sure that he wasn't going to come across any traffic. Got to be a bit careful doing that. You can get in trouble sometimes for going very, very slowly out on track, especially if it's deliberate, but I think he'll get away with that most likely. Just had a BMW on the grass coming out of Graham Hill Bend, the Z4, I think that was Kieran Power in his BMW Z4. I'm intrigued to get a look at the David Sheed and Malcolm Eadson car as well, number 34, because on the entry list it is listed very helpfully as BMW. What BMW it is, I don't know, but they've been out in, I think, an M3 in the past, those two. Or maybe I'm thinking of the modified BMW Compact that they've raced. Anyway, we'll try and get a glimpse of that if we can. In fact, are they even out on track, Sheed and Eidson? No, they're not, so we'll have a tough job getting a view of that car in this qualifying session. Now the Nick Brady car is coming into the pit lane. So it looked as though he was backing off and then winding up to a quick lap, but now he does bail for the pit, so maybe there is some sort of intermittent issue that's been affecting him. No such issues for Feroz Bilimoria, though, still comfortably fastest in the session by just under half a second from Julian Daniel, who has now brought the slightly battle-scarred VW Golf into the pit lane. Shane Kelly still third in the Morgan. Here he comes towards us, and he's found himself some more clean air. So I wonder whether we're going to see him post another improved lap time. His previous one was a 54.8, so again a second off the pace as he winds up for another challenge. He only needs to find half a tenth or so to move on to the front row, and you would imagine that car would go pretty well at the start because it's got all of that torque, all of that power. You would think if he could qualify on the front row, he might have half a chance of challenging for the race lead into turn one. See how he gets on. Well, that lap wasn't an improvement. It was another 54, high 54, 54.9, nearly a 55 flat. So we'll see what he can do this time. Look at him there, the hands working away on the wheel. That's a great shot through the side of the car. I think it should be mandatory that all racing drivers have to wear white gloves as well, because white gloves really do stand out. You can properly see all of the steering inputs that they're making as he wrestles the big Morgan through Surtees, up through McLaren and Clearways. And full lock almost to the right to get the car round. Doesn't look as though he's going all that quickly through the second half of the lap. This is where he'll post a improvement probably and move to the front row. Let's see, what is the lap time then? Shane Kelly, no, it's 56.2. Very slow, actually. A few seconds off the pace, so I wonder whether he's had the best of the tyres maybe as we move into the final quarter of the qualifying session. He's done well though, Shane Kelly, to spend most of this session in clean air. Not really had any traffic to deal with. And that continues, at least for the time being. In the classes then, Bilimoria still has the Class A pole. It's still Pelosi and Larkin in Class B prime position. Class C, the Novobilskis are comfortably quicker than the Elliott Walker Mini. D is close-ish. The 95 of Jonathan Hobbs still fastest in Class D from the Dennises in their Renault Clio, but by nearly 9/10 of a second. Class E is rather closer. I do think we're going to be focusing in on Class E quite a lot when we go racing later on. There are only two of them, but they're only a quarter of a second apart, and in 22nd and 23rd place overall. It's now the Pete Smith and Josh Bromley car which is fastest, and the Sheard and Gilligan no, I'm talking absolute nonsense, ignore that. It's still the Hobbs Hyundai quickest. Whilst I got the cars wrong, the gap is still more or less correct. It's just within 0.2 of a second between Hobbs in the Hyundai and Smith and Bromley in the Mazda, as out of the pit lane goes the BMW, the Sheed and Eidson car, which I said was missing earlier on. We've also got a Z4 pulling over on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. That's why there's a green flag to the left of shot there, because there is a yellow flag at the preceding marshal's post. That is, I believe, Chris Murphy, possibly, 721, who I think has stopped up against the barriers just partway along the Cooper Straight. The Sheed and Eidson car is out, but going very, very slowly and rather getting in the way of Feroz Bilimoria into a yellow flag zone. We've got an MX-5 off at paddock now as well. It's 178. So it's all going on now. That is the Sheard and Gilligan machine. Now, I'd be very surprised if that was Paul Sheard in the car. I don't believe it is. It doesn't look like Paul. So it's all started kicking off all of a sudden now. So that car continues. The Sheed and Eidson car, I reckon, might be heading back to the pit lane. It's just, no, it's up to speed now, actually, as it goes through Clearways, looking out of the window. There is the Hyundai, which is leading Class E. Director is doing his very best to pick up on the cars that I keep mentioning, but then something else is catching my eye every few seconds. There's a lot going on at the moment as we head into the last few minutes. There goes the Hyundai, nipping up the inside of one of the Audis, which is that 61 car again, isn't it? That's been... Sorry, not 61. The Oh, there's the... Well, I'll get back to that. Nick Brady I was thinking of in the 196. There's the BMW that's been off at the side of the road. It is Chris Murphy, and he's going to take the back entrance into the paddock up by the assembly area. But that car did pull over and come to a complete standstill, but he's obviously managed to Control-Alt-Delete it to some extent and get it back out on the circuit. Julian Daniels still in the pit lane, by the way, never did re-emerge after coming in, I guess, to get that damage looked at from the collision earlier on. With Feroz Bilamoria continuing to circulate and getting some data in maybe for the race later on. 45 minutes, there is the Julian Daniel car. They're just reattaching that trim. Now, they've not gone for the tried and tested gaffer tape solution, but instead, and this is something that has become more commonplace, I would say, over recent years, they're now going for the cable tie approach, which is a little bit more elegant, admittedly, than slapping a load of black tape over the side of the car. But it does mean you need a pair of scissors or something to cut them, which I don't think the mechanic had then with him. In fact, no. And now he comes out with the gaffer tape. So, okay, best of both worlds. Not the classic solution to the problem. I guess maybe because maybe they ran out of cable ties, or maybe they just didn't have anywhere to attach the cable tie at the front edge of that little wheel arch. And they're closing the bonnet on one of the cable ties, but not the other. All of this rush is in vain, I'm afraid, because the session has only got 30 seconds left of it, so Julian Daniel isn't going to get back out there, at least not in time to set a time. But anyway, good work from the team there to get the car fixed up. He will go out on track, and at least we'll be able to complete, I guess, an out and an in lap maybe, just to check the car over, make sure there's nothing else damaged in the steering after that contact. But Julian Daniel's chances of improving upon second place are rather slim, but it's an interesting prospect of that for the race later on, because Feroz Bilamoria was out there for the entire session, whereas Julian Daniel only completed 9 laps, and a couple of those were after that collision. So I do wonder whether maybe he could have gone quicker if he'd been out there through the second half of the session. Not many people improved in the second half of the session, but Julian Daniel might be a little bit closer to Feroz Bilamoria in pace than that lap time would suggest. Checkered flag is out. The session has drawn to a close. Of course, everybody who is currently on a lap is still able to complete that lap. And that includes the 24 BMW Z4 of Kieran Power, although he's gone very, very, very wide at Clearway's corner. And will therefore not be improving this time around. So Feroz Bilamoria looks as though he is going to claim the pole position, provisionally at least. It's always provisional until the session, the cars have been checked over by scrutineers and such like. At qualifying times, relatively unlikely to change. And we will head shortly into our second race of the day. As I said, we're racing from here on in. We've got the Mazda MX-5 Championship, Kent Motors Mazda MX-5 Championship coming up next. But for now, qualifying results for the SW Motorsport ClubSport Trophy. It's Feroz Bilamoria's VW Scirocco that set the fastest time by just under half a second in the end from Julian Daniel in his Golf. Shane Kelly in the Morgan lines up third on the grid ahead of the Pelosi and Larkin Audi TT, which was the best of the Class B cars. Adam Marshall was 5th, the Class A runner, and then a whole host of Class B cars. Nick Brady was 6th in his Audi TT. Will Stacey, didn't mention Will all that. In fact, Will only got out right at the end of the session. Will Stacey, former Lotus MX-5 front runner, and these days a front runner in the Audi TT Cup as well. He got out there, set a few lap times that were good enough for 7th place, and only 9 1,000 slower than Brady actually, so Will Stacey want to watch in the race later on. Alistair Lindsay was next ahead of the Nick Watling and Jack Wheeler Ford Fiesta SG150. Again, didn't see a lot of that car, but it went reasonably well inside the top 10, whilst James Alford's Class A Honda completes the top 10. Then it's Kieran Power and Chris Murphy ahead of the Novobilskis, who were 13th overall, but that was good enough for pole position in Class C. Mark Jones for the Misty Racing team was 14th ahead of Stephen Harrison, and then Mike Parsons, the back in Class A now, Mike Parsons 16th ahead of Matt Adams. The Dukes were 18th quickest, Darren and Joseph Dukes in their BMW Z4, and then we have Jonathan Hobbs in the Peugeot 106 Rally, who beat the Dennises to the Class D pole position. Elliot Walker was 21st. Gary Hobbs, another Hobbs on pole, this time in Class E in the Hyundai Coupe. They ended the session only just over a tenth and a half quicker than Pete Smith and Josh Bromley's Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, that Class E battle one to watch. And then those that had some issues, the 34 car, which is the David Sheed and Malcolm Eadson BMW Compact, I believe it will be registered as, only got out for a couple of laps at the end of the session, but that's normally a front-running car in Class A, and indeed overall, whilst the Sheard and Gilligan car survived its spin at Paddock Hill Bend. And we'll bring up the rear of the grid. So, Club Sport cars being sent back to the paddock, and we will see them again for their race later on, the SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race at 5:10. For now, though, let's head back into the sunshine to catch up with Richard John Neal.
It is absolutely glorious out here, Andy. It's lovely. It's a little bit more cloud cover than we had yesterday, but a plethora of colour here, courtesy of the Kent Models Mazda MX-5. New sponsor for this year. Welcome to Kent Models. We thank them for their support. And this is where we can pause a pound, pose a question to someone. Who is it going to be? This is where we pause and think about who it might be, and then we'll pounce and ask the question. I think we'll have a quick word with Pete Smith in 71. Let's see if Pete's ready to have a quick word with us. No eye contact at all at the moment. Can we grab a quick word, Pete? You okay? How's the weekend going?
So far, so good. Qualifying was interesting. We're all quite close. I think we've got some pace to be up there. Just got to get a good start and see what we can do.
And casting our minds back a couple of weeks, Silverstone, there was a retirement in the middle of the event for you. What was that?
The two grids combined, the Clubman and the Kent Models Championship. Yeah. Unfortunately, I got involved in a Clubman battle and I came off worse off. So the good thing is we're not with the Clubman guys today, but yeah, I think I've just got to keep my wits about me a bit more.
Yeah, it's a difficult scenario. It's great to have. I mean, it was a huge grid, wasn't it? And to watch, really spectacular. But I guess it throws other people in the mix that you're not necessarily used to. You don't know what they're going to do.
Exactly that. So I was in the Clubman Championship last year, so I should have known better. But yeah, with 57 cars on the grid, it's always going to be trickier. But it was great fun. And what a spectacle seeing all of those MX-5s on the grid at the same time.
It's mega to see. I like the two-day format as well. I get the one-day thing, and that's understandable. What made you move up into the Kent Models Championship for this year?
I was in BMW Compacts before, and then I got the Mark 1, did some endurance stuff, and then I wanted to get a feel for it and get competitive before I came to play with the really fast guys. And that was sort of what the year in Clubman did. Yeah. And I need to find a little bit more pace, but I think I'm a bit more prepared for it.
Does it help sort of swapping from BMW? I mean, it's a different sort of car, isn't it? And do sometimes you think, oh, I should have stayed where I was and learnt a bit more there?
Yeah, it's interesting. So although they're both rear-wheel drive, completely different. So the BMW is quicker in a straight line. These you can carry so much more speed through the bends, and it's much more about momentum. Yeah. But I think it's making me a much more rounded driver, having the experience of both. So definitely don't regret it.
That's good. I'm pleased to hear that. And the great thing for us, of all of us wearing the Brscc badge, is that you've stayed with the club, which is great. So thank you for doing that. And I'm guessing you like being with the club, having moved from one discipline to another.
Exactly that. So my first ever racing experience was with Brscc, and it's been great. All the team, how we get looked after, how professional it's run. I wouldn't think about going anywhere else, to be fair. So yeah, really, really happy.
And Bromley Motorsport looking after you?
Yes. So Josh Bromley does a really good job. Runs a tight ship. The car's always on the money, and anything that I need, it's not ever too much trouble. So really, really happy with Josh, and looking forward to seeing what we can achieve together.
I think the club and Bromley Motorsport need to offer you a discount or something now for that great plug.
I certainly wouldn't say no, Richard. Thank you.
Thanks. Good luck for the race. Have a chat. Let's have a quick word with Josh. He's obviously racing himself. I think the whistles are blowing, so we're getting cars out. But yeah, busy weekends for you.
It has been, yeah. I mean, we've had 3 cars out this weekend, and then Pete's turned around and said he wants to do the Club Sport as well, so he's drafted me in. So yeah, me and him are doing Club Sport in the hire car, and then he's out for 2 more races today in the National.
So you just come back from qualifying then?
I have, yeah.
How did it go? Because I didn't really keep a huge eye on the times.
I think I was a little bit quicker than Pete, so I'm yet to tell him yet, but I don't want to ruin his race yet, so I'll keep it from him for a little bit.
Yeah, presumably discretion. If he's a customer, you have to be sort of fairly circumspect about how you put that across.
Yeah, but I've got to show him how it's done sometimes, haven't I, as well? So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing as someone like yourself who's raced a fair bit, that's what people are coming to you for, isn't it? A little bit of experience as well.
I mean, I'd like to think so, yeah. And I mean, me and Pete have worked for 2 years now, and we've took him from sort of the mid to backpack of the Clubman to challenging top 10 comfortably, I'd say, in the National. We've really made some steps forward in the MX-5s.
That's good. And how long have you been, Bromley Motorsport, been involved with the Mazdas?
Oh, yeah, so about 2 years now, I think. Yeah, 2 years, 2.5 years, something like that.
Good stuff. And it sounds like you're enjoying it. I think we're about to get fired up. I'm going to see if I can grab one more interview. Oh, I'm not going to because they're going out. Josh, good luck for the ClubSport race. We'll maybe... Are you in the garages?
We are, Garage 24.
Okay, we'll maybe have another chat at lunch break because we're going to do that then. Good luck.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Josh Bromley there, running several cars, you heard this weekend, and we get the joy of seeing him in the ClubSport. I was going to go and talk to Chris Thelwell, but the cars are going out, as you can see. I think Johnny's going to be all right there. He's not going to get clouted by a mirror, so we're okay. And with the cars going out for a race now, because we're back to racing, as Andy McKeown mentioned, let's hand back to Andy up in the comms box. Over to you, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. We do indeed have cars on the circuit then ahead of race number 2 of the weekend for the Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship, the Mark 1 Championship, which provided a fantastic opening race yesterday. Race of the day and an early candidate for race of the year. I think it was proper Mazda MX-5 racing, a group of, at times, 10 or 11 of them contesting the race lead. In the end, though, it was Ali Bray, the championship leader, the man with probably more experience than almost anybody else on this grid of Mazda MX-5 racing, who came out on top. He will therefore have pole position for race 2, alongside the mightily impressive Thomas Walker, who had a dreadful start yesterday and still came through to very nearly win the race, missing out by under half a second. Row 2 then for former champion Steve Foden, with the championship runner-up from 2024, Adam Sparrow, alongside him. Sparrow would have been a bit disappointed, I think, to be shuffled out of the lead group down to 4th in the final stages of yesterday's race. Richard Wotton and Neil Chisnell will start together on row 3, ahead of Michael Green and Martin Tolley, with Ollie Walden and Harry Storer completing your top 10. Then it's Andrei Abaliev and Adam Craig. Pete Smith starts 13th. We just heard from Josh Bromley, who he'll be sharing a car with in the ClubSport Trophy later on. Paul Tucker will share that 7th row with Pete for now. Keith Dalton and Chris Thelwell are next, with James Seal, Richard Bartlett, Graham Rumsey and Matthew McCluckey completing the top 20 on this 27-car grid. Cars leave the grid on their green flag lap. Will continue going through the grid order though. Matthew Tiller and Simon Privet are on row 11. 12th row Andrew Gilligan and Clive Chisnell, with Donovan Dyer, Tim Storer, Steve Bartlett and Connor Clifford at the back. Now Steve Bartlett, I suspect in particular, will be one worth watching. He's had some good pace so far this weekend, and again I seem to recall was in that lead group when his race came to an early end. So Ali Bray then, undefeated so far in the Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship for 2025, but Thomas Walker, what an impressive drive that was from Thomas. As I say, he qualified about 3rd row, I think, for 2nd or 3rd row for yesterday's race. Didn't get off the line very well, lost a heap of positions through the first couple of corners, and then I was not even really slowly and methodically, he very rapidly and very efficiently moved his way up the order to be fighting for a podium place. It all kind of, the seas parted for him with a lap or so to go, and he moved into 2nd place and tried his best to chase down Ali Bray, but that was really the only time that Ali Bray was ever left alone, was when the battle for 2nd broke out in the closing stages, and Ali was then able to control the race to the flag, winning by 0.4 of a second, which was about the biggest lead anybody had throughout the entire 20 minutes. It was just one of those MX-5 races, though, where drivers were not holding anything back. No punches being pulled. If there was a gap and they thought there was an opportunity for them to get up the inside of someone, they went for it. They were 2 wide, 3 wide, pretty much constantly. It was proper MX-5 racing, and really, really hopeful that we see more of the same in races 2 and 3. Race 2, of course, coming up now, and race 3 a little bit later on in the afternoon. Caught a glimpse there of Connor Clifford's car coming through at the back of the field, which means we're nearly ready to go. There is Ali Bray, the white-black car with the purple highlights and the yellow headlight covers and wing mirrors. Those wing mirrors, will they survive the next 20 minutes, I wonder? And what sort of start will Thomas Walker make this time from the outside of row 1 in the Tucker Motorsport machine? 2 different teams represented at the front of the grid. And then Steve Foden in the 77 car, starting along on the next row of the grid, is always one to watch. Looking to try and get back to winning ways on his return to the championship after a year or so racing away in Audi TTs. Right, the back of the grid is almost in position then, so we're not far away from being under starters' orders. And 20 minutes of Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship racing will be upon us very shortly then. Green flag waved at the back of the grid. All eyes to the starting gantry. Ali Bray and Thomas Walker sharing the front row of the grid. Who will lead into Paddock Hill Bend? And will it be the same person leading at the checkered flag? Well, who knows? Let's find out, shall we? Off they go. A much better start by Walker this time, but not as good as Adam Sparrow. Adam Sparrow launches through from the outside of row number 2 to challenge for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. Ali Bray stands his ground on the inside line, but these two who went toe-to-toe, door handle to door handle on multiple occasions yesterday are picking up exactly where they left off. Sparrow still trying the outside line into Druids. I don't think that's quite going to work. He will slot in behind and actually goes for a tighter exit from the corner and draws back level with Ali Bray down the hill. That again, though, is the outside line into Graham Hill Bend. He might finally wriggle through on the inside on the exit. No, there's no way through, and so he has to settle into P2 for the time being. Good start nonetheless, though, for Sparrow from 4th to 2nd in the first couple of corners. Foden is 3rd. Chisnell, I think that is, in 4th. Oops, one car gets elbowed out of line. That was Richard Bartlett in the red number 78 car. Hopefully he managed to keep that pointing the right way and will rejoin towards the tail end of the order. A couple of ambitious moves being made. That was Connor Clifford marching forward in the white number 14 car. Bray and Sparrow, though, at the head of the field. The first side-by-side battle is for 5th, where Thomas Walker's got Richard Wootton to his inside. So another not ideal start for Thomas Walker. Oh, there's been a lock-up. What's going on for the race leaders? There was a lunge made by Sparrow. They're both wide, the leading two. Did they tangle? It was hard to tell, but Adam Sparrow had a go there at Ali Bray, and they both ended up running out wide. They've been reeled in quite rapidly then by Chisnell and Foden. And Chisnell picks the pocket of Steve Foden there, nips into 3rd position coming through Druid's corner. Wootton got the better of his side-by-side exchange with Thomas Walker. And as I started to say, it's been another not great start to the race for Walker, but it's better than yesterday. He dropped further back than this on the opening lap in that black number 21 car, so he's very much still in contention at this stage. Michael Green, Ollie Walden, Adam Craig and Harry Storer complete the top 10, and Walker, immediately proving my point, is back up the inside now of Richard Wootton as they come around the final turn. Whoops, bit of leading on each other there. 47. Andrea Baluev was up the inside of somebody. That looks awfully like Tom Langford's car from last year. So that is the championship winning car that Andre has got use of for 2025. Leaders up the hill. Sparrow again hunting around on the inside. Can't get the overlap there, though, on Ali Bray. And as was the case yesterday, it's a big pack of MX-5s battling for the lead position. Neil Chisnell tries to go right round the outside of Adam Sparrow, and it might just work. He's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Sparrow should have more momentum off the corner, though, and is left just enough space by Chisnell, who bounced over the curb, lost some forward momentum, and may, as a result, lose 3rd position. Steve Foden to his inside into Surtees' corner. Is Foden going to go through? Chisnell stands his ground, as he's got every right to do, and that backs Foden up into Walker, who launches it up the inside into clearways, and another place gained by Thomas Walker, who is driving like an MX-5 veteran. That was 2 brilliant moves made into Clearways' corner, and that most recent one against a former champion of this series. So Thomas Walker is going to be a real contender, I think, as the season goes on. Foden trying to come back at him into Paddock Hill Bend, but that's the wide line in to try and, I guess, get the tight line on the way out. I'm not sure he's going to do that, though, so Thomas Walker should consolidate 4th place up the hill. Foden's still trying to get there, but Thomas Walker was always going to crowd him out. It gets into Druid's corner just about ahead. Side-by-side action behind. That's Adam Craig now joining in the fun, getting up the inside of Michael Green, who goes curb hopping and manages to hold on to the inside line on the way into Graham Hill Bend. Again, the momentum there, though, is almost always with the car on the outside, and that is the case for Adam Craig and, indeed, for Ollie Walden, who moves up into 8th place. So it's a 9-car lead train with near constant changing of positions going on amongst this particular group. Just not for the race lead. Ali Bray won't be shaken out of that race lead just yet, will he? He's got Adam Sparrow a car's length or so behind. More shenanigans in the midfield. Someone there getting elbowed a little bit wide. That's Pete Smith, I think, isn't it? The purple number 71 car, who was knocking on the door of the top 10, but ended up on the outside looking in there at Clearways' corner and crosses the line down in 14th position. So, lead pack up into Druid's corner. Steve Bartlett, by the way, now I said Bartlett would be one to watch for, started 27th on the grid. He's into 10th place. He is the first car not in this lead group, but on the previous lap, Bartlett was nearly a full second quicker than Michael Green, who is the next car in front of him. Obviously, Michael lost a position or two on that lap, which would have held him up, but Bartlett is at this pace going to be able to join in this lead group as well. have to imagine we will have more side-by-side racing amongst the leaders too, which will slow them down further. And Steve Bartlett from the back of the grid could have an opportunity to gain a few more positions before the race is done. Some damage there by the looks of it to the front of Adam Craig's car. And he's doing his best to stick with his teammate Richard Wootton. Steve Foden, meanwhile, goes back ahead of Thomas Walker. That seemed to be made quite easy for him there on the exit of Clearways and Clark Curve. Leading to, dare I say it, getting away in MX-5 terms. There was about a second, or there was at the line, between Sparrow and Chisnell, second and third. So is Adam Sparrow maybe going about this slightly differently in race number 2? He's a very smart driver, is Adam. He, I'm sure, will have sat down last night, watched back his race footage, thought about what he did well, what he could do differently. He was attack yesterday. The first opportunity he had to go for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend, he went for it, and that sort of set the tone for the rest of the race, didn't it, amongst the lead group? Well, I was going to say, in this race so far, he drives right round the outside of Ali Bray. Now, that I didn't expect to see. I don't think Ali expected him to do that. I don't know whether Ali had an issue. There's a car, that's Martin Tolley. He's definitely got an issue on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. But Adam Sparrow goes to the lead. Now, that immediately makes my point that I was trying to make null and void, because I was going to say maybe Sparrow's content to work with Ali Bray and just sit behind him, gap the rest of the field, and then settle it between themselves at the end. But he now finds himself in the lead of the race, and Ali Bray wants the lead back. He's to the outside into Druid's corner, and as Sparrow washes out wide, that could open the door for Neil Chisnell. Chisnell could end up with the lead here. He's got past Ali Bray for second. He's on the outside into Graham Hill Bend. Bray tries to make it 3 abreast into the left-hander. Thankfully backs out of it, but does somehow get himself ahead of Chisnell for second again. And now clambers all over the back of Sparrow's car into Surtees. Thomas Walker is back to the inside of Steve Foden at Surtees. He's up the curb. That can so easily end in contact. Bray's car looking rather erratic as well. And now Foden goes for third on Chisnell. It's remarkable stuff. You can go from nearly losing a position at one corner to then gaining one at the very next one. It's just that kind of race, and that kind of racing that we're seeing consistently here this weekend. Here comes Bray for the lead then, uses the slipstream, gets a side draft. They're almost touching wing mirrors. Ali Bray on the outside line. Sparrow will contest that on the inside though, as they turn through Paddock Hill Bend. Sparrow stays ahead on the way in, but Ali Bray gets the switchback. Perfectly executed. He's almost on the grass, but Sparrow just about leaves him the space, and Ali Bray, is he going to go back through? Well, they're still debating it on corner exit. Sparrow wants the outside at Druids, because that's the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Look at this, 2x2 down the hill. There's contact between Richard Wootton and Thomas Walker. Somehow Wootton saves it. Here comes Sparrow back to the lead. We've got Chisnell going for third. Oh, why did I make that comment about how they were being better behaved today? Well, they're not being badly behaved particularly, but they were working together for the first part of the race, and now any treaties that may have been signed have been well and truly thrown out of the window. Adam Sparrow back to the lead, Bray second, Foden third. It's side by side for fourth. Thomas Walker and Neil Chisnell debating that position. It's also side by side behind them between the two teammates, Richard Wootton on the inside, Adam Craig on the outside, the two black and yellow cars. Then you've got Ollie Walden, Michael Green and Steve Bartlett. Steve Bartlett very much part of this group. In fact, he's got ahead of Michael Green for 9th position. I said that when the battling inevitably broke out in the lead group, Bartlett would benefit, and that has been the case. Oh, Ali Bray wanted the inside into Druid. Sparrow with a late move to the inside, and Ali Bray almost forces the door open there. He got his foot in the door, but couldn't quite kick it wide open, and so he's still stuck on the outside line into Graham Hill Bend. They are 3 abreast behind, and there is now finally some proper contact. Around will go Richard Wootton. That had to happen. They couldn't keep that up without it all going wrong. Unfortunately, it's Richard Wootton who ends up with the rough end of the deal there. He is on the grass going nowhere. Adam Craig also ran wide, but was able to continue, as here Ali Bray makes another move for the lead. Gets to the inside of Adam Sparrow at Clearways, leans on him slightly. Watch Foden and Chisnell. They both got a run, but they themselves are side by side, so they'll be 2x2 again past the pits. We are not even halfway through this sensational second race of the weekend in the Kent Models MX-5 Championship. It is Sparrow back to the front, but here comes Bray. Ali Bray from a different postcode launches up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, can't quite get there, and Sparrow will somehow fend them all off. Ali again jinks to the inside. Sparrow has it covered. This is tremendous racing between this leading group of 5. In 6th position, though, and I know I've mentioned him a few times, but keep an eye on him, is Steve Bartlett. Steve Bartlett, from 27th on the grid, is in 6th position. He's right back with the leaders now as a result of their side-by-side shenanigans through the first half of this 10th lap of the race. And, well, Steve Bartlett could yet win this race the way that he's going. He is doing a Thomas Walker, isn't he? This is exactly what Thomas did yesterday. And interestingly, Thomas is the next man that Steve Bartlett needs to try and overtake. There is the 478 car. Well picked out by our camera crew trackside. It's the car of many colours, that, isn't it, Steve Bartlett's machine? But it's going very, very quickly and might be about to make another move by the end of the main straight. Right, nearly halfway. 10 more minutes of this to try and get through. Adam Sparrow defending the inside line into paddock. Ali Bray, did he give him a little assistance into the corner? Needs to be careful with that in the braking zone. They've kept it clean so far. Is there a gap on the inside? Yes, there is. They bang doors again, but Ali Bray keeps on coming. 2 wheels on the grass. He's got the inside line at Druids, but Sparrow will try to hang on the outside line, except he's given no option. He's squeezed right off the road by Ali Bray this time, and he will now start losing positions. Foden goes second, and I think Neil Chisnell might have ideas of going around the outside for third. Yes, he does. He might get a shove here from Thomas Walker in the black 21 car that I think will propel Chisnell into that third position. Sparrow's still trying to hang tight on the inside, but I don't think he'll be able to make that one stick, and actually would do well to get back in line before Thomas Walker gets to his inside, which he has done. So Sparrow, a bit like the latter stages of yesterday's race, made one little false move and got shuffled down a few positions. That wasn't really a false move on his part, in fairness. He was levered aside rather robustly by Ali Bray, who is defending the lead once again into paddock. Steve Foden is now his big rival, so this is a new dynamic. We haven't really seen Steve in second, I don't think, so far this weekend. Oh, that's not going to end well. There's three-way contact, and up onto the side of Thomas Walker's car goes Steve Bartlett. I don't think Adam Sparrow on the outside realised they were three abreast there. Miraculously, they all keep going. I don't quite know how no one ended up pointing the wrong way, but there is damage to Walker's car, I think. Thomas Walker's car, well, did have a bit of bodywork rubbing, but he's now actually up the inside of Ollie Walden trying to get a position back. This is crazy stuff. Yes, every time he leans on the right front corner, that bodywork is fouling against the tyre. It's not slowing him down, though, and Thomas Walker is going to keep himself in the battle for as long as he can. Oh, and more contact. Around goes the 68. That's Paul Tucker. He has tangled, I'm afraid, with Pete Smith. I hadn't even noticed those two closing in on that group, and that will take a few moments for them to sort themselves out. They should, though, both be able to get going. I think one car was in the gravel but dug its way out, and the other car should be able to get pointing back the right way. And then there were three. Through all of the craziness, Ali Bray, Steve Foden and Neil Chisnell have escaped out in front. Here comes Steve Bartlett. Steve Bartlett for fourth place on Adam Sparrow, who must be feeling a bit like a punching bag in this race. Bartlett shows him no mercy and moves through into fourth. So this incredible charge through the field from Steve Bartlett. He's survived a couple of bits of contact in this race as well, but he's still going. Pays absolutely no respect to the track limits rules out of Graham Hill Bend. And we are getting drivers warned about track limits, by the way. 68 is one of them, but that's Paul Tucker all the way down the order. But yeah, Steve Bartlett fourth. Can he now lead that second group of cars back to the leaders? They would do well to work together here. I know as I say this, I'm probably wasting my breath, but if they did work together, I think they can still catch the leading trio, because they will inevitably start fighting at some point, and that fight could begin now with Ali Bray defending the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Foden tries the high, wide and handsome line on the way in, but I don't think has been able to get an overlap on the way out. No, he hasn't. They've got the 178 car of Andrew Gilligan to go a lap down shortly, as Adam Sparrow thinks about repaying a favour here to Steve Bartlett. He's up the inside, and Steve, I think, knew what was coming there. He wanted to turn in, decided better of it, and Adam Sparrow does just shimmy him over to the edge of the road. They're not working together, are they, that group? I think that much is fairly obvious. So Sparrow back to fourth, but the gap now is in excess of 2 seconds between third place Neil Chisnell and fourth place now Adam Sparrow again. And they've got 6.5 minutes left to try and catch up to the leading three. There is Sparrow with Bartlett behind. Then it is Thomas Walker. That car still has the bodywork rubbing on the left front corner, but I don't think it's as bad as it... Sorry, the right front corner. I don't think it's as bad as it was earlier on. Good driving there from the Andrew Gilligan car, well, by Andrew Gilligan in the 178 car to get out of the way of the leading group as they come through. Now, these three, I think, are content just to sit here for a minute or two. They've survived all of the action, let's call it. There's more of it going on up the hill now as Adam Sparrow tried to get over in time to block the run that Steve Bartlett had, but he didn't quite time that right, and Steve in fairness to him, I think they're backed out of that, otherwise Sparrow would have been heading straight for the barriers. Adam Sparrow is going to be a little bit miffed, I think, with how this has gone in both races now. He's been a race-winning contender and just through one reason or another has found himself out of contention into the closing stages. He's not completely out of it yet. Like I said, if the leading group start taking lumps out of each other, then he could still close in, could Sparrow. This will help him. Thomas Walker's giving Steve Bartlett a hard time now. Bartlett will be hung out to dry here, I suspect, as they come down the main straight. So Steve Bartlett's progress sort of coming to a standstill now slightly, isn't it? He loses a place to Thomas Walker, loses a place to Adam Craig. Wootton, of course, is further down the order after his spin. 14th place for Richard at the moment. As among the leaders, it's Steve Foden, who's having to go defensive now from Neil Chisnell, who I'm fairly certain has never won a race in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. The two drivers ahead of him, of course, definitely have. Both won championships in Mazda MX-5s before, have Ali Bray and Steve Foden. I'm fairly certain Neil Chisnell has not yet stood on the top step of the podium. Now, Adam Sparrow, having broken away from that group behind, we'll see what lap times he's capable of doing in clean air. He's not close enough to get a slipstream from this leading group. He's 2.6 seconds adrift of Neil Chisnell, or he was at the start of the lap, but Sparrow's definitely getting away now from the battle going on behind him. Trouble is, with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go, he's going to need to take big chunks of time out of the leaders, and that just doesn't look like happening right now. Down into Paddock Hill Bend, up into Paddock Hill Bend they go. Adam Craig having a go at Thomas Walker as they plunge down through the dip. Back of shot, Michael Green there to the outside of Ollie Walden. That is, in fact, that's Walden going through into 8th position. The top 9 are the best part of 10 seconds ahead of 10th place Harry Storr. I'm not entirely sure how that's happened, but yeah, big gap back. Oh, out goes Thomas Walker over the grass, and there's a big bump in the grass there that can very easily unsettle a car, but managed to guide the car back onto the circuit. 5-second penalty, car 45. That is Graham Rumsey for track limits. Now that, I think, is the first track limits penalty of the race. I'll confess I've not been monitoring that given everything else that's been going on, but it's the first notification we've had on the screen to say that a penalty has been dished out. So that's the 13th placed driver. As through comes this leading group of cars. They're catching now Matthew McCluckey to put the number 2 NHA Motorsport car a lap down. Sparrow is not, I'm afraid, catching the leaders. The leading 3 actually just did their personal best laps, all 3 of them. And Sparrow about 4/10 slower, so it's a 3-way shootout this, but Ali Bray has just seemingly got this under control. And if he does win the race, I'd be intrigued to know what was going on when he lost the lead, because it was a very odd moment when Adam Sparrow went round the outside of him into this corner at Clearways, almost as if Ali was letting him go. I don't know why he would have done that. Maybe he just wanted to make the race a bit more entertaining. Well, Ali, if that was the aim, then you certainly succeeded, because that triggered about 10 minutes of craziness. But he's emerged the other side of that with the lead again. Steve Foden, though, won't go away, will he? Neil Chisnell's faded now in 3rd, so this is good news for Foden, bad news for Bray. Good news for Foden because it means that he has got no pressure from behind, and bad news for Ali because it means Steve is free to attack now and not have to worry about defending 2nd position. Oh, Michael Green through the gravel. Good save, good save. He was heading for the barriers briefly there, but gathered it all together. Leading 2 then through Graham Hill Bend. We're going to have time for 2 more laps after this one. So there are still opportunities here for Steve Foden to make the move. But where and when will it come? Clearways is an option. He's had a good run through Surtees, hasn't he? And Ali really has to defend the inside line. And Steve Foden doesn't do to Ali Bray what Adam Sparrow did a while ago, quite a while ago now. Foden gives the bumper to Ali. Steve Foden, when he won his championship a couple of years ago, it was Ali Bray's team that he was fighting against. A whole host of AB Motorsport drivers trying to deny Steve Foden the championship. They couldn't do it. And Steve was delighted to claim that championship, wanted to come back though and have another go. And now he's got the man himself to try and beat. He's giving it a go, look, to the outside into Druids, penultimate time around. But because Ali started defending, it's brought Neil Chisnell back into it. So that was Foden's best opportunity, I think, because now he's got to be mindful that a failed attack for the lead could end up costing him 2nd place. Steve's had a good run out of Graham Hill Bend, though. Forces Bray to defend. Now, this could be interesting. Ali Bray going into Surtees on a tight line. That's really going to slow him down on the exit. Can Foden get an overlap? The answer appears to be no, and he daren't go to the outside because that's where that will open the door for Neil Chisnell. So Bray, again, really clever defensive driving there. We've seen a lot of that in the MX-5 races so far this weekend. Jack Harding and Aidan Hills demonstrating it beautifully in the 2 SuperCup races. Bray has one more lap of defending to do, and defend he is into Paddock Hill Bend. Steve Foden to the outside. Watch for the cutback, watch for the cutback. He turns into the late apex, gets on the power a bit earlier than Ali Bray. Is there a gap to the inside into Druid's corner? They're almost overlapping. Foden is late on the brakes, but Bray is later and turns across his nose into the corner. Was that the last opportunity? Foden's now got Neil Chisnell trying to go the long way round through Druids. Oh, in fact, he's done it. He's got the inside into Graham Hill Bend, but Foden is late enough on the brakes to see off that challenge. That, though, I think, has handed the victory to Ali Bray. I don't believe that Steve Foden is going to be able to get after the race leader now. And remarkably, despite all of the everything that's happened in this race, plenty of action, lots of side-by-side racing, a few skirmishes, Ali Bray at the centre of a lot of that really good hard racing. He is going to come through to claim another race victory. It will be a drag race to the line for second. Meanwhile, this could require the use of the photo finish camera. Neil Chisnell to the inside of Steve Foden. Ali Bray claims his second win of the weekend. For second, it's almost a dead heat, but Steve Foden by 4/100ths of a second pips Neil Chisnell to second position. Adam Sparrow fourth, and Adam Craig completes the top 5 with Steve Bartlett in 6th position in the end. That was a really good drive still from Steve Bartlett. He's a guest driver, Steve, this weekend, so doesn't score championship points, but we're still very much getting involved in the on-track battling. Well, Ali Bray, I doff my cap to you. That was another fantastic drive. He had... to say he had a lot of pressure is quite an understatement, really, isn't it? I mean, the fact that he's managed to defend his lead in both of these races largely is a testament to the experience and the talent that Ali has, but even I thought at some points in that race it was all going to go a bit wrong for him, but the AB Motorsport man comes through it all to claim the win. Steve Foden by a nose hangs on to second from Neil Chisnell, with Adam Sparrow and Adam Craig completing the top 5. Steve Bartlett 6th ahead of Ollie Walden, Michael Green 8th, Andrea Baluev was 9th and the leading Masters driver, and Pete Smith completed the top 10 despite that tangle that he had up at Clearways Corner. Richard Wotton, Harry Storer, Graham Rumsey and Connor Clifford were next. The top 15 then completed by Paul Tucker. Graham Rumsey, remember, had that 5-second penalty. I'm not sure if that's been applied to... Oh, yes, it has, because I didn't just say his name. So Graham Rumsey has had a 5-second penalty applied. He was 13th, but... oh, no, so it hasn't been applied because he's still showing 13th. He will drop down the order, I think, from there. Anyway, Connor Clifford 14th, 15th Paul Tucker, 16th Donovan Dyer, then Keith Dalton, Tim Storer, Chris Thelwell and Richard Bartlett, Clive Chisnell 21st, Matthew Tiller 22nd, ahead of Simon Privet, Matthew McCluskey, Andrew Gilligan, Tom Walker and James Seal, although the last two were lapped down. Tom Walker, I think, retired into the pit lane because of the bodywork damage that he had earlier on in the race. Right, quite looking forward to hearing from our podium drivers here, and I'm particularly interested to hear what Ali Bray's take was on the moment that he lost the lead up at Clearways Corner to Adam Sparrow. We've got one more race to go before lunch, so don't go anywhere just yet. It's the first Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Ford Championship race coming up next, but before that, let's head downstairs and hear from Richard John Neal and our Mazda podium finishers.
Thanks very much. We're going to make you wait. We're going to build up to Ali Bray. I'm going to have a word with Neil Chisnell first of all. Super podium, Neil. Well done.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
That's a good firm handshake, yeah.
Bit sweaty.
That's all right. We don't mind. That means you've been putting the work in the car, and you did. Very close finish at the end.
Yeah, really happy with my performance overall. I didn't think that I had the pace in the car at the start of the weekend, but then throughout the weekend, the car's just got a little bit more settled, got a little bit more front end, and managed to pull some pace out of it. So really happy.
Steve won't be very pleased because obviously he had to keep his attention on you, and that kind of just edged him a little bit away from Ali Bray towards the end of the race.
Yeah, that's it. I was hoping that Steve would just make a few more moves into Ali just to hold him up a little bit, give me the opportunity for the move, but not quite, unfortunately. So just tried to get Steve over the line, but yeah, unfortunately, just missed out.
First podium of the season?
Yeah, first podium in the championship ever.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So been doing this for a few years now. Originally started in the Clubman, had a couple of wins there, but yeah, first podium in the championship, so really happy.
Great news. Here's to many more. Sorry to rush the interview. We've got to try and look forward to Formula Ford as well. So I was going to build up to Ali Bray, but Look at that. We were going to fight Josh for the second place interview. Ali Bray. Right, a couple of things here. First one is, I thought Andy McEwen had murrayed you, the Murray Walkerism, and murrayed you because he said unbeaten so far before the start of the race. I thought, oh, that's it. Ali will thank him for that. But that was all right, so you got the win. The other thing he said, what went on when you lost the lead? That's the question from Andy McEwen.
Honestly, can't remember what happened. Where did we? Oh, we lost the lead up in Clearways.
It's you, not we. You.
Me. Yeah. I lost the lead at Clearways, but I think it was a bit of a brain fade moment. But what a hack out there! Like this is what Mazda racing's about. Adam gave it really good. Adam did. He was super fast. Steve was brilliant at the end, and I just want to say a massive thank you to Paul Austin, Graphics Lab, Atkinson Body Repair, Finish Line UK, and Revivals Rolling Road, because they're the ones that are making it all happen. And big shout out to the team as well. Like, this car was brand new at the beginning of the season. We dropped it on the floor, and it's won every race it's done so far. So we'll keep hacking, and hopefully we'll be back here later having the same conversation.
I hope so. We're lucky having great drivers like you guys in this formula and the SuperCup. Great Mazda racing. Well done, and thanks for being a good sport as well. Cheers, Ali. Thanks, mate. Very quick word with Steve Foden. We've got the Formula Fords on the grid. Well done. That was close, wasn't it, all the way through?
Yeah, another great race. I think everyone was quite fired up after the race yesterday, so I was just calm, collected, and was thinking, right, we'll just sit here, try to pick up the points, and we took that one. Had to go at Ali at the end, but I think my tyres were past their best by that point, so it is what it is.
Some very good drivers in this, though, aren't there? And that's the part of the attraction, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, the drivers who are lower down just keep getting better and better every year. I think Neil Chisnall's a prime example of that. He's worked his way up in the past few years, and now he's joining us on the podium and in the front pack. So credit to him as well for some clean racing.
Nice one, Steve. Thanks for that. We're going to go Formula Fords, but well done. We'll catch up with you a bit later on. Steve Foden, former champion. Great to have him back. What a podium that was. What a race. We've got another great race coming up. Formula Fords, back to Andy McEwen.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, the cars leaving the green flag, leaving the grid for their green flag lap then ahead of our first Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula 4 Championship race of the weekend. There's just something that feels right about Formula Fords rolling off the grid here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. They've got better weather today than they generally have at their end-of-season bash, the Formula Ford Festival. Drivers will be relishing the good conditions out there today, I'm sure. These cars qualified earlier on this morning, you may remember, and it was Ben Powney in the Jamin who set the fastest time. He's got pole position then for race number 1. Mads Gravsson in his Swift, a pair of Swifts actually, qualifying second and third, with Tom Hawkins' 1995 example, the reigning champion, down on the second row alongside Guy Skin in his Van Diemen. Then it's a pair of Class B cars sharing row 3, Oliver Roberts and Chris Stones in two late 80s Van Diemens, ahead of Andy Charsley lining up 7th, and Oliver Chapman, the only Class D runner, but the Lola, the 1970s Lola T200, with a really good late effort to move up into 8th on the grid. 9th position for Vincent J in his Class A Van Diemen, and Stuart Kestenbaum, the best of the Class C cars, in 10th, but only narrowly, because 11th was Colin Williams, 3 thousandths of a second slower than Stuart Kestenbaum. Those two are set to be very evenly matched, I think, in the battle for Class C victory. Lorna Vickers starts from 12th, ahead of Mark Bates and Tim Fitzgerald on the 7th row, with Neil Hunt and Simon Langman at the back of the grid. 16 cars entered for this event, the season opener in the Super Classic Formula Fords, and a championship that will take them around the country. They head from Brands Hatch to Mallory Park in about a month, then up at Anglesey in June, Alton Park in July, Silverstone's National Circuit in August, and Donington Park National in September. It's quite an early end to the championship, the middle of September, but that is more than likely a deliberate choice, because of course it gives them, the drivers, a month or so to prepare the cars for the festival. We'll see a lot of these drivers at the festival going for the historic class victory, historic final victory, which is always one of the highlights of festival weekend. And well, Ben Powney might well be a factor when we get here at the end of the year. He has arrived with a bang in the Super Classic Formula 4 Championship. His white and black Jamin is the car that starts from pole position, with Mads Gravsson in his 1992 Swift, starting alongside the dark liveried car. A pair of white cars on row 2. Tom Hawkins, white and black on the inside. The all-white is Gaius Ginn on the outside. Those top 4 all entered into Class A as well. Let's see who comes out on top then. 15 minutes of racing gets underway, and it's a good start made by the pole sitter by the looks of it, and from Tom Hawkins. Tom Hawkins moves up to challenge for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. He's got still to the outside, the number 484 that was, I think, of Gaius Ginn. How are they going to sort that out through Paddock Hill Bend? It is going to be Powney with the advantage. Lock up there from Oliver Roberts, who's up into 3rd place. So it's a bit of a jumbled order actually at the front of the field, but Powney, the pole sitter, has held on to the lead as they drop down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time of asking and accelerate along the Cooper Straight. Nice clean start as well, which is what we like to see. Although there is one car on the grass having a moment right at the back there. I think that was now, who was that? That was possibly Langman, I think, in the Class C Van Diemen. We'll get to that in a moment or two. Leaders, though, are rounding clearways for the first time. And this is where the slipstream starts to take effect. Up towards Paddock Hill Bend come the leading 3. And as they head for Paddock, it is Powney, Hawkins and Gaius Ginn, the leading 3. Now, Gaius Ginn, I think what's confusing me is his car looks like it's got running number 14, but it is entered as 84. Oh, no, it is an 8. It's just the angle that we were looking at it from. So, yeah, Gaius Ginn in 3rd position, chasing down Tom Hawkins and Ben Powney, who are debating the race lead through Druids. Now overtaking in Formula Fords here at Brands Hatch, generally done into Paddock Hill Bend. You can make a move into clearways, but you're always running the risk of interlocking wheels up there. We've seen that happen quite a lot in the past. So drivers will be maybe just minding their P's and Q's a bit in the early stages. Tom Hawkins, though, would love to try and get ahead of Powney. Given how quick Powney was in qualifying, Hawkins will want to try and assume control of the race, ideally. Here goes Mark Bates there in the number 94 Royale, the lone Royale on the grid. Through they stream, brilliant sight and sound they make as they flash past the pits. Powney, Hawkins and Gaius Ginn leading. Oliver Roberts is 3rd, and Oliver Chapman is in 4th position. In 5th position. Chapman was a late entry this weekend. He is the lone Class D car, I believe. And, well, look at that. He's just lost a position, but still well inside the top 5. In fact, he gets the position straight back on the exit. That's Mads Gravson, who started, remember, on the outside of row 1. But Mads Gravson's lost quite a bit of ground since then, and was briefly up an extra position, but has immediately given that place back to Oliver Chapman's Lola, which is obviously handling very well. It's not going to have the horsepower of some of the more modern machinery. But we see this quite often at the festival, don't we? Particularly within the historic final. Oh, we'll get to that in a moment. We had a tangle at the top of the hill. That's a clearways. Number 14 is one of them. So that's Neil Hunt. Didn't quite spot the number on the other car. Here comes Gravson back up the inside of Oliver Chapman. Meanwhile, nice move made into Paddock. Can Chapman get the switch back again, though, like he did at Druids a lap ago? No, the car bottoms out, actually, as it goes down through the dip, and that maybe lost him some speed, because up the inside comes the number 10 of Andy Charsley. Charsley, the only... In fact, he's a guest runner, is Andy Charsley. Entered into Class A, but not scoring championship points. And he also gets ahead of the Lola. But as I started to say, we do see this quite often at the festival, that the historic final will feature cars that were built in the 1980s, late 1980s at that, battling often with cars that were built in the early to mid-1970s. A well-driven 70s Formula Ford is still a quick car, and that was the great thing about the Formula Ford 1600 Formula. Although the chassis developed over the years, there was very, very little done to actually make the engines more powerful, and so the cars, the performance of the cars didn't change a huge amount as the decades rolled by. And they were able to keep their similar pace. Now that looks to me like there's a lot of fluid on the road. Oh yes, there is, because we've just had a moment for the second place man at Druids as well. I've seen out of the window there is fluid down around the circuit, so someone, maybe Vincent J, I think, because he's retired to the pit lane, someone has left oil all over the circuit. There's been a spin at Druids. They've just got a glimpse of the black car that was bouncing back onto the road, but there is fluid down at least through the first couple of corners and possibly further round the lap as well. So this is going to get very treacherous. Yes, there are surface flags up at clearways as well, so the drivers are really going to be fighting for grip now. 94 and 22 are in the pit lane. 94 is Mark Bates, 22 is Vincent J. I think one of those cars is guilty of depositing oil all over the circuit. You can see it down the pit straight there on the inside line, that line of fluid, which then merges straight over onto the racing line into Paddock Hill Bend. There you can see it on the outside at Druids as well, and on the exit the car's scrabbling for grip as they go over that fluid. Wow, what a dramatic second half, or well, we're only a third of the way through. Rest of the race this could be, because the circuit now at parts is resembling more of an ice rink than a racetrack. And I wonder how many more people that may catch out. There is the surface flag out, up at Druids, I think that is. But they are being displayed, I'm pretty sure, around the entire 1.2 miles of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. You can see there at clearways, one car understeering out wide. So keep an eye on the leaders then as they try to negotiate this oil-slicked circuit. That's the Marshall's lunch break very much gone now, isn't it? They're going to spend most of the lunch break coming up next dressing the circuit. Here are the leaders. Look at them all hugging the inside line into Druids because they don't want to go anywhere near the racing line, because that's the slippery part of the track. There's another car now bailing for the pit lane. Who's that coming in? Oh, and cars off at Paddock Hill Bend, so the oil claiming a few more victims. It was Tim Fitzgerald who had pitted, and a couple more cars have been off at Paddock as well. Leaders at Surtees. So it seems the situation is worse in the first half of the lap. I think the car in question had probably figured out by the second half of the lap that they needed to stay off the racing line. There's Tim Fitzgerald in the pits, chatting to a team member. Go around and assess the back of the car. Probably quite a few drivers who felt that something had broken on their car a couple of laps ago when they first came across the oil. Oh, another car was destined for the gravel, I think there, was it? Yes, there's another car off at Paddock. That oil is at its worst at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, that particular car, I don't think is going to be able to dig its way back out. We can't see it from the camera shot, but there was a black car that went off into the gravel trap and is indeed staying. Oh, it's got into the barriers. It's made the barriers. Red flag is out. Well, some will say that should have happened a few minutes earlier, really, because the track was clearly treacherous. Now, this is going to take a long time. This is going to take a long time to dress the track and get this oil cleared. So I wonder whether there might be a decision taken here to go to an early lunch, because this was supposed to be the last race before lunch. And I wonder whether we will see potentially the race direction take that decision. It'll take them a few minutes to make that call, but if we dress the circuit now, that could take 20-odd minutes. That will then take us into what should have been the lunch break anyway. The lunch break due to kick off at 1:30. It's 20 past now. So I don't see any way that we would get this race in before 1:30. And they do need to make sure that the track is perfectly clear. And of course, we've got a car in the wall at Paddock. That needs dealing with. The barrier will need to be repaired to some extent. So there are lots of things here that would lead me, at least, to that decision. But we'll wait and see what race control decide to do. The cars for now are being gridded up on the track rather than redirected into the pit lane. So that's a sign, perhaps, that we are tending to get a restart. The timing screen shows checkered flag, but this is a process that we're quite familiar with now with TSL, where if a race is stopped, they throw a checkered flag to, in their eyes, end that part of the race. But we are not even halfway through yet, so there will be a restart at some point. Just a case of when that happens. So the surviving cars, I was going to count them, I think about 12 cars maybe have made it through that oil slick madness to line up on the grid, including, crucially, Ben Powdy, Tom Hawkins and Gaius Gibb, who were your top three cars. They were slipping and sliding all over the place, but they did make it through in one piece, largely. Already the cement dust, in fairness, is going down up at Druids Corner, but it's Paddock Hill Bend that's going to require the majority of the work, I think. But it was only a matter of time before someone went off, and the someone was Simon Langman, who we can see his Duckham's liveried car being recovered. Now, that's gone into the barriers quite hard. It's broken the left front suspension, which obviously would have been the corner that went into the barriers first. That's a real shame. The Van Diemen not looking quite as resplendent as it did at the start of the day. So Marshall's then going to work around the circuit, and we await news on a possible restart. So it doesn't help that the cars haven't actually... they have largely come back to the grid in the right order, I think. Powney is there, definitely on the outside row, if you like. And then Tom Hawkins directly behind him. Guy Skin is to his right. There is the work going on up at Druids Corner. So similar scenes, I'm sure we will see at Paddock Hill Bend as well. The oil seems to run around the... I can see it out of the commentary box window, even on the pit straight. I think this line of oil stretches right around the circuit. There is the work being done at Clearways. Of course, there are Marshall's points all around the circuit, so it's not like it can all happen simultaneously, this clean-up across the various corners, but even once the cement dust is down, they sometimes then will attempt to blow it away, drive a course car over it a bit to clear the worst of the fluid. There is the same process being done at Paddock Hill Bend, which seemed to be the worst affected area. Still no notification on the timing screen of a restart time. We had 8.5 minutes, I think, left on the clock when the Reds flew. So 5-minute restart, 6-minute restart maybe would be looking at. There are the cars on the grid, and the cars that survived that drama, the drivers that survived that drama, we're very grateful, I'm sure, that they are able to sit on the grid and look forward to a restart. 49 there is Christopher Stones. He dropped down the order quite a bit. Handy 8th place, having started 6th. Well, 2 places lost, I suppose. Bit of a conversation going on there between Colin Williams, number 34, and Oliver Chapman in the number 69, who had that giant-killing performance going, was losing a couple of positions at one point, but was still in 6th place when the red flags flew. There, the sweeping continues on the run up Halewood Hill. 15 minutes away from the scheduled lunch break start. So 8 minutes is going to be the restart distance we're seeing. So that's a bit longer than I thought they'd give them, actually. But we are ahead of time, and that tells me that they are anticipating we will get this cleared and get the race in without too much further delay. It's inevitably going to take a couple more minutes, of course, but there is the... They've probably run out of cement dust, I would imagine. They're going to have to do this down the pit straight, though, surely, because if we have a restart, then we're going to need to use the grid, and the grid area has oil on it as well, and obviously anyone starting on the oil would be at a massive disadvantage, not to mention it could be seen as a safety issue. There, more cement dust laid down the hill. There is a circuit maintenance van heading around the circuit. I have a feeling that is replenishing the Marshall's buckets of cement, which they were probably running quite low on. And spare a thought here for the Marshalls as well. It's another pretty warm day here at Brands Hatch, and they are stood out there in baking hot conditions and doing a splendid job of keeping the event running, as always they do. So we thank them immensely for their hard work. The grid marshals, I can tell you, are in the process of positioning everyone into their grid slots so that when the track is ready to go, we can get things started pretty quickly. Got one car in the pit lane as well. I can't quite see who that is. It's a blue car. It's positioned just behind the starting gantry. So that car's going to be a pit lane starter as and when we get going. It will be an 8-minute restart. We're still probably a few minutes away from being able to get that race restarted, though. So I think in the meantime we're going to have an opportunity to head downstairs and hear from Richard John Neal, who has talked his way out onto the grid, where he's going to have a chat, I think, with some of the drivers getting ready to take the restart.
Yeah, thanks. So that was certainly the plan, but as soon as they see me, the engines have fired up, as you can see, and they've all gone. They've all gone and left me. So I think what Johnny and I might do is pop down the grid and have a chat with some of the drivers once they've re-gridded, which obviously gets them in the place where they need to be for their restart. I was eager to talk about the PRS because I was involved in a project a couple of years ago talking about the guy, Rick Stevens, who built the original PRS. And I can't remember whether Rick was... another Rick, isn't it? Because we were talking about Rick Shortle earlier on. Yeah, I couldn't remember whether Rick Stevens had been involved in some of the later models. So that was one of the questions I was going to pose him, which would have been nice for any Formula Ford anoraks that are watching in today. But the cars are very much down the other end of the grid. And let me know whether you want me to just keep talking and waxing lyrical. We're nearly going to go into some of our officials. And we'll catch up with a couple of the guys at the back of the grid as we walk down. I was just saying to Johnny, my cameraman today, that the thing that really you notice coming out, I've never actually walked on this part of the track before. I've driven around it, but never walked on it. As you come through Clark Curve, the camber is absolutely incredible. It really kind of leans up. It's almost like a banking. I'm not sure the camera will get it. Johnny will do his very, very best to try and show you. But it's much more severe when you're standing on it, and you kind of watch touring cars and GT racing on streams and on TV these days and think, yeah, it's kind of flat. It's far from flat. And again, a conversation we have a great deal is, you know, we love it that you guys watch the stream, which is great. I know a lot of people watch the stream at the circuit, but there's no substitute for actually being at a racetrack, and particularly on a lovely day like this at Brands Hatch, where the grass is meticulously looked after by Jonathan Palmer's MSV team. The weather's fantastic. You can have a lovely day out, some nice food from the lovely restaurants that they have here, and watch some great racing courtesy of the likes of the Brscc, and then watch it back on the stream when you get home. We're very nearly getting to the back end of the grid. So, what you probably never think about is what cameramen have to go through to get your shots, and something very simple like this, but you know, Johnny's walked backwards for the best part of a quarter of a mile today, I would guess, which is tricky. I hope he's not going to fall over the car at the back of the grid, which is around about 10 metres away now. Has he got a mirror? Can't quite see what's going on. Yeah, feel free to turn around. I don't have to be on camera all the time. We get towards the back of the field, and the Royale RP21. Are we all right to have a word with Mark? Yeah, okay. Mark Bates in the Royale, and these are beautiful kit. I was just waxing lyrical, Mark, about what it's like to be at a racetrack, and we love people watching the stream. There's no substitute for seeing the cars for real, is there?
That's right, yeah. It's been a while since I've been racing, so it's nice to get back in the cockpit.
Okay. What was the break for?
It's
a long time since you've been in the cockpit. Has that been away from racing, or?
I've been busy running my business, running other people's cars, so it's a bit of a bushman's holiday for me.
Well, it's nice to have you back. Tell us a little bit about the car, if you would.
Yeah, it's a car, I bought it from Sweden back in 2016 and gradually rebuilt it. It's done a few races here and there, but hopefully we'll be able to get it out more.
That would be good to see. So I'm going to put you on the spot now. Festival this year?
I'd love to, yeah. If I get time. It depends how many cars I'm running on the day.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's always an issue, isn't it, as to how busy you are. In terms of classic Formula Ford cars and ones with history, do you have is there any sort of logbook with it? How do you know the history of it, or is that something you have to put together, or is it just luck sometimes that the previous owners assembled it or carried it through?
I'm quite lucky with this car because it came from Sweden. They have proper FIA papers, right. Which is quite nice to keep with the car. But even in this country now, with classic cars, they are starting to do vehicle identification forms, which does give the cars a bit of credibility. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess it adds to provenance if you've got FIA papers as well, but does that make it more expensive as a hobby as well?
I guess so, but they're still relatively... They're a relatively cheap racing car. You get a lot for your money in terms of smiles. Yeah.
That's good to know. Thanks for that. Good luck for the restart, Mark, and we really appreciate you taking the time to have a chat with us.
No, thank you.
Thanks. That's Mark Bates in the Royale RP21. Car coming just into line, which is Lorna Vickers, who was on the in the pit lane. We'll see if we can grab a word with Lorna as soon as she is stopped and ready to go. I'll always check first. Lorna, are you okay to have a quick word on camera, please? Brilliant, there we go. So we'll get Johnny round and saw you in pit lane. Great that you've made it out on track. What were the issues that took you in?
Basically, I thought that was the end of the race. I thought we've done enough laps. They've called the red. I'll go in the pit lane. And then realised as soon as I was in there, big mistake. And then I've asked, and luckily they've let me come out, so I'm back out.
That's good. A wonderfully prepared car again, and I'll repeat the fact that we'd love more people to come to the race days as well as watching on the stream afterwards. This is a Van Diemen, one of the best-known names, of course, in Formula Ford racing. Do you know the history for this car?
I don't. Well, I bought it from France, and it was run by a guy out there that was midfield. And when I got it, it had Bouncy Castle sponsorship on the side, and I was like, I'm not driving around with bouncy castles. And then for the colour, I actually took the top off my toothpaste and went down the shop and said, I want that colour, please. So that's as much history as I know.
It's amazing what you can do these days. I'm hoping the bouncy castle wasn't an augur of what was to happen.
No bouncing so far. No, just keep it steady out there.
It's a lovely mix of cars, isn't it? A lovely field, and the paddock seems very, very relaxed.
It is, yeah, it's a good fun paddock. Everyone's really friendly, and it's great. You know, it's not a bad grid. Could have done with a few more out this weekend, but it's picking up. Yeah, it's good, and the sun's shining. So
that's all we can ask for, isn't it? Sun shining, decent grid, and then once everyone sees the stream with everyone out, I'm sure they'll be out to play.
Sing Peter Daly because he's in Malaysia with the GTs. So.
Sounds like a work trip.
Yeah. Keeps telling me it's work.
Peter, wish you well. I'm sure we'll be catching up on the stream. Thanks for having a word, Lorna.
Okay, bye then.
Thanks very much for that. And we go across again. And of course, the other thing about Formula Ford is we can discuss different marques. And Neil Hunt is in the Mondial. So let's grab it. Are you okay for a quick word, Neil?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll make it.
That's good. Well, there's an old maxim in journalism that says there's no such thing as a bad answer, only bad questions. So I always say to people, if you're worried about an interview, if you're bad, blame the interviewer. If you're good, it's down to you. So we'll see. But a Mondial, another marque represented. And again, apologies for repeating the question to everybody, but do you know the history of the car?
I know the key history of the car from Brands Hatch, because this is the chassis that was on pole for the 1992 Formula Ford Festival. Wow. Being driven by someone a lot quicker than me, obviously, Jonathan McGall. He would have been second on the grid, but Jan Magnussen was penalised for being underweight and was put to the back of the grid. So Jonathan started the 92 festival in this car on pole position.
Do you know, I can't hear the name Jonathan McGall without thinking of the late, great Brian Jones saying it in his inimitable Jonathan McGall, you know, and he would, it's just one of those words that, yeah, that's a Brian Jones word, and absolutely mega. But wonderful. And was that a choice to go for a Mondial, or were you just looking around generally for a super classic car?
It was actually kind of a serendipitous thing, really. I used to run with Lannon Racing, Graham Johnson, the chaps that ran George Russell to his first championship in Formula 4, and Graham got an offer he couldn't refuse to go and run as an engineer in Indy Lights in America, and sold me the car I'd been running with him, which was a Van Diemen, but also found someone to run the car for me, which was Richard Peacock. And Richard Peacock runs Mondials, and Richard lent me an 88 Mondial to enter a super classic pre-90 race. I really enjoyed it, so as they say, I went out and bought one.
Is that the same Richard Peacock that ran Anglesey?
That's the same Richard Peacock that designed Anglesey, in fact.
And didn't he do a fantastic job of that too?
Oh, he did. It's a stunning circuit. Shame they can't control the weather, really.
We've got to go. Thanks ever so much for the chat, Neil. Really appreciate that. Good luck for the race. We've got to disappear through the fence here, but I'll hand you back to Andy McEwen. Thanks for the chat, everybody.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, cars are about to go on to their green flag lap ahead of a restarted race here at Brands Hatch. I definitely wasn't tucking into a little early lunch there, taking advantage of the delay in proceedings. We are looking forward then to an 8-minute restarted race for the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Ford Championship. Then cars being released onto their second green flag lap then, and they'll be given a small opportunity here to take in the conditions on track and see exactly what they are faced with, because the track will look quite a bit different now than it did last time they were out there. Well, that's the issue, isn't it? The cement dust. Now, the cement dust, obviously, I say obviously, I guess most people will know, soaks up the slippery substance that's been dropped all over the circuit, but cement dust itself is not the grippiest of things, and the oil will still be lingering underneath it to some extent. So the drivers, often drivers fall into one of two trains of thought here. Some of them will do, as we can see a couple of them doing, deliberately drive all over the cement dust on the green flag lap to test the conditions, to see how much or little grip it's going to give them. Others will steer well clear of it because they don't want to slide off on a green flag lap, which is always an embarrassing thing to do. So we are seeing a bit of a split strategy there already on this green flag lap. The other interesting thing is that we do have cement dust on the start-finish straight over the grid hatchings, but I think the cement dust ends just before the area at which the cars had been gridded up. So the bit of track that they're actually going to be taking this standing restart from could be a little bit slippery, and if it is going to be slippery, it will be on the outside line, I reckon. Middle of the track across to the outside, the racing line. That's where the car that was spilling the oil had been running. And so you can see there the cement dust's on the inside line at the back of the grid, but there aren't enough cars that will be using those grid slots. It's the bit where they were of course, parked waiting for the restart earlier on that the marshals haven't been able to touch with the cement dust. So keep an eye on that. Could see a bit of disparity here at the start as far as who has the traction and who doesn't. It's Ben Powney, remember, who has pole. Alongside him, Tom Hawkins. Now, Tom Hawkins made a really good start from third on the grid initially. Now he's one place higher for the restart. He's got 8 minutes to try and get past Ben Powney, but he'd love to do it in the first 8 seconds or so, if possible. Let's see whether he is able to do that as we get the green flag at the back of the grid. The 5-second board is held aloft, and we're ready to go racing then here at Brands Hatch. Second attempt at getting this Super Classic Formula Ford race underway. Off they scramble from the line. Good start made by Powney, but as they go up through the gears, Hawkins is coming back at him on the outside line, though. That means he will be on the cement dust as they turn into Paddock Hill Bend, and there just isn't the grip out there. Powney drifts wide as well. There's a huge plume of dust that gets kicked up behind the leading pack. Powney early on the brakes into Druids, and Hawkins sails round the outside. They go either side of the line of cement dust, but I think this might work for Tom Hawkins. He's got the inside line for Druids. That was really good stuff. He skates a bit wide, though. He's too wide over the curb, over the grass, and Ben Powney sees the chance to get back to the inside. Ben Powney back to the lead of the race. Oh, Tom Hawkins blew it there. He'd got the move made, and then just overcooked it into Graham Hill Bend, possibly because he had cement dust on his tyres still from his line through Druids Corner. Round clearways they go. I promise you, they are going through clearways. You can't see most of them, but they are all there. And as they come across the timing line at the end of lap number 1, it is Powney getting away, actually, from this battle for second place. To the inside goes Oliver Roberts. Oliver Roberts in a Class B Van Diemen, a 1989 example, trying to get to the inside of the 1995 Swift of Tom Hawkins, the newest car on the grid, that Swift of Tom Hawkins. And he's under a lot of pressure from Oliver Roberts and Guy Eskin. Roberts might not be a Class A car, but Guy Eskin is. So from a championship perspective, Hawkins needs to be a bit careful here. He can allow Roberts through, but he doesn't want Guy Eskin to come through with him. Of course, what he really wants to do is go after the leader, but Ben Powney is checking out now at the front of the field. We've got Andy Charsley there up into 5th place as well, ahead of Mads Gravson, who again didn't get a great launch off the line the first time. Same is true, I think, on this restart. Right, things settling down a little bit more this time through clearways as they go through on the inside line and accelerate down the main straight. Challenge on for 4th. That is Andy Charsley, I think, is it? Yes, coming... sorry, this is Charsley and Gravson battling over 5th position. Gravson going around the outside of Andy towards Paddock Hill Bend. It didn't work. The red and white machine of Andy Charsley keeps hold of the place for now. The Ray, 1992 Ray, holds the inside in towards Druids. There's Oliver Chapman under threat from Chris Stone, Class D car battling a Class B car. As here, we've had a change, have we? That's Guy Eskin. No, not Guy Eskin, not yet past Oliver Roberts, but I think he's about to get past the number 16 down the Cooper Straight. Nips to the inside line. And, yep, the Class A car had a little bit more poke in a straight line and was able to get through before Surtees, although Oliver Roberts is pretty competent under braking, isn't he? Tried to get back through on the inside at Clearways, but ultimately was a bit too far back. Now, this has all allowed Tom Hawkins to break away slightly. Is Hawkins now lapping quicker than the race leader, I wonder? Answer, yes. Fastest lap of the race for Tom Hawkins, a 52.9. He was 4/10 quicker that time than Ben Powney in front, so the gap is coming down again. Charsley and Gravson still doing battle over fifth position, but they've now caught Oliver Roberts, who, having been overtaken by Guy Skinn, has perhaps fallen out of his rhythm ever so slightly and has these two clambering all over him. But these are 3 cars running in 3 different classes, so none of this matters from a points perspective. The one with the most to gain, I suppose, is Mads Gravson. If he could get past these two, he could then go off after his fellow Class A runners up the road. Remember, Charsley is actually not scoring points at all. The red and white number 10 car, he is a guest driver. It is a Class A car, but not running for championship points here this afternoon. Round Clearways and Clark curve they go. The lead gap back out that time as Ben Powney, in fairness, responds to Tom Hawkins and steals the fastest lap away with a 52.458. There goes Mads Gravson round the outside of Andy Charsley. And this is, of course, now for 4th place because Oliver Roberts has faded down into 6th. So Roberts, I fear, is running into some sort of an issue. Fingers crossed he's not dropping any fluid on the track, because that's the last thing we need. We've got no more cement dust, I don't think, here at Brands Hatch to deal with another spillage. He's definitely off the pace, dropping away from these two. Behind him, Oliver Chapman and Christopher Stones are side by side down the hill. I think Stones is going to go around the outside of Chapman. Yes, he does. That's exactly what Gravson's trying to do to Andy Charsley, and he is successful too through Surtees. Goes through up into 4th position. So Mads Gravson picking up a position. Andy Charsley will now try and tuck into the slipstream and see if he can go after the cars ahead. The lead gap out by another half a second. It's another fastest lap for Powney, 52.434. Pole position, just to give you an idea, was a 50.7, so about 1.7 seconds off that pace. That's how much this cement dust is slowing them down. It's a hell of a lot better than driving over oil, but it's still not as grippy as the circuit was earlier on, and that will catch the drivers out in the later races as well. It will take the rest of the day probably for this cement dust to be brushed away. There's Oliver Roberts in the pit lane, unfortunately, and that car is heading straight back to the outer paddock, so it was something fairly terminal for Oliver Roberts' car. And as he bails for the paddock, he becomes our first retirement from this restarted race anyway. Of course, we've lost a few of them before the red flag came out. The leaders go through, 2.5 minutes to go. Best battle then is still this one for 4th, I think, between Mads Gravson and Andy Charsley. Although it wouldn't be a bad idea maybe to check in on the next group of cars behind, because Chris Stones, Colin Williams and Oliver Chapman are still quite close together. In fact, Chapman had fallen behind the Class C leader Colin Williams, but he got back ahead of him at the end of that previous lap. They're about to come into view there, and here they are side by side. Colin Williams on the inside, the yellow number 34 PRS, and on his outside is Oliver Chapman in the Lola. Oliver loses the place again. So those two have traded positions twice now in the last lap. 3 times, in fact, sorry, because Williams got past Chapman. Chapman got him back. Williams back ahead as they turn into Surtees, but under threat from Oliver. Number 69 Lola, which is so good on the brakes. Look at that, carries good speed into Clearways. That car quite a bit more softly sprung than some of the more modern machinery, and that really helps it to rotate through the corner at Clearways. He's nipped back up the inside of Williams now, and Oliver Chapman back into 7th place. The lap chart will say that he began that 7th lap in 7th place and he ended it in 7th place, but there were 2 overtakes in the meantime. He now sets back off after Chris Stones, who is the Class B leader. Black and white warning flag for number 37, Ben Powney. That's interesting. So he's just set another fastest lap of the race, but exceeded track limits in doing so. Now, the track conditions clearly aren't the best, so that will be his reasoning, I'm sure, behind slipping off the road. But you need to drive within the conditions that are available to you, so he's got to be a bit careful. 2.8 seconds ahead of Tom Hawkins. Doesn't really need to be taking too many risks right now, does Ben Powney. Just needs to keep it on the island, and a race victory in this opening round of the championship should surely be his. Across the line goes the 6th place squabble. Oliver Chapman definitely closing back in on Chris Stones ahead. Powdy, by the way, not being deterred at all by this track limits warning, has just set another new fastest lap now, 52.1, which is now still 1.5 seconds off his qualifying pace. You would always expect cars to go a little bit slower in race conditions than qualifying, but with the cement dust all over the circuit, that's being exaggerated a little bit now in these race conditions. Oh, the checkered flag is out. The checkered flag has gone out for Ben Powdy. Was that early? No, I think the time had ticked down to 0. Apologies. So Ben Powdy wins the first race of the weekend in the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula 4 Championship. Tom Hawkins in second and Guy Erskine in third, with Mads Grafson and Andy Charlesley completing the top 5. Here comes the 6th place battle. Chris Stones, Oliver Chapman and Colin Williams in that order. 3 of them covered, though, by under half a second at the flag. And then this group was almost as close. That's Mark Bates in 9th, Stuart Kestenbaum 10th, and Lorna Vickers having started from the back, of course, on that restart, down at 11th ahead of Neil Hunt. So checkered flag caught us out slightly. I do wonder whether it came out a few seconds early. There are 4 seconds still showing on the clock there at the top of the screen. But anyway, Powdy won with the fastest lap as well to boot, and won by 3.4 seconds in the end over Tom Hawkins. So we didn't miss a lot. He managed to claim the victory pretty securely. Hawkins second, Guy Erskine third, Mads Grafson fourth, and Andy Charlesley in 5th position, the guest driver, all of them Class A. Chris Stones was 6th, but more importantly won in Class B, whilst Oliver Chapman, the low Class D car, was a very impressive 7th overall. Colin Williams claimed the victory in Class C, and that was the closest, if I know, he was 8 seconds, wasn't he, ahead of Mark Bates, but he and Stuart Kestenbaum for second in Class C was nose to tail at the flag. Lorna Vickers 11th ahead of Neil Hunt in 12th. Oliver Roberts retired to the pit lane, and Simon Langman was not able to take the restart of that race. So it took us a while to get there, but a good victory for Ben Powdy, and a well-deserved one too. He managed the conditions very well and saw off that early challenge from Tom Hawkins. Tom will be kicking himself a little bit, I think, because he did briefly lead, only to slip wide down at Graham Hill Bend. Powdy pounced and was able to wriggle back through before they got to the end of the Cooper Straight, and from there never really looked back. Hawkins set the fastest lap at one point in pursuing the leader, but every lap after that pretty much Ben Powdy was able to improve upon the fastest lap himself. Looking at the race time, by the way, the race time for the winner was 8 minutes 0.789 seconds, so that's where the confusion came from. I think they crossed the line a fraction of a second after the 8 minutes had elapsed, so apologies, but Ben Powdy has made his way down to the pit lane already, and very shortly we'll be catching up with Richard John Neal. He wasn't aware that he'd qualified on pole position earlier on. I'm pretty sure he'll be aware that he won the race, though. Tom Hawkins is not heading for Parc Ferme, but Ben Powdy is there and is about to catch up with Richard John Neal. Let's hear then from our race winner.
Thanks very much, Andy. We might handle this slightly differently, to be perfectly honest, because just had a quick chat with Alan Bowles, the championship coordinator. And I think what we're going to do is maybe cover the podium as live and allow Josh Barrett, the circuit commentator, to do some interviews because we're going into our lunch break. So we do get the opportunity now to take things a little bit, well, not easy for us, Johnny, because we've got to work for the next hour or so doing a pit lane walk. But in terms of the podium, we haven't got to turn around the drivers quickly to go on to the next race. So we thought we'd maybe have a bit of breathing space on this one and let the circuit guys do their business, and then we'll interview the drivers after the podium. So you'll get to see the podium unfold circuit style. If you're not at Brands today, it'll be a nice treat for you to be able to see that. Ben currently interviewed by Josh Barrett. I'm pleased to say Josh is joining the British Touring Car radio team this year, which is great. So we'll be hearing a lot more from Josh, either doing interviews or box twos, and continues a fine tradition of some really very, very good commentators indeed on Toka weekends. But not a Toka weekend here, of course. Brscc spring race weekend, Fun Cup yesterday with the Olympian GRD team taking their first win in the Fun Cup. Watch it back if you need to get the chance. It was a very entertaining 4 hours and we greatly enjoyed it. So we're looking at our top 3 there at the moment. Ben Powdy having his interview. I think he knows he won. He didn't know he had pole position, as Andy said earlier on. Podium set up in the back. What we'll do, actually, I'm going to make my way around this way, you'll notice that the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Fords have a different look to the trophies that are given out here, and Alan's team put these together, and they're nice because in many a trophy cabinet, isn't it nice to have something that stands out as different and that people will recognise? Nothing wrong with the ordinary trophies, but it's just nice to have something a little bit different. And I'll pick up, actually, Alan, that's your idea, I think.
Very much so. It's something that we pioneered at the festival last year with the GVK 200 and decided to continue it on, and they look totally different to anything else.
You've obviously had great feedback on them.
So far, so good. We'll see what they say.
We like them. It does stand out, doesn't it? It's nice to have that looking a little bit different.
It's just something nice that looks different, something that people are proud to win.
What was your thoughts on the opening race of your campaign?
Very good oil slick during the race. Truncated races are always difficult. Thanks to the Brscc for letting us have a restart, eating into the marshals' dinner break. So thank the marshals for staying on post to keep us under control. And let's go again this afternoon with a easier, straightforward, clear race, please.
I'm sure we will. These things do happen. For us, it gave us the opportunity to get onto the grid and talk about the history of some of the cars, which was good fun.
It's always nice to spend some time on the grid with a Formula Ford floating around. And let's look at race 2. Just a little bit disappointed we're full of white cars on the podium today. They all look very white. Yep. I like to see a mix of colours. Yeah.
It reminds me of one of my first single-seater races doing the apprenticeship for commentary, Silverstone Racing School. And it was basically get on with the race commentary, Richard, and here are 15 cars all exactly the same.
Yes, I like to see variation of colours as well. Well done to all our first 3 drivers and all our class winners. Tricky conditions, but they handled it beautifully. A good race.
That's good. How do you do your podium? Is it 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1?
Whichever you prefer. Should we go 3, 2, 1?
Yeah. I think Josh is ready, so we're going to hand over. You're going to take a little stand back. I'll call it, and Alan will call his drivers over, and we'll see them come onto the podium very shortly. Third position was Gaius Ginn. So here comes Guy. If we can have a round of applause, by the way, as well for Gaius. Congratulations. We'll have a little chat in a moment. So Gaius takes third position. Nice photo opportunity there as well from Alan. And second position, Tom Hawkins. Tom sporting the number 1, of course, this year, takes P2. And our race winner, pole to win for Ben Powney. Well done, Ben. You'll notice there's no fizzy pop, which is a good idea. This is why we're not standing too far back. I'm sure there'll be some drunk a little bit later on, which is a general idea. All happy with pictures? Where's James Roberts when you need him? He's like, James Roberts, where are you? There we go. Do you want to get in the centre and take that one? So it's a nice centre picture. We'll allow time here as we're in the lunch break. Big smiles from our opening race of the year. Second weekend for many championships, such as Mazda's. Everybody happy with that? Don't go away, Gaius. We've got to have a word now. We've got to do the interviews. Gaius. Sorry. Everyone, I'm sorry. The prize is the trophy. The downside is that you have to talk to me. Interesting looking race though.
Yeah, it was. It was great. The first part of the race. I mean, after the oil went down, it was just a nightmare. Before they stopped it, I was just, it really was quite difficult. But yeah, second half it was great, and just trying to avoid it and keep it on the track. But these guys were out in front, and there was no way I was going to get near them. And I was very happy with my third. So yeah, good.
That's good. I was just talking to car in one piece, which is good news. Just talking to Alan about one of my first commentaries I did. Were you at Silverstone Racing School? Yeah, you might have been in the race. So you were probably my first single-seater commentary a while ago.
Oh, really? Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was a great race school, that was. Yeah. Oh, right, okay.
Tricky to commentate on because all the cars were identical.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
No. It never got much easier. Congratulations. That's a real thrill to have a chat with you. Well done on P3. And Tom Hawkins, number 1 on the car. And last time I think we spoke was Festival, and you had pole position at the festival, which was mega. What a story that was that day.
Yeah, no, that was really good. And I've got tough opposition here with Ben though. I've not really come across him before, to be fair. I think it's his first sort of full season in this, I think. And he's certainly putting the, he's got the pace, definitely. So it's going to be quite an interesting year, I think. Yeah.
I guess you welcome competition like that because you always want to be up against the best drivers that you can.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, at that restart, I was quite sort of pleased it restarted because I thought if I could get the jump off the line, and when I got I think I got in front of Graham Hill, and then there was still oil down, and I just misjudged it, went right wide, and then he got past, and then just trying different things to try and get the best thing, and it just, I just kept going backwards after that, because every time I tried something different, it just was worse than the first thing. So, yeah, but yeah, good race. Yeah.
Decent start to the campaign anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't ask for more than that. Finished, and yeah, good points. So yeah, all good.
Nice one. Well done. We'll see you for race 2 a little bit later on. And Ben Powney, our second chat of the day. Obviously, we had a word. You didn't know you were on pole. You knew you won though.
Yeah, I think I knew that one. Yeah, what a race! That was madness. That one. I don't really know what to say. Really, it was all like a bit of a game of two halves, and like just wet lines in the dry. It was one of those sort of crazy races, but good fun nonetheless.
How nerve-wracking is it for you as a driver? Going out after a lot of fluid's gone down and it's been treated, but you don't actually know how it's going to be, and you're the first driver to have to negotiate that.
Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way. I always think I've got the best chance of trying to get through it the first time round. So, yeah, I think it's always challenging. But fortunately, the marshals did a really good job then of actually cleaning it all up, because it was literally all over the place. So, yeah, they did a good job keeping it clear.
As ever they do, good stuff. And could it be an interesting year, you think, with all the drivers that were up and about near you?
Yeah, definitely. I think actually there's probably maybe a couple that should have been at the front that weren't for some reason. So, yeah, I'm glad to get the points on the board. And, yeah, beating Tom is good as well. So, yeah, reigning champion.
Got to go for the double now.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's definitely the plan.
I'll let you get away and have your lunch break. Ben Powney, many congratulations. Thanks for having a natter with us. And thanks, everybody, for staying with us up here at Parc Fermé. We are now into our lunch break on Sunday the 13th of April. Does that date ring a bell? I had a look. The only thing I could find was in 1743, it was the debut of Handel's Messiah, the first performance of that in Dublin, would you believe? I bet they had a few beers afterwards as well. Our Messiah is here, Johnny on the camera, so we're going to now do, again, I won't try not to get you to walk backwards too much, maybe I'll do a bit of backwards walking. We're going to have a look at the ClubSport Trophy runners who are in the garages today. Now, the garages aren't 100% full up, but we have got a lot of runners that we can talk to. And it's actually worked out quite nicely, because we didn't get a chance to talk to the ClubSport runners after their qualifying. We're going to go down, see who we can find, and get some stories for their championship opener. As we said, Mazda's in their first weekend of the season was at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. And the ClubSport runners, this is their opener. Some of them may have raced in other things. We're at the Pure Track garage. Let's see if we can find someone to... I was going to take the mickey out of Sarah. Sarah, come on, let's have a... Sarah Dennis. So, Sarah, will you actually get a race today?
Yes. Yes, I've done laps today, so the car's absolutely fine. Hopefully, I'm actually going to start a race and finish a race today.
We hope so. Who's starting, by the way, because you're sharing with hubby?
We haven't discussed that one yet. I'm not sure.
Is it a coin flip? I mean, seriously, how do you go about doing that? Because it's there must be some sort of strategy.
Normally there is. So normally we have paid drivers in the car and we run the car. Today is a complete bolt out the blue. We entered last minute. So that's a good question. We haven't actually discussed it. I think potentially he will go first, I think, to warm it up for me. But bear in mind, I didn't have a race and he broke the car last time. I might go first.
Just so you get some laps in.
Exactly that.
How are things with Pure Track? We spoke, since we last spoke, I think you made your Toka debut, didn't you, last year? That must have been nice for the team.
Oh, it's absolutely phenomenal. It's such a boost. We absolutely loved it. But with anything, you need sponsors, you need budget. We are working on coming back into the paddock. We've been very busy this year and last year with Renaults. We've got a brand new Renault today, which is the black one behind us. So that's its first debut meeting. So at the moment we're breeding Renaults, but yeah, we're looking to make a return to the Toka paddock hopefully next year, again in a Mini.
I will see you there, because I'm there next year as well, as long as I don't get cancelled. Which is, I know a lot of people are hoping for cancellation for me, but let's see, should we grab a word with Matt and to find out what he thought about the car? Matt Adams, drag you over, our informal chat. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. So brand new car here.
Yes, brand new car. Yes.
And so. What's the deal? Does Matt rent it, or is it your car that's then prepped?
So I built it. Well, Matt helped, but yes,
so tell us all about the car, every technical detail.
Well,
or as basic as you want for starters.
Well, it's about 320 horsepower. So I've got a bit of aero. So I've got splitter and a cop spoiler. It's got I've got a Wade. It's got fiberglass doors, bonnet, and side windows. standard glass windscreen.
Lots of pure track products.
Yeah, lots of pure jack sport look. And it's weighed out about 1250 without a driver. Yeah. Obviously, because I'm quite large, once I'm back inside it, it's about standard weight, unfortunately. But apart from that, it's all right, to be fair.
And, you know, technical side goes over my head a lot of it, but the black and gold livery always looks great on a race car, doesn't it? And that's particularly well done.
Thank you very much, thank you. Well, Sarah did most of it, to be fair, so I can't really take all. Yeah.
So do you actually do the vinyl and stuff like that as well?
Yeah, we've got a great vinyl maker that makes the vinyl. Adam's come up with the idea of going black and gold and being quite stealthy, and we did it last weekend, literally, didn't we? Yeah. Nice sunny day, yeah.
That's good. And predictions for the race, where are you going to get in class or overall?
I'd like to get mid-grid, to be fair. It's my first time racing, like my own car. I've done a few rounds with a pure track, but first time at my own car, so yeah, mid-grid I like. It's about 55 seconds, I think. About that, yeah. So that's it.
Can we get hubby out for a word as well? Dennis? I'm not sure I've interviewed him before. Have we had a chat before on camera?
I usually skive away, I do. I hide in the back and I don't know, I'm driver, number 5 tech, team maker, everything. So yeah, I am. So, but no, it's good. It's a bit of a in the Clio today, so couldn't quite. Graham unfortunately was meant to be here, but had to pull out last minute, so it was a bit of a rush job because we're at Alton Park next week as well with that car and my Blue McGann, so that'd be fun. But it's nice to get back out in the Clio actually. It's a bit different driving style. I was out there first couple of laps, so I was putting it in gear and I was waiting for the turbo and I was like, oh no, I haven't got that today. So yeah, it took a little bit of getting used to again, but yeah, no, it's good. It's looking forward to a good race as well. So right next to John. In the Peugeot we are, so that'd be fun off the line. It will. So if we can get him off the start line and get our heads down and try and make a gap and hand it over to the missus.
That's the answer to your question.
What's that?
He just said hand it over to the missus, so he's obviously
There you
going
go.
first. He's made the decision.
Yeah. I said you can start if you want. I don't mind.
That's all right,
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the race. It'll be good. It will.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. The viewers yesterday obviously got used to Fun Cup, and it very much Fun Cup is out and into the car as quick as you can. But the format here is slightly different, isn't it? You've got a bit more time to sort yourselves out.
Yeah, we've got 2 minutes today, so no refuelling. So yeah, it's quite straightforward with us. We're used to super sports and refuelling and stuff like that. So yeah, nice and easy for us just to drive a change, check the car over, and then send it out. So it should be good.
Excellent. I'll let you enjoy your lunch break. Thanks for having a chat, and we'll have a look down. Good luck for the race. Enjoy. So good to and we were going to do this on the way back, but we've got Charlie Snell, who's here from the Brscc, and gives us a chance to talk a little bit about Brscc operations as much as anything else. But last time I saw you at the track, you were on track. And I was spectating, so slightly different roles for both of us. Me as a spectator and you as a racer. Tell us about your race, your circuit racing debut, was it?
Circuit racing debut, yeah. I had an opportunity to have a go in a C1 at Silverstone GP, and really, really good fun. I mean, credit to Robin and the team at C1 Endurance. Amazing series and cracking laugh.
And I gather you were faster than your teammate as well.
If I comment any more on that, I think I'll get my P45 through. So yeah, I won't say any more on that one.
Well, he told me, so I mean, you know, it's, Luke Souch we're talking about, in case anyone's in any doubt. Let's be clear about that one. But you're on the Brscc operations side as well. So how did you get involved with this?
I just saw an advert in one of the magazines that my dad pointed out to me and applied for the job and got it. I mean, my background's business management at university and I've been brought up around oval racing, so love me motorsport and yeah, thought I'd give it a crack and here I am, absolutely loving it. I mean, what a team, what a club, it's brilliant.
We share the oval background, don't we? It's how I've not worked in it, but I've followed it for a long time and it's a good, close-knit community. What sort of formulae were you following or were you keenest on the short ovals?
It's got to be the bangers for me. Got to be the bangers. I mean, completely different to what I'm used to on track here and what we work in. But yeah, love the bangers.
Yeah, it is a different thing. But racing's racing, isn't it? And paddock's a great, really good people business, isn't it?
Yeah, very friendly paddock. I mean, especially at our club, the Brscc, everyone gets along really well. I mean, the racing's not quite the bangers that I'm used to. We like to keep it clean on the tracks here. But yeah, no, good. It's really good.
I think people progress. I've seen a lot on the small ovals that maybe enjoy the contact side, and I think the contact side of it is. I'm going to ask, what age did you get hooked on it? Was it as a youngster the bang and crash that?
Exactly that. As a youngster, yeah, got taken along by my dad and fell in love with it completely.
It catches the eye, doesn't it, that side of it? And sometimes it can be the colour that grabs people, sometimes the action, including the accidents and stuff like that. And then you get more involved in I don't want to call it the pure side, because I think you can look down your nose at circuit. There's a lot of looking down the nose at short oval racing in particular, which is not justified, because it does bring a lot of people into circuit racing and non-contact racing.
It definitely does. I mean, we've had a couple of juniors this year of progress from the short ovals over to the Fiesta Junior Championship, and they're getting along quite well. So yeah, no, it's definitely, the skills are transitional, and it's racing. Racing's racing. I mean, the skills always overlap with each other.
How are you seeing things at the club? How's the season started off from an ops point of view? That's a difficult one for you.
That is a different one. Yeah, it's good. I mean, numbers, we always want more cars. Who doesn't want more cars? So, yeah, we'll hopefully get some more throughout the season. We've got the 24-hour coming up. Entries are looking good for that. And that's going to keep growing and growing. So, hopefully that'll be a really good event.
And you're back out in that?
Back out in that with the Brscc team. Yeah, we've got a couple of us giving it a go and see how we get along.
So you've got to maintain the honour of being the fastest driver in the team.
I think Greg will take that over.
It's funny how he's disappeared, isn't it? He brings you off the camera, and Greg Graham always manages to disappear. And I know he hates the interviews. He does them well, to be fair, but normally he disappears. If there was any other formula on the Brscc portfolio that you could have a go at, what would it be?
Formula Fords and Mazdas, I think. I really like the look of the Mazdas, but the Formula Ford is just a bit different and completely opposite to anything I've done before I'm used to, so I'd love to have a go in them. But anything I can get my hands on, I'll have a go at.
To get Alan Bowles to sort you out a Formula Ford car. It'd be lovely to see it at the festival and doing something, and maybe doing an inside story at some point on getting a driver from not having sat in a car to going into one of the world's most prestigious single-seater events. That would be one to do. If anyone wants to get involved in that commercially and make that happen for this October, that would give us a great focus.
Definitely, no, it's definitely a good idea. Maybe something we can look at over a beer.
Very definitely. Always like beer being involved. That's good. Charlie, thanks for having a chat. Lovely to see you. Thanks for coming down and having a natter. Good luck for the rest of the day. Charlie Snell, one of our latest recruits, been with us actually a little bit of a while now with the Brscc, doing a sterling job and getting involved. And how important is it to be involved on the racing side so that you understand as a competitor what the customers need out of the racing? So Charlie gets that. We're now outside the Garage 54 car. Stephen Harrison. So if we have a word with Stephen, I had a quick natter with Stephen this morning. Hello, nice to see you.
Yeah, see you again.
And first of all, how did qualifying go?
Qualifying was okay. A little bit sort of unfortunate we got a lap time cancellation because of track limits, but as said, it seems to go all okay. Hopefully, it was only a minor infraction, but it said we'll see if we can do better in the race, really. So
you guys are normally there or thereabouts, though?
Yeah, sort of mid-packish sort of thing. I mean, the TTs I think were a bit further ahead, but I mean the sort of the Civic we should be around there or thereabouts. But we had a couple of the A cars, so should be quite a good race with different power outputs here, there, and everywhere. So but obviously I think where we damaged the splitter a little bit, where we went off track a little bit. So, but it's all fun and games.
Was that the help with the track limits as well? Did it?
I think that was just a mistake on my part. I think the track limits was a different infraction. But as I said, we're sort of mid-package, which is where we sort of expected to be, sort of thing. So, but as I said, it's quite a busy track out there with 25 cars. Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be tight, isn't it, on the Indy Circuit? It always gives us a great view and great racing. Now, you're a second-generation driver. Your dad's disappeared, I think, when the camera comes around, but second-generation driver. And do you remember much of your dad racing, and how much inspiration do you take from him?
I didn't really remember. I never saw him really do the racing. I was a bit too young. But, I mean, I remember walking around sort of the house and seeing bits and pieces, trophies here and there. So, I mean, it sort of got me into the karting bits, sort of, around 20 years ago now or something, which is quite a long time ago when you think about it. But I mean, it was, I guess from the inspiration point of view, quite a bit. I'm following the footsteps and getting there through it.
Great that you have the time together, isn't it, racing weekends away?
I mean, when you see like the other teams have got sort of quite a big budget sort of thing, but at the end of the day, we're sort of almost like a dad and son sort of very small privateer sort of team sort of thing. But I mean, the car gets quite a lot of attention because you don't see many of these racing, so it's quite good to, I guess, have a bit of almost not quite full fan support, but sort of a bit okay, haven't seen one of these racing. At least it's a different shape. Because I mean, for the Honda side of things, you normally see quite a lot of Civics and Integras and quite a lot of sort of VW group stuff like in the race here. You don't normally see these racing anymore, so it's quite good over here.
With that, tell us about the car, your history with it. Was it a build for yourself or a purchase?
Yeah, I mean, we bought the car 6 years ago now, something like that. I mean, and then just steadily sort of building up ourselves. I mean, that we take it to a place where we get the engines all remapped here and there, bits and pieces, but most of the stuff is all what we've done. I mean, obviously we go to the websites to buy parts for it, but it doesn't go into a workshop or anything, only for it has a rear differential rebuild on it over the winter, and then it's had an ECU remap on it, but other than that, I mean, the rest of the stuff we've done. So it's quite, as I said, it's quite a very small operation of what we're running here, but I mean, we tend to either mix it up with some of the bigger teams, which is quite good fun. I mean, when we have good results in this, we sort of laughed at ourselves thinking, yeah, we've achieved so much with so little almost. As I said, I mean, we've got full-time jobs, so it's more of a weekend sort of toy almost. But hey, it handles well, it goes all right. So they said it, and hopefully the crowd is all right with it. So we'll see what happens.
I'm sure they will. We'll look out for it in the race. Stephen, thanks for having a chat and enjoy the race. Have a good one.
Yep, you too.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate the time. And it's not compulsory, by the way, for drivers to talk to us, but if sometimes you get a nod or no thank you, and I respect that, that's fine. I think at higher levels with F4 and things like that, always go for the interview and do what we can. We've got some reparations going on here. This is the Mini Cooper of Elliot Walker. So Elliot's a bit big. Is it all right just to ping and ask what you're up to, Elliot? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. It's the first time for me on the camera and with the Brscc. So, yeah, just fixing a couple of problems.
So what are the issues?
We got a boost leak. We had it in practice, which was something we picked up on, which was nice while we did the practice. Thought we fixed it, came out to quali, literally maybe 10 minutes in, same problem. We decided to run it out, use the track time, sort of work the corners and get a bit of practice because I need that. And then unfortunately, the engine just died, but we're almost there. So we think we fixed the problem and yeah, sun's shining, so we're all smiles over in our camp.
So you're saying you need the practice. Are you relatively new to all this?
Yeah, so this is my third race. I did a different race series before, but we're here now with ClubSport and yeah, I'm new to all of this, and I've been working on the car sort of a couple of years now, building it up, track days, bit of fun, a bit of an enthusiast, and now trying to follow my pit crew, Matt Adcock. He's obviously well known in your world. Give me all the advice. He keeps telling me to drive faster, so yeah, if we can do that, it's really good advice. You're just not getting quick enough.
It's good advice if it's backed up with by doing this or.
No. It's just Elliot, you're too slow. Elliot, speed up. You're going too slow. So yeah, we'll try and channel some of that energy into the race, and hopefully we'll have a good session.
Oh, that's good. And nice to have the interview with you and to meet you, and hopefully we'll see some other. You got more planned?
Yeah, no. So we've got the next couple of rounds planned, and then hopefully all goes well. We'll sort of commit to carry on the season. But next one is Silverstone GP, which should be really good. I've never been there before, so really exciting. But yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. I see you on the TV and I watch the live streams, but now it's all very real. So it's a fantastic operation you guys got going here, and we're really pleased to be here. So yeah, thank you for having us.
It's very kind. We appreciate it, and thank you for coming in and supporting the club and the racing. And best of luck. We'll follow you with interest.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Let's have a word with Nick as well. Actually, we'll move on to the driver of the 95 car, Jonathan Hobbs. Jonathan. All shapes and sizes, and great to see. Car predominantly. Yeah. Tell us a bit about the car.
Well, I've been racing this for about 11 years now. I've been doing lots of stuff. It was stock hatch or hot hatch when I first had it with the 750. Right. And it's done a lot of work with the 750. Before I had it, it did a load of work with the 750 before I had it. And I've had it 11 years, so it's been around the block a few times, that's for sure. It's like Trigger's broom. It's got, different doors. I think the roof's about the original bit, maybe. But yeah, it's great fun. Yeah, it's an 8-valve, so it's a rally. Originally it was a rally. Okay. It's an 8-valve engine. It's got a slipper in it, and yeah, it's got a different cam. So, but it's pretty much 135 brake in this one. So yeah, and it's excellent fun. Love it.
And how long have you been racing?
For 11 years with this, but I did mini-cross like years and years ago, back in the day with back in the 90s.
Yeah, I remember those well.
Yeah,
we had a conversation. Yeah, it was a guy who rocked up at the Fiesta Junior Scholarship a couple of years ago and was talking about mini-cross, and the names I remember for that, Pete Kalish and Trevor Hill, people like that, or...
My dad might know, because my dad was involved in that.
Pete Kalish?
In those days as well.
No, I'm probably going back a little bit too far.
We did mini-cross back in the early 90s. We go back to the days of...
It was Mick Hill, not Trevor. Trevor was the brother who was the photographer.
Cool, yes, yeah. As one of the ones that were on the case back in the time. And then, of course, we've had quite a long involvement with mini-cross, and I also started junior mini-cross, which is where Andrew Jordan started.
Did Aidan Hills do that as well?
No, he didn't, no.
He did some rallycross, but maybe it wasn't mini.
No. But Andrew started there, and, the rest is history with him.
Thank goodness you did. What a great lad he is as well. But isn't it great that we've got all of these different classes as well that you can come in and race in with machinery? It doesn't have to be brand new, does it?
It certainly isn't brand new, that's for sure. Got some newish tyres, but that's about it, yeah. No, I love it, yeah, it's great fun.
Part, I think. The tyres are the newest part.
I think they often are, aren't they, on many of the race cars? Good to chat with you, and nice to hear about the history of mini. I think Jensen Weston was the youngster whose dad was in Minicross. So it was Mr. Weston, but I can't remember. Alan Weston was involved, maybe about that sort of time. But another connection with Brscc, that his son came through the scholarship and couldn't quite get the money to join us in Fiestas, but we're hoping he's going to come and race something with the seniors very soon, and that's going to give me a reminder to get in touch with him. Thanks for the chat, guys. Good luck for the race. We're going to continue our wander down the paddock and see what else we can catch up with. Quick time check. We've got around about 20 minutes before racing resumes today. Thanks for staying with us. Hope that you're taking the opportunity while there is a break from racing to maybe grab a cup of tea and I usually say a biscuit, but probably sandwich time, isn't it? Or Sunday roast time, if you're lucky enough to have that. We'll go down a little bit further and see who we can talk. Now this is Julian Daniel. Is Julian about? Yes, Julian. I did promise to chat earlier on. One of the first drivers I spoke to this morning when I came into the circuit, and we said we'd have a chat. Good to see you, Julian. Thanks for having a natter. How's the day gone for you so far?
Not too well. But
Why?
We had a fuel pump issue in qualifying. So we managed to get 3 laps in, which got us into P2.
I was looking at my time and saying, hang on, you're P2, so and it's not very well, but...
No, we only got 3 flying laps, so whether or not we could be up there with Phil Rose, don't know. We'll see in the race.
Okay, and we were talking earlier on about last season and what happened. We never got the chance to talk to you, but a few woes, which I think you can tell us about, but you've recovered from those.
Yeah, sure, yeah. So first race last year, I think we blew a turbo, Chris, didn't we? It's gone. I think we had a turbo problem. So we were leading until the pit stop rounds, and then we just tailed off and lost about 3 seconds a lap. Still came in P4, which we were pleased to punch with, really. And then next race out at Snetterton, set fire to the car. And it took us all year to get the car built back again. Lots of different little problems, massive engine fire. So everything got burnt and we replaced most of it. And the bits that you didn't replace, they tended to fail the next time out. So, so this is our first time we've really run the car since Snetterton, other than a couple of test days.
Did you do the paid practice at the start? I vaguely remember. Did you see you going out? Was that okay?
I needed that just to get some seat time because we haven't had any seat time since sort of middle of last year. So yeah, nice to get. I love the circuit. Brands is brilliant, but it's a daunting thing going into Paddock Hill when you haven't had any seat time. So I needed to get out and get some practice in. So that was good to get that done.
Let's put you on the spot a little bit here. Give us a guided tour around the car.
Well, you'll need Chris to give you a guided tour around the car. Chris is here. Chris?
Even better.
Could you give Richard a guided tour around the car? Because that's my little office in there. This is his office here.
Chris, really sorry to put you on the spot.
All right. No, that's all right.
Give us a tour of the car.
Well, what is it you need to know, really?
Everything about the car.
It's just a full engine, everything's full standard KO4 edition 38. So not a 38, 30 this is. The shell was originally an edition 30. It's running, full fiberglass dash, AME, and then everything really. Most of the wiring's all been changed. Got the CA shifter in there.
Did you put this together?
Yeah, we bought this car, a fair few years ago, 6 years ago maybe, something like that. So, for a different customer of ours.
You wouldn't know that from looking at it, and obviously Johnny's getting the shots now of inside. It looks pristine. It looks much newer than a 6-year-old car.
This has been a race car for a fair few years. Yeah. Originally, a customer used to use it as a track car. Then a different customer bought it, used it as he turned it into a race car, so we built it for him. And then, we had it and raced it in brick car for a few years. And then, now Julian's got it. So.
Do you turn out many?
No, we don't really turn out many race cars, probably 1 or 2 a year. Yeah. Got one on the go at the moment, so it's all fairly busy really, getting one just built. But by the time you get a few done, you've got no time left.
It looks great. It's credit to you. Thanks for chatting about the car. Appreciate that, Chris. We'll let you get back to your lunch break now. And thoughts for the race then? So, don't quite know. Hopefully, problems sorted out, and you'll be taking the battle to Feroz down into turn 1.
Hopefully, yeah. We're gonna just take it a little bit easy, be easy on the car. I really want a finish. Yeah. That's the most important thing. But see how it goes. I think we've got a couple of tenths in us at least, so we should be up with Feroz.
Good. Well, good luck for the race, and thanks for having a quick night with us.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Thanks, mate. Let's continue. Quick handshake. Well done.
Cheers.
We'll see you for the race later on. It's a long day for you guys, isn't it? For end of the day. Yeah. But at least you've had a practice and a bit of paid as well. We're going to go a little bit further down, see who else we can find in our lunchtime walk down. That's the 116 Honda of James Alford. Is James here? Hi, James. We often have a chat, don't we, on the podium. Is it going to be a podium chat today?
Anything can happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely true.
It's the first race back out. I haven't been in the car 6 months, so it's good to get back in the car, put some laps in, shake off some cobwebs, and see what we can do.
I think generally the whole idea of club sport really is to cater for that, isn't it? You don't want people that are testing every 5 minutes. You want to come out, have some fun at the start of the season, can carry that through.
Exactly right. It's there's a bunch of different cars on the grid, all different different variety of weights and powers, which is really good. It should be good to have a good battle out.
How was quali? Was it good?
It was good. Getting quicker over the laps. Just like I said, blowing out some cobwebs. So good to be back.
Do you do any? We talk about testing and stuff like that, but do you do any sort of sims or anything like that to practice?
A little bit, not too much. I have got a sim indoors, but it's just not had the time recently to do too much. So when I can.
There's always things to do around that. Is that your youngster, by the way?
It's not, no.
I was going to say if you've got a young family, it eats all the time. Everyone's laughing at that question, aren't they? And the youngsters run away, worried in case we're going to ask a question about it. Nice standout colour as well, which I know Andy McEwen in the commentary box would be grateful for. Any particular reason for that? Is it for viewability, or is it just how it came?
Just had to pick a colour and looked through a book and was like, what's bright and looks good. So, yeah.
Lorna Vickers in the Formula Fords said that her one was, saw a toothpaste lid and went with that, which is bizarre. But yeah,
no toothpaste lids here.
That's great. Well, good luck for the race, James. Anyway, hopefully see you on the podium. Thanks very much, James Alford. Who, as I said, we get to talk to pretty much often because he's one of the front runners very often in the championship. Another VW there, which is Adam Marshall. Can we grab a word with Adam? Is Adam here? How are you doing?
All right.
Very good. How's the day gone? What's the story? Is there a story?
Not much. Not too much of a story at the moment. But qualifying went pretty well. But we've not done much testing and things over the winter. But cars going pretty well. A few issues with the brakes in qualifying, so we didn't quite get the times we were hoping for. But P5 only 7/10 top pole, so it's we had high hopes.
It's a long enough race, isn't it, that problems can manifest for other drivers and you can dial yourself in as well.
Yeah, that's it. So there's plenty of time to sort of get a feel for things again and make sure the car's running nice and smooth. And it's a little bit different to what we've done previously, going out for 45 minutes instead of 15-minute sprints. But should be.
This is your first race of that length?
Yeah, first race of that length, anything more than the sprint racing that we did with Classic VW Cup for the past 2 years. But yeah, it's ClubSport seems a pretty good grid.
In terms of obviously you get a break in that with the stop. Do you have someone on the team to time it, or do you have a timer on your dash, or how does that work with the stop?
Yes, I've got a timer in the car that I can keep an eye on, but also one of the guys will time the stop from pit entry to pit exit, and hopefully we won't get a penalty, so it should be all right.
Okay, well, time it well. Enjoy the race. Thanks for the chat. It's great to have you in the series.
Cool. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Adam Marshall, good to see. There's one more driver. We've got some cars starting to make their way up towards the holding area. And Adam was talking about the Brscc Concept Classic VWs, who we didn't get to talk to after their qualifying because they went back, but they'll be forming up. And I'm going to see if we can find Will Stacey, who is in, if I look through, Will Stacey on the entry. Never where you want to see them, are they, on the entry list, with Rob Boston Racing. And Will is he in addition to programme? Let's have a quick look. Oh, I did post Josh Bromley as well, we spoke to earlier on. Will Stacey is in the 48 Audi TT Cup, which is what we're looking for. Earpiece falling out. So we'll look for the Audi TT, because I did promise Will's dad that we would grab a word with him, and I think he might be a bit further down. So we'll see if we can find Will, who of course is racing in the Brscc's Audi TT Cup, sponsored by Demon Tweaks. Demon Tweaks had a pretty good day yesterday with the Fun Cup team doing well and getting a fair bit of coverage. Not quite there yet, but we will do, hopefully. Rob Boston Racing running well this weekend. I think this is the cut through, isn't it? So we may be down at the next garage. If not, are we okay going the other side of the garages, Johnny? We are. Thumbs up from Johnny for that. Oh, Firoz is here as well, so that's good to do. Let's go and grab a quick word with Firoz. We might. Are we okay going in the garages as well? We are. Good signal here. Firoz, hello. Oh my goodness, here's a camera.
I expect it.
How are you? We've just spoken to the P2 man, who's a bit nervous about fuel and stuff like that. Lovely to see you. Yeah. Well done on pole.
Thank you.
Busy winter? I know you're very busy business-wise, because I've seen on LinkedIn that you've got all sorts of projects going on. Yeah. I'm guessing that keeps you away from the car.
No, we had a load of stuff to do on the car this year as well. From the back end of last year, we had a whole bunch of challenges with the gearbox. So even in the last race, I had a gearbox problem. Right. And so we've been working on it over the winter to strip the gearbox out, change everything, change the diff. So yeah, it's been an expensive winter rather than a busy one. But no, it's all good, and it seems to be running on form, so I can't complain.
It always looks good, mate. The car's always a credit to you. In terms of what you do over the winter, is it addressing problems, or is it addressing problems and getting stuff to go faster?
No, it's generally just maintenance, because to be honest with you, where we are, we're already usually at the front, so you end up spending money on trying to make it go faster, which I'd rather just spend on racing. So it's about just maintaining it and looking after it. Throughout the season, I tend to do a lot of maintenance work to keep it at the front. If we are always just trying to make it go faster, then it becomes unreliable. And I prefer to have it reliable and quick.
That's the thing with development, isn't it?
Yeah, so no, it's been a good car, can't complain. And I've got a good apprentice over there.
When does the Can I Have a Go start?
I don't know. He's more into sailing, so it's a bit cheaper. So I can't.
Is it?
Only at this stage. It's when he wants a bigger boat. That's when it gets more expensive, Richard. But between my son, who likes boats, I like cars, and my daughter, who rides horses, I'm destined to be broke for the rest of my life.
It gets a bit like that. As long as you all enjoy your hobbies, that's the main thing. So how many events are you penciled in for?
ClubSport, bar one, because we're on a road trip. But I think pretty much most of the ClubSport rounds.
Where are you going? Which one are you missing?
Donington National later in the year. We're going on a road trip through the Austrian Alps. So yeah, looking forward to that.
I'll have a great time. We'll speak to you before then on the podium. Firoz, thanks very much. Well done on pole, and good luck for the race. Right, we seem to have missed the Audi because the other garages are... I'm just going to have a quick look and see if Rob's in here. So apologies for the informal nature of this, but I guess that's always what we were going to do anyway. I don't think Rob's in here. No, he's not. So we'll wander back up and see if we can find Will Stacey. If not, we'll go to the holding area and have a look at the Brscc Concept VW Cup. Maybe talk to some more of the Metro people. I know we omitted to interview Jack Ashton, wasn't it, that we were instructed to get from the Metros because he doubled back to the outer paddock fairly rapidly, I think, rather than hang around and talk to us on the camera. But not very often you get to see a clear view of the back of the garages here at Brands Hatch and how it tears its way up, because it is uphill. Facilities not Grand Prix worthy these days, more's the pity. I'd love to see a Grand Prix here. If they could shoehorn one into Monaco, they should be able to do it here and come back to... Although, of course, the track is far too narrow now for modern day cars, which is a great pity. Much rather watch a club race here at Brands Hatch anyway. Sounds like some motorbikes doing the business as well, out on track. Still can't see the Rob Boston car. May actually be, thinking about it, the Rob Boston car might be in the paddock with George Grant and the team. So that could well be the case. Should we have a quick word with Jason? How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Two-driver outfit here. Who's going first?
So I'm first in the car. I think that's the plan anyway.
And I was actually talking about Audi TT Cup, which obviously we're used to seeing. Is it exactly the same car, same spec? Does anything change for this weekend?
I've changed nothing at all. So I just thought, this is my local circuit. I love it here. And obviously this ClubSport was on this weekend. Alton Park in the TT Cup next weekend, which I'm not 100% sure if I can do. So I thought I'd come and enjoy this weekend, at least get out in the car.
How was the opener at Silverstone for you?
It was mixed, really. I got taken out in the last race, quite a lot of damage, and yeah, it's just things happen. I know it happens, but obviously hoping with this bit endurance racing would be a little bit smoother this weekend and just have a good race and hopefully not getting as much contact. I love the close racing, don't get me wrong. In the Audi, in the TT Cup, it's brilliant close racing. It's very competitive, but there's a lot of cars all exactly the same trying to go for the same bit of space, and it obviously inevitably ends up in contact every now and again. So
I think we missed a post-judicial podium with you at Snetterton a year ago, did we? Because you got a podium after a judicial, so we never did the interview. So we could do it now. Congratulations on the podium at Snet. How was that?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it seems a long time ago. Actually, that was the only podium I got last year. Yeah, obviously that was my first round. I missed the first round last year, went straight and got a podium. I thought, oh, that'd be great, and then didn't come again. So, yeah, hopefully I'll get one today. You know, the quality was good. So we did, yeah, P1 in class, I think P4 overall. So, yeah, I think we should hopefully keep it clean, get the first couple of laps underway, and we should be good.
Hopefully we'll grab another winners interview a bit later on.
That'd be lovely.
Who are you sharing with today, Jason?
Josh. He's there. Josh Larkin.
Is Josh a regular in this, or Josh? Come and have a quick word. No, the thing is, we said this in the Formula Fords. If you do a bad interview, blame the interviewer. Come and have a chat. Come have a chat. So, Josh, is this what do you normally race, or is it?
I'm racing the Clios with Jason. So the little 182 Clio. So I've done that, and then we've done the Porsche, the GT4, and the Silverstone Endurance. So we've done that, and then I haven't raced in a few years really. So come back and do this.
Yeah. Is it a no pressure environment, or do you actually feel it when you get to the track?
Yeah, I feel it because me and Jason are close. So I want to beat him, he wants to beat me, or we want to be close. So and we want to win. So yeah.
Who was quickest in qualifying?
Jason was a lot quicker than me in qualifying. So I need to catch him now.
I did say to him afterwards. I said if he had gone, I've driven the car. Obviously, bear in mind I've driven the car for a whole year. And he's come into it his first time driving it. Drove it done about 5 laps on Thursday, and then went straight into quali today. And I said if he did beat me, I would be really upset. So I'm glad he didn't actually. But we're normally pretty close in the Clios. We was teammates and we was very close. So
well, it's got to be a team effort for this. So I wish you both. But hopefully have a chat with you both a bit later on.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for chatting to us. Good luck. Apparently, we've got cars going out onto the grid, so we didn't even get to the holding area. We kept it going, and thanks for staying with us if you did. I hope you found some of it enjoyable. It was lovely for me to get to chat. Johnny, thanks for your efforts. Cars on the grid. So back to Andy McEwen, who I hope is refreshed and ready to give us some more smiles. It's been great commentary, Andy. Love listening to you. And more of the same this afternoon, please. Over to you.
Thanks, Richard. Top job, as always, during the lunch break, wandering up and down the pit lane and catching up with a whole host of our SW Motorsports ClubSport series drivers, and we look forward to having those out on the track later on. Richard, you go and have a sit down now for 20 minutes or so. You've earned a break. I made the mistake of wandering out to the outer paddock to catch up with a few of the MX-5 drivers after what was a fairly bruising morning for a few of them, and then time very quickly ran away with me. So lunch break has been and gone. We are almost ready to get racing resumed. Cars are indeed lined up on the grid for our first of two races this afternoon in the Brscc Concept Classic VW Cup and Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup races. So two series in one here, basically. You've got the Classic VWs, the MG Metro Cup. The Metros all run in the same class as each other, but the Classic VWs are split into three classes. You've got your classic class, modified class, and the production class. You'd expect the modified cars to be the quickest, but that wasn't actually the case in qualifying earlier on this morning. It was the classic cars, Ken Lark and Tony Absalom specifically, who set the pace. Now, Ken Lark's car mysteriously vanished into the outer paddock halfway through the session, having set the eventual pole position time. He then headed to the pit lane, so hopefully, whatever the issue was, if there was an issue, they've managed to get that resolved in time for the race. He will have Tony Absalom alongside him. Row number 2 will then be Kerry Lewis and Paul Hoggins. They're the top two modified class cars, and then the top two in the production class, Paul Dunningham and Tony Hunter, except it's coming back to me now, isn't it? Tony Hunter probably won't be there from 6th on the grid because his engine expired fairly spectacularly towards the end of qualifying. Row 4 then for Chris Adams and Christopher Garnham. The 5th row will be Dawn Butcher and Stephen Watson. And then Jack Ashton, the first of the Metros. He is the former champion in the MG Metro Cup, runner-up last year after a part-season campaign, and he will start from the Metro pole in this race. He's got the Corrado alongside him of Gary Fletcher. Then we get a whole heap of Metros. You've got Matthew Simpson and Tim Shooter, they're second and third respectively of the Metros. Dick Trevitt and Mike Williams are next. John Moore is also in a Metro. And then you've got Thomas Redford in his Mark IV Golf that runs in the Classic division of the Classic VW Cup. Next up is Richard Garrard in his Metro. The rest of them pretty much now all Metros. Richard Garrard and Paul Deacon, Neil Burnett and Carl Wheaton, with Carla Garrard, who we had a chance to catch up with in Parc Ferme earlier on. Then Ellie Dixon, the last of the Classic VWs. That's a production class VW Polo. And Jonathan McGaughan at the back of the field in his Metro. So I think we are missing Tony Hunter. That car, well, at first we thought there was more damage perhaps done to the engine than there actually was. The engine blew. He brought it into the pit lane. As the car came to a standstill in the pit lane, it caught fire within the engine bay. Not a massive fire, but enough that the marshals had to come along and douse the car with extinguishants, and he, I believe, had triggered the onboard fire extinguisher system as well. But that meant the extinguisher was drained, and he needed to find a new one, and that was actually his primary concern. The engine, I suppose, can be fixed easily enough, but there wasn't much point in doing that if they couldn't get the fire extinguisher, which is part of the regulations that you must have, sorted in time for the race. So he's not out for this one. We'll see whether he's able to source something in time excuse me, for race 2 later on. But for now, Ken Lark lines up on pole position in his Class C VW Corrado, the Mark II Golf of Tony Absalom alongside. And the back of the grid pretty much in position now then as we get ready to go racing for the first time. 15 minutes the duration for the Brscc Concept Classic VW Cup and the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup here on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. The red lights are on. They will go out after a relatively lengthy hold now, and away they go, and it's a good start made, well, by both of the front row men actually. Ken Lark with a lot of wheel spin, but eventually unleashes the Corrado, and he will hold the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend. Tony Absalom slots in behind him, and Kerry Lewis in third, so pretty much as you'd expect, grid order at the front of the field. Absalom already trying to find a route through on the inside of Lark towards Druids, but that is not available to him for the time being. Lewis in third, a big dive up the inside. Who was that? That might have been Chris Adams coming through into fourth, or attempting to go into fourth place. He is fifth, I think, as they drop downhill with the best of the Audi TTs. Paul Hoggins, I reckon that probably is. Yes, number 58. Just about getting the better of him. There go some of the Metros, picking those out from the pack. It is Jack Ashton leading in the Metros, the white and purple car. And we'll try and figure out who's second at the end of the lap, but they approach clearways. A little bit of that cement dust, residual cement dust, still being kicked up by the cars as they go offline into clearways corner and then barrel on down the main straight. There goes the bulk of the Metro field. The lead battle is on though. Ken Lark under big pressure here from Tony Absalom, who goes to the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend, and Ken Lark is going to keep him at bay for now, but Absalom looks pretty racy here in the early stages. Is there a gap to the inside into Druids? I think there might be. He's got his nose up alongside. He's got the inside line, but Ken Lark is just about keeping the Corrado in front, or is he? Absalom wriggles off the corner, a little bit more agile maybe, the Golf. The Corrado seems to have more speed in a straight line, and Absalom combats that by slamming the door in Ken Lark's face and making the race lead his own. Ken is trying to come back at him though, down the back straight. I don't think Lark appreciated that, but Absalom does manage to find a way through. So Tony Absalom to the lead. In qualifying, he was only, well, within 1/10.5 of a second of Ken Lark's pace, but did question whether maybe Ken could have gone quicker than that had he been out there for the entire session. But at the moment, looks like Absalom's very much got an answer for him. There go the leading 2 Metros. Now, Jack Ashton is still leading in the Metros, but Matthew Simpson is not that far behind him. So Jack Ashton there, coming up the inside, battling away with the Audi, that is, of... that's Watson, is it? No, Garn, I'm sorry, the other Audi A3. Which has dropped down the order slightly, I seem to recall. But anyway, Jack Ashton battling away with Christopher Garnham, and not far behind is the next best of the Metros, Matthew Simpson. In fact, Mike Williams, Tim Shooter, Dick Trevitt not far behind either. So Jack Ashton sort of tripping over some of the cars that aren't actually in his race, but of course they're still physically there on track. He's got to try and battle them as best he can. The Metros handle incredibly well. A well-set-up Metro does anyway, but they don't have the power of some of the classic VW cars. And so he gets overtaken by a couple of them down the Cooper Straight, but then sort of gets held up by them through the turns. There is Tim Shooter. Shooter having a go at getting past the 28 machine ahead of him, and that is Mike Williams defending third place in the Metro Cup. The leaders in Metros are pretty much together now, actually, so this has been a good lap for Matthew Simpson. He has closed right in on Jack Ashton, so there go the leading 2. It's side by side then for third, as to the inside line is going Tim Shooter by the looks of it. Is he going to complete... Sorry, to the outside is Tim Shooter. To the inside is Williams. No, Williams is just going to get back ahead. He was fractionally behind Tim Shooter at the line, but as they exit Paddock Hill Bend, he does have the green and black car just ahead of the white and green. Round Druids, he tries the outside line. That will give him the inside line for Graham Hill Bend if he stays there. And actually, I think he has done so. Tim Shooter, a well-thought-out move there. Nips up the inside, grabs third place away. Then he runs a bit wide on the exit of Graham Hill Bend and gives an opportunity straight back to Mike Williams, who will consider making the move into Surtees, but it's not really a place that you want to be going side by side, even in little cars such as the Metros. So Tim Shooter makes that third position in class his own. At the head of the field, by the way, Absalom and Lark still only separated by half a second, except they're not. Absalom's gone missing somewhere. Looking out of the window, I can see Ken Lark. I cannot see Tony Absalom. Where has Absalom gone? He was ahead at the line by half a second, but Tony Absalom's VW Golf is not on track, I'm fairly sure. Not seeing this on the pictures right now, so I'll just wait till we do before I confirm that, but it looks to me as though Ken Lark might be back through into the lead of the race. The Metro battle continues on, but what's happened at the front of the field? Ken Lark with the fastest lap last time, so he was catching Absalom anyway. I think I'm hearing in my ear that Absalom might have stopped on the run up to Druids. Stopped or gone off, I don't know. His last lap was quite slow, 1.7 seconds off his best. So, in fact, no, sorry, that's not Absalom. Absalom's last lap, well, it was only a couple of tenths off his best, actually. So, not indicative that there was an issue. There is the first part of the lap. I mean, I can't see his car there through Paddock Hill Bend. Is it on the approach to Druids Corner? There go the Metros. Still no sign of it there, but Ken Lark is now confirmed as the leader. Kerry Lewis second, only half a second ahead of the third place car, which is actually second in class, that being Paul Hoggins. So whatever has happened to Tony Absalom, it's certainly played into the hands of Ken Lark. The production battle. That going the way at the moment of the 4th place man, Paul Dunningham. Paul Dunningham ahead of Dawn Butcher by about 2.8 seconds last time they came across the timing line. There's Jack Ashton through, the Metro leader. He accelerates along the main straight. There is Kerry Lewis, and this is the battle for the modified class victory. 2nd place in the race overall. But on the previous lap, they were pretty comparable in lap time to Ken Lark, actually. So if Lark were to have any issues with traffic and the like, then these two could close in. Oh, Kerry Lewis goes for a move on one of the Metros and just got it made. And I'm not convinced that Paul Hoggins would have been able to follow Kerry through there. So I reckon we might have... Oh, well, no, there is the Audi TT. It's not that far back. Good to have lots of the TTs racing here this weekend, not only in this series, but also in the ClubSport Trophy, which we'll have a little bit later in the day. Across the line they go, and Kerry Lewis just narrowly keeping Paul Hoggins at bay. There is Ken Lark. So Ken Lark at the moment looking pretty strong out in front. A challenge on here from Hoggins to the inside of Lewis. Not able to do it on that occasion. So they accelerate down towards Graham Hill Bend. And the Golf seemingly a little bit more powerful maybe, whereas the Audi has maybe a little bit more front end through the corners. So it's one of the fascinating elements of multi-class racing, although both of these cars in the same class. 96 is Dick Trevitt in the pit lane. So Dick Trevitt is out by the looks of it, and one of the Metros falling by the wayside. That's a shame. But Dick Trevitt will hopefully be back out for race 2. They might even get the car out later in this race as a bit of a shakedown, if nothing else. But yes, one of the great things about series, not one make series like this, spec series such as the MX-5, for example, as great as the racing is in the MX-5s, particularly this weekend, one of the great things about a series like this is that you do get different cars that have different strengths and weaknesses. Some are more powerful, some are a bit lighter, some are better on the brakes, some are better on acceleration. Does provide some fascinating racing. Dick Trevitt, by the way, his car back on the move is, I think, going back out on track. I don't think he's heading into the paddock. I'll keep an eye on that out of the window. Yep, Dick Trevitt back into the race, so that's good news. He'll have lost a lap probably, but at least the car is back up and running. Out onto the main straight come the 2nd and 3rd place cars. We're just into the second half of the race now, 6.5 of the 15 minutes to go. There's the number 80 car, that is Gary Fletcher in his VW Corrado. That is a modified Corrado, which interestingly isn't as quick as the classic division Corrado of Ken Lark out in front, but he lost a place, I think, on that most recent lap. In fact, lost 2 places, did Adams. One to the number 53 of Stephen Watson in the Audi A3, there on your screen, and the other to the car just behind him. That is the number 15. Sorry, that's another place game for Garnham, actually. It's the Golf. No, that's a lapped car. Forgive me. That was being put a lap down by the Audi. There's a couple of Audis in the top 5. The number 15 is one of them, and then just up the road, number 53, which is the Stephen Watson Audi A3. And that Golf there, I believe, to be a lap down, is it not? That's the number 6. Oh, no, sorry, that is Chris Adams. Chris Adams running in Class C, 2nd in that class. And then the next car behind is your Metro leader, Jack Ashton, who's pushing on. He's built now a fairly sizable cushion, 9 seconds back to Matthew Simpson. So it looked quite close early on as Ashton was being delayed a little bit by the other cars in the other classes. This, I believe, is the fight for 2nd, isn't it, though? Tim Shooter has caught Matthew Simpson. So, in fairness, that gap between Ashton and Simpson perhaps is more to do with Simpson going a bit slower than Ashton going massively quicker, although he is going quickly. Jack Ashton, no doubt about it. So too is Tim Shooter, and Tim Shooter would love to get one step higher up on the podium. The bonnet's a little bit loose on the number 16 Metro. And that aerodynamically won't be helping matters. It will also be creating quite a vibration and a rattle, I would have thought, which could be distracting Matthew Simpson ever so slightly. Through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, along the Cooper Straight. And Tim Shooter not under any threat anymore from Mike Williams, who he's really got away from now in that number 28 car. Mike, one of several drivers to have lap times disallowed in qualifying for exceeding track limits, but thankfully not seeing too much of that at all this weekend. I think we've only had a couple of penalties yesterday in the Fun Cup race for track limits infringements, and maybe one earlier on in the day in one of the MX-5 races, but generally speaking, given the high level of competition on track in particularly, that is it's quite impressive. Back to the modified battle here, Kerry Lewis and Paul Hoggins. Hoggins with a pretty decent race going, but just can't seem to get close enough into the key overtaking areas, can he, to really challenge. Maybe in traffic there is an opportunity. If Kerry Lewis were to get held up by a couple of the slower cars, he nips to the inside of Dick Trevitt, who's back on track now, as I said, a lap down. And actually that's not really worked all that well for Hoggins, because he had his line very much affected on the exit of the corner, although now Kerry Lewis has to nip up the inside of another Metro through Graham Hill Bend. That was the 49 of Richard Garrard. So as they round Surtees, McLaren, Clearways and Clark Curve to the end of the 12th lap of racing. Hoggins did put in his personal best lap a lap ago in the Audi. So Hoggins with a bit of a push now, but he's dropped back on this lap because of the traffic. That's the frustrating thing about multi-class racing. You can have a good thing going and then come across some slower traffic, and that is that's that. Mike Williams there nips to the inside of the number 8 car. That is Jonathan McGaughan going a lap down. And Williams' boot looks like it's rattling loose as well, so there's a few loose panels on some of these Metros. Oh, see the way that he pitches the car into Graham Hill Bend, but that is the way you drive a Metro. They're not very powerful, you'll be shocked to hear. They don't have a lot of grip either from those very skinny tyres, and so if you're going to keep the mid-corner speed up, you have to be comfortable with the car dancing around underneath you, which obviously experienced drivers like Richard Garrard are. Ken Lark's car, though, has been on absolute rails so far. He is 4.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. He's got 2 minutes to go. To be fair, though, Kerry Lewis and Paul Hoggins have been spurring each other on. It was a personal best lap for Hoggins a couple of laps ago. Lewis has now set his personal best of 55.4, which was over a second quicker than the race leader, but that's because the leader's been in traffic. Oh, and Hoggins gets absolutely pinched in between two slower cars there, just as he'd caught back up to Kerry Lewis. But Carey had obviously been delayed by the traffic at the other end of the straight. Hoggins now breaks through and is arguably further back than he's ever been. But all it takes is another hiccup in traffic for Kerry Lewis, and Paul Hoggins will be right there with him. So the lead gap, 4.8 seconds. Went out by another 4/10 last time around. We're going to be starting the probably final lap of the race, I would think, next time by. Only 15-minute races, these. Through Surtees towards the end of another lap. There is Kerry Lewis heading through, and well, looks as though he's got the modified class in hand now, I would say. I'm pretty sure we're on the final lap of the race. Is there a last lap board? Yes, there is. So checkered flag will be out this time, and Ken Lark has... Well, it wasn't all plain sailing, this, was it, in fairness? He... Hoggins is off. Speaking of not plain sailing, Hoggins off at Paddock Hill Bend. Rejoins the track, but having lost quite a chunk of time. But yeah, Ken Lark, who had the challenge, big challenge from Tony Absalom in the early stages. Tony got through into the lead, and then, well, looked as though maybe he was going to get away, but mysteriously, Tony has vanished and handed this on a platter to Ken Lark, who accelerates off the final corner, and Ken Lark is going to claim a Class C and overall race victory in race 1 of the weekend at Brands Hatch in the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup. Ken Lark victorious. Second place will go to Kerry Lewis. He gets the modified class win, and it will be Paul Hoggins to come home a fairly distant third in the end. He crosses the line now. Here comes Jack Ashton. Well, Jack Ashton has... as he so often has in the past, shown everyone else a clean pair of heels. He has disappeared up the road. He is probably the best part of half a lap clear of the rest of the Metros. He's going to be the only Metro, I think, still on the, lead lap, I believe. Didn't get lapped by Ken Lark. He's going to finish inside the top 10 overall, which is very impressive indeed. Jack Ashton will claim another victory, and if this is how his 2025 campaign is going to go, the rest of the field are not going to be particularly pleased with that. They already knew he was going to be a tough man to beat, and Jack Ashton has proven that to be the case already in round 1 of the championship with a race win at Brands Hatch. Matthew Simpson second, and Tim Shooter completes the Metro podium. So, Ken Lark wins the race by 3.6 seconds in the end over Lewis and Hoggins. We can take a look, I think, at the provisional race results for the Classic VWs and MG Metro Cup. Lark, the winner overall and in Class C. Kerry Lewis, the modified winner, was second ahead of Paul Hoggins. And Paul Dunningham managed to bring his Audi home for a production class victory. Gary Fletcher was fifth ahead of Dawn Butcher, Steve Watson, Christopher Graham and Chris Adams. Then Jack Ashton, who won the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup by a fair distance. The official result says a lap. He wasn't a full lap ahead of Simpson, I suppose, by the flag, but he was half a lap or so ahead. Matthew Simpson was second, and Tim Shooter came home in third. Mike Williams was fourth of the Metros, 13th overall, ahead of Ellie Dixon in the VW. Then it was Tom Redford and John Moore, Richard Garrard and Kyler Garrard together. Tony Hunter was in 19th place, Paul Deacon 20th, Carl Wheaton 23rd. Dick Trevitt, after a brief visit to the pit lane, was 22nd, ahead of Jonathan McGaughan and Tony Absalom, who, well, McGaughan was running at the flag, Absalom was not, having vanished on the 5th lap of the race from the race lead, which was a real shame for Tony and for us as well, because I was looking forward to that battle. There is Tony Absalom, so he's pulled in behind the barrier on the inside, the right-hand side of the road out of Paddock Hill Bend, which I can't see from this commentary position, but that's where he's pulled over. Obviously a mechanical issue rather than anything more sinister. Let's head down then, shall we, to hear from those that did make it to the end of the race. Our podium finishers, catching up now with Richard John Neal.
Thank you, Andy. Still in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch in Victory Lane, and bless him, Josh has gone over to talk to the MG Metro. Let's kind of grab a quick word with Ken Lark. So we'll head over towards our podium. Ken, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Lovely race, well done. Lovely to see. Beautifully prepared car, and we'll stay by the car. Actually, I'll get told off for not going by branding. But tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was okay. Tony did me up there, and we're best mates. So I was looking forward to a nice close race, and then boom, he pulled over. So I don't know what happened, and I just thought, well, I'll try and overtake all the Metros then. So that's what I tried to do. I didn't quite succeed, I have to say. But yeah, no, everyone was great. It's always difficult with a mixed race with slightly slower cars, but they drove mint. So honestly, I had a lovely time. And last time I was here, I didn't do the race because I being old, I put the fire extinguisher on in the scrutineering bay. So that was an early bath for Uncle Ken. But whatever, it is what it is.
Have you had this car a while? Because I'm sure I've been watching you in this car for a while.
I built this in 2000.
Really?
Yeah, it's won about 120 races, I suppose, something like that.
So you don't need to build a car every year, do you, in motorsport?
What's the point? Anyone can spend loads of money. She's done me well. I mean, yeah, she's been very, very good. I've got a really good engine builder. He's a friend as well. So, yeah, no, it's been a great car. But my best ever car, really.
Good turnout of cars this weekend as well. It's like the Ricci Concept series looks like it's gained a bit of momentum.
Yeah, and it's such a fun place to be. Everyone is just, helps out. Like the new young girl, she needed some bits. Everyone got the bits together for her, and that's what you want. We need youngsters. I mean, I'm old. I am old. So at the end of the day, we just want youngsters out there to have fun, and we'll support them. So it is what it is.
Nice one, Ken. Thanks, well done. Thanks for the nice words about the Metros as well. They'll appreciate that. Have a quick word with Kerry and Paul over here. We'll do 2 for 1 here. Good retail offer before we get to have a word with the MG Metro. Shared grid can be tricky, but I guess makes it interesting.
Well, it does, but the Metro drivers were very good. Nice. They were very, pleasant to drive with, really. We were always going to be so much quicker, but, it's nice.
Decent race?
Well, Paul made it very, very difficult for me. And I just, the first mistake, he was coming past. I knew he was there, so... I kept my eyes on him, but it was a good result.
Nice one. Paul, good for you?
Yes, fantastic race for Kerry there. Like I say, I made the mistake, not him, unfortunately. The Metros, pretty good. Got out of the way the blue flags were waved at them. Unfortunately, the green one that put me off I went up at Paddock Hill, got in my way a little bit, but just racing into it, just racing.
Another race to come later on. So is there much to do to these? Are they pretty much maintenance free?
Hopefully not.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So no, I don't think so. We'll check car over, make sure everything's fine, and just go from there.
Same for you, Paul?
Yeah, basically. A bit of dust on the side there from going up at Paddock Hill. I'd just like to say thank you to Mike Highcock Racing for giving some tuition over the last few months. Seemed to have paid off a little bit. So,
nice one.
Matt.
Nice one, Paul. Kerry, thanks for chatting to us. Well done. Let you get to your podium. We're going to have a quick word with our MG winner, Jack Ashton, who is there. Jack, well done. We didn't catch up with you for pole. We were told to do a pole interview. We didn't get a chance to do that, but well done. And mixing it with the VW. It's got to be a quick one because the cars are coming out, but well done. Good race.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Enjoyed it. It was great racing with these guys as well. It was pretty good fun. Made it interesting to say the least. Yeah, I can't say much more. Great weather. Loved it.
I guess you want a bit of competition because winning's a habit you have, isn't it?
Well, let's make it that way. Yeah. I can't say much more. The car this season, over the winter, my dad's been working on it, and we've managed to get it in a really good place, and it is really, really quick at the moment. So, I can't say much more than thank you very much to my old man for putting the hard work in.
And give yourself a plug because it says Jack Ashton Racing and Coaching.
Yeah, and I mean that rings true because I've been coaching this man at finished P2 extensively over the winter period, and he's managed to get P2. So 1-2 for me. I'll take it all day long.
That's a result, Tim Shooter.
Matt Simpson.
Matt Simpson, sorry.
Yeah, it is a result. Yeah, I was in the doldrums last year. It was a tough year. The car was not on pace. I wasn't on pace, and then we smashed the car up completely. So I had to build a new car from scratch over winter, and then come out and test it here. But this guy's given me tuition all across winter, and that's really improved my driving.
Nice one, Matt Simpson. Well done. Congratulations. Cheers, Jack. We'll hand you back to Andy. Earpods are gone, so apologies if I've missed the cue. We've got the Clapham North SuperCup on track now with Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Richard. Well, those words are enough to put a smile on anyone's face, I think. The MX-5 SuperCup heading to the track is always something that is noteworthy, particularly because this is the reversed grid race. The top 6 finishers from race 2 earlier on today are now reversed to give us the grid for race number 3. So that guarantees even more early jockeying for position. It's Jim Barrett who was the lucky number 6. He finished 6th in race 2. He's on pole then for race number 3. Then it is Alistair Dendy in second place. Ollie Hall and Will Blackwell Chambers rode 2, and Jack Harding and Aidan Hills, the top 2 from that race earlier on today, sharing the 3rd row of the grid. Row 4 for Clive Powells and Sam Middleton. Now, Sam Middleton was running in the top 5 early doors in race 2 and then ran a bit wide into the gravel at Clearway, so he'll be hoping to bounce back from that. He did well, in fairness, to come from the back of the field back to 8th, but will now be looking to try and go with the leading group again. Bill Taylor and Christopher Ginn are on row number 5, and it's Steve Kite and Martin Whitehouse on row 6 of the grid. Paul Hennin and Fedor Samurikov are on the 7th row together. Darren Godfrey and Tom Langford next. Tom Langford, I spoke to him briefly in the paddock over the lunch break, and he was pretty philosophical about everything. The AB Motorsport team were busy fixing the car up after its wheel parted company with it on that in the previous race when he was running a strong 4th. George Grant at the back of the grid had, I forget what the issue was now. I did get told at the time. Let's scan back through the messages. It was a snapped wishbone for George Grant, which took him out of the race earlier on today. But yeah, I had a chance to speak to Tom Langford, and he said it wasn't just the wheel that came off. The wheel took everything in the left front corner with it. The brakes and everything came off, basically. And he has absolutely no idea why. So he was working with the team, in fairness, to make sure that the car was ready to go for race 3. That was only half an hour or so ago that I saw him, so hopefully they've got everything sorted. Ali Bray seemed pretty relaxed about it all, so mind you, he had just won his 2nd MX-5 championship race of the weekend, so I suppose he would have a smile on his face, but the team sure will have done everything they can to give Tom Langford a fighting chance in race 3. Slightly overcast skies, I would say. Now, there is, I was chatting to Harry Storer in the paddock during lunch as well, who we'll see out in the Mark 1s later. There is a threat of some rain at about 3 o'clock. It is 5 to 3 now. So there is just a chance of some weather coming in. It won't be for very long, and I don't think it'll be particularly heavy, but it's definitely overcast, and there are some dark clouds heading our way, so that could further spice things up a little bit. Let's see what happens then. Place your bets, everyone. Race 3 of the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup about to get underway. Jim Barrett and Alistair Dendy sharing the front row of the grid. Barrett the white and orange, Dendy the white and blue. Who gets the best of the starts? The lights are out. Well, the best of the starts comes from the second row, and Will Blackwell-Chambers, perhaps predictably, bursts through on the outside line. He's not quite going to challenge Alistair Dendy for the lead, but he will clear Jim Barrett for second position. Jack Harding's trying to go with him on the outside. Barrett is sideways. Harding gets through. Watch Aidan Hills coming as well in the blue and orange car to the outside. Hills to the outside of Harding even. Oh, and there's a bit of a tap in the tail for Ollie Hawley. Almost clatters into Sam Middleton. Jim Barrett's car's all over the place, isn't he? Had a slow and off big time in the background. George Grant is one of them. The 88 is the other. That's Martin Whitehouse. Big damage done to the front of Whitehouse's car. Grant, amazingly, is attempting to carry on, but Whitehouse going no further of that. I'm sure he's doing his best, in fairness, to pull the car out of harm's way, but that was a tangling of wheels, I think, just as they exited Druids for the first time, and that may well require a safety car period. The leaders exiting clearways for the first time of asking, and who is going to have the lead? Will it be Alistair Dendy or will it be Will Blackwell-Chambers? It is going to be almost a dead heat at the line, but Dendy on the outside line will hang on for the time being. Is Blackwell-Chambers... Oh, the red flags are out. Red flags are out, so none of it matters. The race being stopped. And that's not a huge surprise. That was quite a big hit for Martin Whitehouse up at Druids Corner, and the marshals and medical crews will want to make absolutely sure that he's okay. But also there's a lot of debris and a broken car that will need moving too. So unsurprising, really, that the red flags are coming out. What a shame, though, that had to go that way, because it was a fairly lively start to the race, even at the back of the field. They're not even the drivers who were affected by the reversed grid. That was just lap one close quarters racing that unfortunately led to, as I said, that tangling of wheels. And I think Ollie Hall has just pulled over to make sure that Martin Whitehouse is okay as well. That's nice to see. He carries on his way now back to the start-finish area. So there's George Grant. Now, his car came out of that remarkably well. I'm not saying it's in showroom condition anymore, but it's not as badly damaged as I thought it might be, given that he had a fairly sizable impact as well with the barrier. So the team, Rob Boston Racing team, jumped to work. I can't actually see Rob there working on the car, which is rare, actually. Rob normally the first to get his hands dirty, but he's probably got other cars in the outer paddock to be working on. That car has more damage to the rear, I think, than the front. There's a big gouge taken out of the left rear corner. Bodywork rubbing on the tyre, there may be suspension damage as well. George Grant getting out of the car, that's a shame. George Grant, such an enthusiastic racer, just shaking himself down there and giving himself a stretch, make sure everything's more or less as it should be. There's the damage to the left front corner as well. So George Grant is out of the race. So, of course, is Martin Whitehouse. But yeah, the rest of them will line themselves up on the grid for a restart. And, of course, it means when we do get the restart, they'll be back in original grid order because we hadn't completed a lap of racing. So it will be a Jim Barrett back on pole position. Well, he'd slipped well down the order after the poor start they had. He was about 6th or 7th, I think. Team are going to work here on the George Grant car, in fairness. That's what it should look like. That's Will Blackwell-Chambers, his teammate at Rob Boston Racing, running the other Clapham North liveried car. But, yeah, well, unfortunately, George Grant's car doesn't look like that anymore. It's looking fairly second-hand, but the team were going to work on it. This red flag period might give them an opportunity, of course, to get the car back out there, because he wasn't the cause of the red... Well, he was, but he was running at the time of the red flag. So if, in theory, they can get this patched up, they could get him back out on track. If in doubt, hit it with a big hammer. It's the first thing they teach you, I think. That's a aspiring mechanic. Well, Boston Racing team with a lot that needs to be done to that car. I'd be very surprised if all it is cosmetic damage. They've opened the boot now to get a look at the suspension at the back of the car. And in fact, on the suspension, it's the, well, to check the chassis, I suppose, and there you can see it is a bit twisted inside. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean the chassis is broken, it just means that the bodywork's come away from the rear of the car, but yeah, it's not a pretty sight, is it, for George, who's got his helmet and gloves off, so he doesn't appear to think that he's going anywhere anytime soon. So he was on the inside, I believe, wasn't he, of Martin Whitehouse as they tangled, I think. So his left rear perhaps making contact with the right front of Whitehouse's car. But I'm almost certain if we do get a chance to see that again, it will turn out to just be the most innocuous little bit of contact. It usually is. They're the ones that cause the biggest accidents, it seems. And you look back at it and think, well, oh, what a shame that had those ramifications. But both drivers appear to be okay. There are no medics at the scene up at Druid, so I think everyone's okay. That means we can have a little look back then at what exactly happened. So keep an eye. The back of the pack, George Grant in the Clapham North Cup. Well, he's already gone, and there's a third car actually involved in that, which I think was in the middle of the two of them. And I think that car was pincered almost by Grant and Whitehouse, so it was a little bit odd. Jack Harding there had a fairly lengthy chat with Jack in the pause between races, or in the lunch break earlier on. Did confirm that he'll be doing a handful of other rounds, but that he is very much focusing on just having fun. He's not here to fight for a championship. Although it wasn't lost on him that with drop scores applied, he'd probably be doing quite well in the points right now, but he's putting that to the back of his mind and focusing on going out there, having some fun and engaging in some good hard racing with the likes of Aidan Hills and Will Blackwell Chambers. Right, Richard John Neal is down in the pit lane, I'd imagine at the Rob Boston end of the pit lane, with news hopefully on George Grant.
Yeah, we are, Andy. Thanks for that. George is just, I think, having a look at the replay. We always like having a chat with George, but not in these circumstances. What were we saying about DNFs? You hadn't had one for a while, and then they're like the proverbial flipping buses, aren't they?
They are, yeah. It's I've got a little bit of a sore neck. It was a big hit. I'm not quite sure exactly how it all happened, but I got a really good start. I got up on the inside, managed to keep the car going around Druids on the rumble strip, kept it safe. And then as I came out, I just felt a tag. You know, whether I clipped somebody or somebody's clipped me, it certainly just fired me across. Then I got mullered, and then that fired me right into the tyre wall at the top of Druids, which wasn't very pleasant, actually.
Not nice, but how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. Just a little bit sore, but I mean, that's not that bad. But the guys are working really hard here to try and get the car going. You know, if they give me the okay, I'm very happy to give it another go. It seems like 2 weeks ago I had a similar sort of incident when I was on pole in the MGB here. So, but we'll see how it all goes.
The Pure Track guy's getting stuck in as well, which is nice. I'm going to let you crack on, mate. Yeah. Thanks for talking to me, George.
No, it's a pleasure. Thanks.
So George Grant there, as you can see the work and the Pure Track team that we were talking to during the lunch break getting stuck in and helping out as well. Such is the paddock. George will now have a word with the medics just to chat things over and make sure all is okay. The work will continue down here, and we hope that he will feel well enough and the car will be good enough to at least get out for some exploratory laps. But you can see great work that's been done to get the car sorted out. Not quite ship-shape, but, you know, hopefully good enough to get out and see whether we can contest the last race of the day for George. But that's the news from pit lane, Andy.
Right, thank you, Richard. Well, there is the Martin Whitehouse car. I'm willing to put quite a lot of money on that car not making the restart. That Martin Whitehouse machine went absolutely headfirst into the wall, whereas George's car was sort of at more of an angle and was slowed down by the collision with Whitehouse on the way. So that the collision with the other car, I think, is what did the most damage for George. But Martin Whitehouse's machine, very badly damaged indeed. Well, terrific work by the marshals and recovery crews. We are already getting the cars underway on their green flag lap again. So a race restart imminent. And I'm did fear that was going to be a lengthier delay than it ended up being. Only 5 minutes or so, I think, in the end. So really top job by the marshals up at Druids. And we are now able to get cars moving again for a restart over 18 minutes. This will be. So an 18-minute restart. So a couple of laps shorter the race than it would otherwise have been. Should still be able to get about 20 laps or so in that time. George Grant helmeting back up, so terrific job by the marshals to get the track clear. Terrific job by the Rob Boston Racing team as well, and a thumbs up from George Grant as well. That car, if you'd have told me that 5 minutes ago that car would be heading out onto the circuit, I'm not convinced I would have taken that bet. But there we go. George Grant will be heading out to start from the pit lane. How many drivers, I wonder, when asked the question, how are you, after an incident of that size, would reply, I feel great. It's George Grant all over, isn't it? He is one of the most enthusiastic members of the motorsport community in the United Kingdom. And he does an awful lot of racing. He alluded there to some historic racing that he's been doing in his own MGB as well. And we've seen him out in Citroen C1s. He entered into the Fun Cup Endurance Championship yesterday. There aren't many series that George hasn't had a crack at. But Mazdas will always be his spiritual home. And he is hoping to get out there on track very soon. Now, that is what I was alluding to earlier on. The weather, I fear, is approaching. We do have black clouds above us as we speak. They are not yet unleashing any rain upon the circuit, but as George Grant heads down the pit lane, he might well shortly wish that he hadn't bothered, because that weather looks like it could turn. Again, I don't think it'll be a lengthy shower, but there's a noticeable chill in the air at the moment, and it does look an awful lot darker than it was before. We are actually hearing some reports of spots of rain from camera ops around the circuit. I'm going to guess that's up towards the clearways end of the circuit. That seems to be the direction from which the weather is coming. So strap yourselves in, everyone. This could be an interesting restart. 18 minutes back on the clock. Jim Barrett back on pole position with another crack at starting from the front of the field. The lights go out now. Away they go. Barrett doesn't get away particularly well. Blackwell Chambers does, though. It's an even better start for Blackwell Chambers this time, who goes right round the outside of the front row med and leads uncontested into Paddock Hill Bend. Aidan Hills is coming through into third. It's Harding this time, who didn't get the best of the starts, and is now going around the outside of Ollie Hall and Jim Barrett for fourth position. Hills, though, is already going for second on Alistair Dendy. He's on the inside line into Druid's corner. They almost touch wheels, but they do get through this time, thankfully, all in one piece. Sam Middleton sideways over the curbs, the white and pink car, as they drop down into Graham Hill Bend. Someone was on the grass there coming down the hill. I think it was Aidan Hills, and that perhaps explains why he's still behind Alistair Dendy and why he has Jack Harding behind him. Windscreen wipers on for a few cars in this group, so it is starting to rain. Alistair Dendy finding it a bit slippery as he turns through Surtees. The back of the car stepping out on him. He runs wide over the cement dust as well, which will be particularly slippery if it starts getting wet. Across the line we come then at the end of lap one. Will Blackwell Chambers leads? There is quite a lot of rain on the commentary box window, so the heavens are now starting to open. Only about 7 or 8 minutes later than the forecast would have led us to believe. This is going to get very sketchy indeed. Aidan Hills not deterred at all. Dives to the inside of Alistair Dendy at Paddock Hill Bend. Runs out wide though. Dendy gets the run on him up the hill. He's on the inside line into Druids, and Alistair Dendy can't quite get back ahead of Aidan Hills. Aidan closes the door, but Dendy really making it work for that. Harding is there. Ollie Hall a part of this lead group as well. Where's Tom Langford? I think he's in about 8th or 9th position. Oh, Dendy wide at Graham Hill Bend. Through goes Harding, bangs tours with Ollie Hall on the rejoin. Hall immediately reaches out, not to gesticulate at Alistair Dendy, but to fold the wing mirror back out that had just been folded in with that side-to-side contact. It is getting quite sketchy out there. I think there are lots of different lines being used through Clearway's corner as the drivers desperately try to find the grippy side of the road. It is Blackwell Chambers the leader. Second place is Aidan Hills, though, and Hills, I think, is shaping up for a move maybe into Paddock Hill Bend. So too Jim Barrett maybe against Sam Middleton further back. Langford up the inside of Clive Powell's. So Tom Langford into 8th position now. Here are the leaders, though, and Hills has got the inside line. Hills to the inside into Druids, and Aidan Hills does go back to the front. Can Jack Harding go with him? He's trying, but no, he's on the wrong side of the road as we drop down into Graham Hill Bend. And so it is now Hills, Blackwell Chambers, and Jack Harding, a sideways Blackwell Chambers in second as the road starts to get quite treacherous down at Graham Hill Bend. This rain shower coming at the worst possible time because, of course, they'd have lost all of their tyre temperature, sat there under the red flag. So upon the race restart, grip is very limited indeed. They'll all be running, I'm sure, a dry setup as well. So the cars are going to be very, very twitchy underneath them. Ollie Hall driving well, though, in 4th position. Very impressed with Ollie. This is his best showing of the weekend so far. As the leaders come across the line, he is really the fourth man now in this leading group. It's been Tom Langford who's been holding that position all weekend long until the wheels quite literally fell off his wagon in race 2. But now Ollie Hall is very much sticking with the leading 3 drivers who have dominated proceedings this weekend. Speaking of Langford, he's now at the inside of Jim Barrett, so that's for 7th position now through the right-hander at Druids. Barrett doesn't exactly mirror signal manoeuvre and pull out of the way. He's in fact going to try and get back on the inside, I think, into Graham Hill Bend, and does. So Langford not able to go through. He'll get the switch back out of Graham Hill, and that draws him level with Jim Barrett down the Cooper Straight. He's got the inside line for Surtees, and I reckon Langford, yes, will go through. So Langford 7th place now. Jim Barrett is the club Masters leader, the club class itself led by Sam Middleton. Oh no, round goes Langford! Round goes Langford in front of the pack. Was that contact? What happened there? I know Barrett was being attacked by Clive Powell. That was what had attracted my attention, but then something happened to Langford. Something's happening to Will Blackwell Chambers as well. That something is he's being overtaken by Jack Harding around the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. Jack will have the momentum up the hill, surely, but Blackwell Chambers still has the inside line. Ollie Hall is there keeping a watching brief as well. Harding piles it into the corner at Druids, gets lent on slightly by Blackwell Chambers, but that's fine. He's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and Harding surely is going to go through. Yes, he does. So Jack Harding up to 2nd position, but that little side-by-side exchange has just allowed Aidan Hills to break away. He was 8/10 clear at the start of the lap. Look at the rain, though. It's teeming down. It's and off goes Ollie Hall into the back of Blackwell Chambers. The rain has arrived with a vengeance. The leader was off the road as well, and this is now getting very, very treacherous indeed. Aidan Hills can barely keep the car on the track at clearways. Blackwell Chambers is sideways again. How they're all still going, I don't know, but the rain is lashing down at the top end of the circuit. Jim Barrett goes around now as well. It is absolutely hammering it down at Brands Hatch. The weather turning completely, and how long before they have to think about stopping this race? Up towards Paddock Hill Bend go Ollie Hall and Will Blackwell Chambers, but it's treacherous at the top of the hill. It's now a battle of survival. Who can keep the car on the track and weather the storm? If the rain passes quickly, we might get away with this. This side of the track at Druids, it's not quite so bad. It's all coming in from the clearways end of the circuit. Blackwell Chambers gets the door slammed in his face there by Ollie Hall. The leaders, though, oh, Aidan Hills out of the window. I can see Aidan Hills nearly losing it at Graham Hill Bend. The leaders are heading into the most treacherous corner where there is a car stationary. George Grant's car is stationary in the middle of the road. Through comes Aidan Hills. They've got no grip. They're going into a double yellow wave flag zone, and there is a car stranded in the middle of the road. Now the safety car is thrown. Well, that took longer than I'd have liked, but the safety car is thrown, and the drivers now do slow themselves down. But George Grant's car must have been stationary there for quite some time, and only as the leaders came barrelling through was the safety car thrown. So, George Grant, I mean, to his credit, doing everything he can to attract the attention of the other drivers, waving his arms furiously in the air, but that was a scary place for him to be, and a scary situation for everybody to have to deal with there as the rain just suddenly intensified. I think it's easing now. Like I said, it was only ever going to be a fairly brief shower, although there are more dark clouds on the way, I think. But, my word, George Grant, how he's got there, I don't know. I don't know whether that car has broken down, perhaps as a legacy of the first incident that he had, or whether he's looped it into that corner that caught Ollie Hall out as well. Not long before, Ollie Hall lost it, got into the back of Blackwell Chambers. They both somehow carried on and are still 3rd and 4th place after all of that. Wow, so Aidan Hills, the leader behind the safety car. Jack Harding 2nd. Hall on the podium. Did Hall have a podium finish at Silverstone, I wonder? I'll have to just search back through the championship standings page to double check that. I don't think he did, but I'm prepared to be wrong. Let's have a look. Ollie Hall, yes he did. He had 2 third places, 2 thirds and a 4th at Silverstone. There's the back of Blackwell Chambers' car. Now that is after it got Ollie hauled. Ollie lost control. I mean, no fault of his own. Ollie lost it on the wet racetrack, got into the back of Blackwell Chambers. Now, that exhaust is hanging very much on the ground. That is the kind of thing that you may be called into the pit lane for, because a loose exhaust can cause all sorts of trouble if it comes detached completely. So there's the trackside recovery vehicle ready to pull George Grant out of the way again. But the rain now seems like the worst of it hopefully has subsided. There's a very stiff breeze that's picked up over the last hour or so, which is blowing across the track from Clearways down the main straight towards Paddock Hill Bend. So it's blowing the weather through that way, and it's hopefully going to move these clouds overhead fairly quickly. There goes Grant's car. I mean, the whack that it took initially in its first accident would have been enough to do some serious long-term damage, you would imagine, so I suspect it's just a knock-on effect from that. I noticed he was being told that his transponder wasn't working as well after that incident, which probably was the least of his worries. So the cars then behind the safety car head through Surtees. The lights are off, I think, on the safety car, so okay. Good luck, everyone. Let's try this again. We've got 9.25 minutes to go. The rain has eased. I think it is still falling slightly, but it has eased significantly since the initial shower. It's not enough to saturate the track. There's no spray being kicked up, so the track is not wet, but it is a little bit greasy, I would imagine. Across the line they go. Aidan Hills gets us back underway here at Brands Hatch. It's a good restart, that, from the race leader. Jack Harding was nearly 9/10 behind as they crossed the timing line. He's got Ollie Hall and Will Blackwell-Chambers to deal with. Blackwell-Chambers' car probably sounding a little bit rough as a result of the damaged exhaust that he's carrying, but it's not slowing him down. He goes to the outside at Druids, just desperately trying to find some grip, which he has done, I think. Has he still got an overlap down the hill? No. Ollie Hall sees off that particular challenge. Through Graham Hill Bend, down the Cooper Straight. Blackwell-Chambers this time, I think, does have the run. He's got the inside into Surtees, and the Rob Boston Racing driver, I think, is about to move back into the podium places. Yes, he does. At the corner where it almost went completely wrong for him a few laps ago. He is now back into the top 3 positions. Ollie Hall knew that wasn't really one worth defending. Hand out of the cockpit there for some reason for Blackwell-Chambers, because he's pitting. Blackwell-Chambers is pitting. There's George Grant, his teammate in the pits, and the Rob Boston Racing team are about to be joined by Will Blackwell-Chambers. So he just moved into 3rd and immediately threw the hand out of the cockpit. Now, I think that black and orange flag was probably for Blackwell-Chambers. Maybe that had already been out for a lap and he was responding to it. I'm not sure. But anyway, he came into the pit lane. The team will have to reattach that exhaust, but around such a short circuit as this one, that means he will certainly lose a handful of laps, which is a great shame. It does release Jack Harding now, though, to go after Aidan Hills. He's under no pressure from Chambers. To be fair, he wasn't anyway, really. Will was a good few car lengths back. It's this man, really, who'd be the most relieved at that. Ollie Hall. There is Blackwell-Chambers' car. So the Rob Boston team, no sooner have they sent, in fact, they haven't yet sent George Grant on his way. His car's still in the pit lane. But now they've got another car to work on, and this one particularly important for the championship. Well, Blackwell-Chambers definitely a championship contender this year. Can't be notching up the non-finishes too regularly in the first part of the season. Fastest lap of the race for Aidan Hills. Now that is interesting. That's quicker than he was going even at the start of the race on a bone-dry racetrack. So 56.097. How does that compare to the pace from earlier races? About second, just over a second off a dry lap time, so that tells you that the track conditions are not too treacherous anymore. There are still more black clouds in the distance though, so I wouldn't say that we're done with the rain. But Aidan Hills certainly marching off into the distance now. This is the battle for 4th. This is Sam Middleton battling with Alistair Dendy. And Sam Middleton, the Hall Sports driver, Alistair Dendy running with Misty Racing. And not far behind them is Bill Taylor. Bill Taylor is doing an incredible job, although he did just appear slightly out of shape into Clearways. Thankfully, he's still there as the camera pans around on corner exit. But yeah, Bill Taylor doing really well in 6th position. Bill Taylor is a guest driver, one of 2 guest drivers. Fedor Samurikov, the other one, a little bit further down the order. Darren Godfrey's pitted, by the way, in the Hills Motorsport car. Will Blackwell-Chambers still in the pits now, 3 laps down. But this is looking like a pretty tasty battle, isn't it, for 3rd position. Ollie Hall, Alistair Dendy and Sam Middleton nose to tail. The lead gap 1.4 seconds and sort of stabilising, although I'd say it's come down slightly in the first half of this, the 12th lap of racing. They've got 5.5 minutes to go. Black and white warning flag for Sam Middleton for exceeding track limits. That's the pink and white car on your screen, number 9. So he is going to have to be a little bit mindful of that and has noticeably dropped back from the cars immediately ahead of him. Aidan Hills crosses the line, and yes, he's a tenth slower than Harding. Harding actually with the fastest lap. And at 1.3 seconds back, I don't think that's slipstream assisted particularly, so that's genuine pace from Jack Harding. If he could get within a second or 3/4 of a second maybe of the leader, then the slipstream would start to bring them together. And if only he could get there, he might have a chance this time of getting past him, because in the previous races it's been a 3 or even a 4-way battle for the lead. This would just be a head-to-head between Hills and Harding, so Jack wouldn't have any pressure from the third place car behind. He's got to get there first, of course, but if he can get there, that might prove to be an advantage. Jim Barrett here having a good little battle with Clive Powell's. This is over 8th position. Powell's had 8th place, still has 8th place as they drop down into Graham Hill Bend, but Jim Barrett with a few little war wounds on the front of his car as well. I think it's best to relieve Clive of that position. They've got Christopher Gidd and Paul Hennin behind too. They turn their way up through Surtees. If it rains again, this is the part of the circuit where they'll notice it first. Don't see any specks of rain on the camera lens there, so I think we're okay for the time being. 4 minutes to go, and now 1.1 seconds the lead gap. It's a second consecutive fastest lap of the race for Jack Harding. He is now at 1.1 seconds off the lead, almost within slipstreaming range, so he is giving this a really good go, Jack Harding, as he chases after Aidan Hills, the race leader. Up into Druids come Christopher Gidd and Paul Hennin. Hennin in the 41 car, the outside line. Cuts back to the late apex, but not quite able to get the overlap on the run down the hill. So they stay as they were. The leaders will be at the line any second now. Here they come, and just out of the window, it looks as though that cap's come down again. Yes, it has, 0.8 of a second now, and third consecutive fastest lap for Jack Harding, a 54.9. In fact, a 54.906 is almost the fastest lap of the weekend. The 54.8 is the fastest race lap set by Will Blackwell Chambers yesterday. And now, of course, in these cooler conditions, now that the rain has burnt off the circuit, because the track temperature would still have been quite high, I would imagine, after the blazing sunshine we've had earlier on in the day. The track conditions are now pretty perfect. Will Blackwell Chambers, very gentlemanly stuff there. He's back on track, having had the exhaust fixed, but he's moving right out of the way of the leaders, who with 2 3/4 minutes to go are almost nose to tail. So Jack Harding has hunted down Aidan Hills. He is well within slipstreaming range now. How is he going to go about finding a way past the double reigning champion? That's the big question. Harding versus Hills. It's been the storyline of the weekend. Harding won yesterday. Aidan pipped Jack to the victory earlier on today after Jack led in the early stages. As 5 seconds is being applied to somebody. I don't know who. I would hazard a guess it's Sam Middleton, who was being warned about track limits before. We're hearing the rain has started to return now up at the Clearways end of the circuit. We're at the opposite side of the track now. Aidan Hills dropping down from Druids toward Graham Hill Bend. But at the end of this straight, the conditions could be rather treacherous. Hang on, everyone. Look at the rain. It's hammering down again, just as it was before. And Jack Harding is going for the lead. Looks to the inside into Surtees. Aidan Hills, in fairness, sends it into the corner. He's over the grass, though. He's off the road, bounces back on the track. And Hills is going straight on, surely. Scrabbling for grip. His teammate is in the gravel in front of him. But it's side by side for the lead. Hills is sideways. How on earth did he catch that? That is ridiculous. Aidan Hills with the save of the day, and he holds on to the race lead as well. 90 seconds to go, and this is now going to be a 2-lap shootout in ever-worsening conditions between the two of the best drivers the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup has ever produced. Aidan Hills, with all of that off-road racing experience, having to well and truly be drawn upon now. The rain is 10 times heavier than it was before. Already, the track is saturated. There is spray being kicked up behind the cars at Druids. It is teeming down across the entire 1.2 miles of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and still these two gladiators of Mazda MX-5 Racing continue to do battle. Hills with a narrow advantage as they go down the Cooper Straight. A ball of spray now kicked up behind the race-leading car, but Jack Harding will not be deterred. Into Surtees, he closes in on the leader. They turn through the quick left-hander into the right-hand kink at McLaren. Which line is the best? Well, Hills goes wide, Harding goes to the inside. Jack will get his car ahead, but on the exit, I think Aidan Hills should have the advantage. They almost lean on each other. They do lean on each other, and Hills has 2 wheels in the ground. travel. Harding will go through. Jack Harding leads as we begin the final lap of a sensational third race of the weekend in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Jack Harding has got the lead. He has done it. He has chased down Aidan Hills. He was a second and a half behind at half race distance, and lap after lap after lap he closed in. He applied the pressure, and as Aidan Hills tried the wet line at Clearways, Harding was able to take the tighter route and has got the lead. But he's not got the race won yet. There is still over half a lap to go, and well, it's a job to see them through the rain now, but I can tell you Aidan Hills is right back with Jack Harding as they drop through Graham Hill Bend. He will have one opportunity to exact his revenge, and I think the best thing he can do is exactly what Jack did to him a lap ago, assuming of course Jack goes for the wet line on the outside. There's only a length or so between them as they turn into Surtees now up towards McLaren and Clearways. Harding does go wide, so too though does Aidan Hills, as long as Jack keeps it on the road. Look at the spray, the rain is bouncing off the road, and Jack Harding is going to do it. I can't believe what we've just seen. A round of applause, everyone, please, for Jack Harding and Aidan Hills. That was some incredible driving, and it is Jack Harding who claims his second win of the weekend, and that will taste the sweetest. What a battle it was, and what a deserving race win for Jack Harding. Aidan Hills has to settle for second, but honestly, they should both be quite grateful, I think, that they even made it to the checkered flag. Ollie Hall in third, and Alistair Dendy will be fourth. He is the leading Masters driver, Alistair Dendy. Then we wait to see if Bill Taylor's made it back in fifth as the rain hammers down. I can't believe how heavy this rain has got. I confidently predicted earlier on that if it did rain, it would be a brief, light shower. I may have been wrong with that assessment. It is pretty biblical weather out there at the moment, and everyone's running for cover. I can't say I blame them, really. But Jack Harding, that is one of the most impressive performances I've ever seen. And I know that sounds like a very dramatic statement to make, but I can't recall a race quite like that before. And I'll be honest, if I was in race control, I'd have probably red flagged that with a couple of laps to go. But credit to them, they decided to let the drivers race it out. Credit to the drivers, they all kept it going, although Jim Barrett, I don't think, has made it back to the checkered flag according to the timing screen. But generally speaking, they kept it on the island, they kept it clean, and they kept racing. That's the most incredible thing. Jack Harding fighting his way past Aidan Hills in a torrential downpour that ended race 3 of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Aidan Hills second, Ollie Hall third, and Alistair Dendy in fourth. Bill Taylor, great drive that from Bill. The guest driver is the club class winner. He won't take any points for that, but he will get a trophy, I reckon, and certainly the accolades of the rest of the field. Steve Kite was sixth ahead of Sam Middleton after his 5-second time penalty was applied. Then Tom Langford, who of course was at the back after that spin early on. Clive Powell's Christopher Ginn complete the top 10 ahead of Paul Hennin. Jim Barrett, Fedor Samorikov, and Will Blackwell Chambers was running at the flag after having to pit to get that exhaust reattached. Darren Godfrey and George Grant both failing to finish the race, unfortunately. Well, I can't quite believe what we've just seen. There is an awful lot that I want to hear the drivers telling us about. Some brilliant stories to be told. I suspect we're going to have a delay before the next race gets underway anyway. So, Richard, over to you. I'd love to hear what the drivers made of all that.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Lots of hugs and attaboys going on at the moment, which, as you can understand, expected. I think we might get them up in the dry, so we'll get as you can see, pretty good stuff. We'll just get them in the dry. Yeah, I take the blame for this because I was saying to Johnny, who's doing the camera, I took my coat off about an hour ago because I was too hot, and then the clouds came over, so I take full responsibility for that. Let's grab a quick word with Jack Harding, our winner. Jack, let's have a word. What a race. And, you know, we'll probably ask everyone the same question, but you were reeling in Aidan and then just everything came down.
Yeah, we reeled him in. It was fine, dry. And then on the last 2 laps, Evans just opened and it was just slide was everywhere. And I saw that I'd caught him quite a bit and he went really wide and sometimes more grip on the inside. So I went on the inside, shifted it down the gear. I was fine, but on the exit, I'm looking over to my left, I've steamed up windscreen. Like you can't, I would never force him off, but obviously I don't know if we had a little bit of contact. I don't know if it's delayed him. I don't know if he's gone on the grass or whatever. But Aidan knows me. I would never do anything intentional. But you can't see, and it's so tricky. And you're sideways coming out of corner. But honestly, the racing other than that was absolutely quality. Loved it.
Andy McEwen called it so well in the commentary. When you watch it back, you know, everything he said was absolutely spot on. We got a new Rainmeister now, though, because I know Aidan is always quick in the wet.
Aiden's the man to beat. Aiden's won plenty of races. He knows what he's doing. And I've always raced. Oh, thank you. Always raced really fair with him. And like I said, he's great in the rain. As soon as it started raining, though, I've been practicing a little bit on the sim, and hopefully that helped. So.
Good weekend though, 2-1 to you.
Yeah, and honestly, it was brilliant. Me and Aiden just come here for the laugh, really. We're not doing the championship, it's nothing too serious. We come here to have a good racing, and that's what we got. I've gone straight over to him and said, look, I felt the contact on the exit. I apologise. I would never ever do it on purpose. But honestly, massive thanks to Paul Sport. We got third from Ollie. Fantastic for him. Absolutely brilliant. His first podium pro class. And honestly, I can't thank all my sponsors enough, and Dan for building my engine.
Jack, well done, and thank you for entertaining us over the weekend. Been absolutely brilliant. Aidan Hill's next up in line. Let's have a chat with Aidan. You like the racing a little bit wet, and just that race through everything, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It was a good race. Obviously, disappointed not to win it. There was contact that put me off the track. So, yeah, I know Jack didn't do it on purpose, but he still did it. So. He still drove me off the track and while I was leading. So it's annoying, to be honest. That I really enjoyed this weekend until that moment. If he overtook me and there was no contact, then fair play. He was better than me at that phase in the race, but I was on the grippy part of the track. He was on the slippery part of the track, and he put me off. So that's how I look at it. Like I said, I know he didn't do it on purpose, but irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. He hasn't done it on purpose. It still happened. So yeah, it's annoyed me actually. But that's one of those things, the car was good in the greasy conditions, and I think the track knowledge of Brands and damp gave me that gap. And then when you're the first car in the wet, when you're leading, Jack can see where I'm braking and just go that little bit later, and it's easy for him to catch me when it really rained on those last 2 laps. So it's much easier for him to then catch up to me because he can see what I'm doing. Both of the windscreens, obviously all the windscreens fogged up, so literally I could not see anything. I couldn't even see his rain light on the last lap, so it was just about coming home. I couldn't see the check flag, anything. So yeah, I'm glad to have a good weekend. I'm glad that we had a win and a second and a third. It's 3 podiums, really good for the team. And yeah, we'll come back. I think Donington's my next time in the SuperCup, so looking forward to it.
We're looking forward to it. It's been an absolutely epic weekend to watch. It really has. It's an overused word, that, but you guys have put on a great show.
Well, I'm glad everyone's enjoyed it, and like I said, it's good to be back and good to be racing with my mates, and hopefully I'll be able to do as well. I'll do as many as I can, so be good. Yeah.
Safe home and safe back. We look forward to seeing you again. So we're with Ollie Hall. Ollie, well done, mate. Nice to get to see you on the. Yeah, I'm not doing too many of these this year, but great to see you on the podium and you backing up what you did at Silverstone.
Yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon. Wow, a bit speechless to be fair. I'm over the moon with that. Obviously, the weather was ridiculous, and yeah, but just thank you so much to everyone that's supporting me. Obviously, we've got lads at work watching us. I've got lads from Autograss. I've got all the sponsors getting on board. Honestly, I can't help the support, and I'm glad that we're doing well. So yeah, thank you very much.
You're a great advert for this championship, and coming into the club category and now overall podiums, which is just shows that the system works.
Definitely, it's good to get the confidence in the club class. Obviously last year we got a few trophies and we ended up winning the championship towards the end, and now fighting up at the front with lads that have been doing it for years, and it's I'm a bit gobsmacked to be fair, because them conditions were ridiculous, and I think it caught everyone out on that first downpour coming into Surtees here, and we was all taking a trip across the grass, but yeah, over the moon, and can't wait for the next round.
We look forward to seeing you again. Ollie Hall, well done. Congratulations. We'll see if we can grab a quick club sport word. And it was Bill Taylor who took the win. Bill, great to see you. Well done. Nice to get to chat to another club class driver. That's tough out there.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult. It's the first meeting this weekend, and we only had the car ready on Thursday, so very last minute. Just thanks to all the guys, Jack, Luke, everyone who's helped, everyone in the paddock who's helped. We had a lot of issues on Thursday and Friday getting the car running, and the paddock, Aidan, his dad, everyone has jumped in and helped us, and to win in the last race is fantastic. Thank you.
Congratulations. Sorry to cut you short. I was going to have a quick word with Steve and Sam as well. Misty Racing on the podium.
Yeah, not bad. We've won all the Masters all weekend. Now my turn. Can I just say a big thank you to Porky, Cam Denny and Paul for fixing my steering rack and pump all weekend. Got us out there. Superb.
Well done, Steve. Nice to have a chat with you. Formula Ford's on track. Very quickly, can we grab a quick word with Sam? Is Sam here? I don't think we're going to be able to do that by the look of it. So we'll hand up for Formula Fords and catch up with Sam Middleton on another occasion. Formula Fords now, back with Andy.
Well, I wonder what else this Brands Hatch Sunday will throw our way. The track conditions are rather different for this second race of the weekend for the Jeff Page Engineering Pre-99 Super Classic Formula 4 1600 Championship. It is Ben Powney who has pole position because he was the winner of race 1. The grid is based upon that race result, so Tom Hawkins, the reigning champion, starts alongside Gaius Skid and Mads Gravson together on row 2 ahead of Andy Charsley and Chris Stones on the 3rd row. 4th row, Oliver Chapman and Colin Williams. Mark Bates and Stuart Kestenbaum are on row 5. 6th row, Lorna Vickers and Neil Hunt. Row 7 for Oliver Roberts and Simon Langman, some of the drivers that had issues in the race earlier on, with Tim Fitzgerald and Vincent Jay due to bring up the rear, but we'll wait and see whether they have made it out on track, because a couple of those were in the wars a little bit earlier on in the day. It wasn't that long ago, really, just before lunch, I think, that the Formula 4s were last out on the circuit, but that race, red flag interrupted after we had an oil spill across essentially the entire Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and the oil that was laid down sent a few cars off the road. It needed dressing, so it led to a little bit of a delay, but eventually, when the race got back underway, Ben Powney made it his own. He I wouldn't say dominated necessarily. He had some threat from Tom Hawkins early on. Hawkins led briefly down at Graham Hill Bend, only to slip out wide and open the door for Powney. But now, as you can see, very, very different prospect ahead with the torrential rain that we've just had during that MX-5 SuperCup race. And, well, the decision has been made that the track is raceable, albeit very wet, and therefore the drivers being given 2 green flag laps just so they can properly scope out the conditions ahead of what should still be, I believe, a 14-minute race. They're knocking a minute off because of the extra green flag lap that they're doing. That's fair enough. Powney then the winner overall from Hawkins and Gaius Skid in the race earlier on today. Then in Class B, Chris Stones was the winner. Class C went to Colin Williams with Mark Bates in second. And Class D, Oliver Chapman, the only Class D runner, but he ran very well to an overall 7th place finish and he qualified 8th as well. So he's been in and around the top 10 overall all weekend long. Well, I made the joke earlier on that it was very Formula Ford festival-like weather. Well, this now feels a lot more familiar, doesn't it, for us and for a lot of the drivers as well, I'm sure. A very wet Brands Hatch circuit, but the rain has now passed. I'm reasonably confident we've had the last of it. It's still quite warm out there, so the track should actually dry reasonably quickly. Brands Hatch has some excellent drainage anyway, so the standing water will go pretty quickly by the end of this race, I would have thought. How much longer it will then take to get the track properly dry, I'm not so sure. We've got 3 more races after this: the MX-5 Mark 1 Championship, the Classic VWs and the MG Metros, and then it all finishes with a 45-minute SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy race. So by the end of the day, I would not be surprised if the track is pretty much dry again, as long as that rain has passed us by. So, cars lining up and ready to get a 14-minute Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula 4 Championship race underway. Away they go, and a good start made by Powney from pole position. Hawkins not very quick at all, and neither is Gaius Skid. So the 2nd and 3rd place cars are almost right at the back, and in fact a challenge around the outside. That's Charsley, isn't it? I think Andy Charsley's going for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. He takes the high, wide and handsome line, but then gets on the curb, nearly loses it coming off the turn, and had it not been for that moment, I think would have had the lead away from Ben Powney. He still might by the time they come out of Druids. Andy Charsley is well up for the fight here. Goes right round the outside at Druids. That gets him the inside line down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. There's a lot of standing water on the way down the hill. Charsley, oh, well, it's exactly what happened to Hawkins in the race earlier on. He got past Powney, but then ran wide at Graham Hill Bend. So Powney leads again by the time they reach Surtees Corner. But good to see Andy Charsley right in the hunt here. He's up the inside again through Surtees, but Powney had the grippier line, and this is definitely something we've learned down the years at the festival. In a Formula Ford, when it's wet, you want to be on the outside line, the distinctive, definitive wet racing line. You don't want to go anywhere near the inside edge of the track through the corners. There's absolutely no grip there in the wet. Powney using that to great effect then to hold the lead. It is Charsley 2nd, it's Mads Gravson in 3rd, and Mads actually going to the outside of Charsley now into Paddock Hill Bend. Tom Hawkins goes to the inside, and I think they'll actually come off the corner pretty much as they were. Yes, they do. Chris Stones is there in 5th position. And Oliver Roberts was 6th, I believe. Oh, contact! No! Hawkins into the back of Gravson. Around goes the number 2 car. And Christopher Stones has to go off the road in avoidance as well. Well, that was, I think, Tom Hawkins going for a move and then just running out of grip on the way up the hill. Mads Gravson, unfortunately, is the one who ends up pointing the wrong way. Hawkins has continued, possibly with damage, although I think he's basically okay. And Mads Gravson now rejoins right at the back of the field. So yellow flags briefly flying at Druids. They should go in now as the leaders arrive at Clearways. And well, Andy Charsley posing more of a threat to Ben Powney in this race than Tom Hawkins was ever able to in the previous one, in fairness. Hawkins will come through not in 3rd place. That's going to be, who is that in? Well, they're going for 2nd, whoever it is. I think that is Oliver Roberts, isn't it? Yes, Oliver Roberts goes to 2nd place around the outside of Andy Charsley. Or does he? Charsley's going to try and hang on the inside, but we know there's more grip on the outside at Paddock Hill Bend, and that was a brilliant move. Classic Formula Ford move, that, from Oliver Roberts. Hawkins is off again now in the gravel at Paddock. Bounces back on, but the conditions proving to be very, very treacherous for Tom Hawkins. A couple of moments in the space of a lap. Still 4th position. Then it's Oliver Chapman and Chris Stones battling behind. Stones, of course, trying to come back up the order after having to dodge the spinning Mads Gravson car. Mads, by the way, has also carried on. He's not coming to the pit lane, so he's still going. Oliver Roberts, though, absolutely flying. He was an early non-finisher in the race earlier on today, but here he is, 2nd place, gunning for the race lead, and the rain is very much back, so I said the worst of it had come and gone, but it's raining quite heavily again up at Clearways, so track conditions aren't going to get any better anytime soon. Oliver Roberts wants this race lead, though, because that will give him some clean air and a clear view, crucially, of the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Is he close enough to try that move again into Paddock? Well, Powney's defending the inside line, but then kind of drifts back over to the outside line, turning into the corner. Not quite as wide a line as Roberts, though, and that camera angle really shows the effect that has as Roberts powers through. It was like he had engine with twice the capacity of that in Ben Powney's car, but it wasn't that at all. He just took the wide line into Paddock. I think Powney, in fairness, might have touched the curb as well, coming off the corner, and that just propelled Oliver Roberts into the race lead. Oh, and he then finds a big puddle on the inside at Graham Hill Bend, has a wobble. 2nd place now going to Andy Charsley. So Charsley follows him through, and Ben Powney down to 3rd. Now, it's worth pointing out, these 3 cars are not fighting for class positions necessarily, or Charsley's going to go for the lead now. We'll cover the classes in a moment. Charsley gets to the inside of Roberts at Clearways, but the outside line is where you want to be, and so, yeah, it is Andy Charsley, sorry, it's Oliver Roberts who retains the lead for now. Roberts is a Class B car, Powney Class A, so is Andy Charsley, but he's a guest driver, so technically he's fighting Ben Powney for the lead, but he doesn't score any points in the Super Classic Formula 4 Championship this weekend. Charsley with the fastest lap of the race that time around as well. That was a 1 minute 2.9. That's a good couple of tenths quicker than anything anyone else has done. There, by the way, is Tom Hawkins. Now, Hawkins is scoring points in Class A and can run the leader, but he was a full 2nd quicker than Ben Powney, and that was Powney's best lap of the race. So Ben, for whatever reason, struggling. You have to imagine that's setup related maybe in these ever worsening conditions, although it's brightening up now. The rain's coming down as heavily as ever, but it is brightening up over Clearways Corner, so this time I'm a bit more confident in saying that once this shower passes, we might be done with the rain. The damage is done as far as the track conditions are concerned. We've very much lost the track now, haven't we, as they would say in the States. And we're going to see wet running from here on in. Across the line they go. What's this lead gap now? Well, Roberts does a 102.9. It's also a 102.9 for Charsley, only fractionally quicker. A 103.8 for Powney, a 102.8 for Hawkins. It's another new fastest lap, and he once again is the quickest in this lead group. Now, we're only just past the half race distance. He's only 5 seconds off the race lead, and the race leaders are side by side because Roberts has had a moment at Paddock, and through is going to go Charsley as he's on the inside at Druids. That's the outside line for Graham Hill Bend. But I'm not convinced that's where you want to be, actually. In these conditions, when he gets shoveled right over to the edge of the road by Roberts, who is not going to let him through on the way into the corner. On the way out, though, he has no choice because Charsley has much more traction from the wide line into Graham Hill Bend, and he then repays the favour, shuffles Oliver Roberts over to the white line as they turn into Surtees, and Charsley goes through and Roberts goes off. Roberts goes straight on across the grass at Surtees, bounces back on still in second place to require the assistance of the safety car because the field will be Their recovery vehicles will be needed to get that car out of the way. That is right. Get that car out of the way. That is right on the edge of the circle. And points, of course, go to Ben Powney, because Powney is a championship driver, not a guest driver, like Charlesley is. And Oliver Chapman as well, 4th place for Chapman. Paddock Hill Bend, and that means that we have had a slightly early bath in that race, quite literally, to be fair. Conditions, but they did well. They put on a really good race. It was building up quite nicely, and I would have been fast. And the car clearly set up well for the conditions as well. So yeah, that was a bit of a shame we didn't get to see that play out. Warning to finally get out there and drive the track out a little bit by the time you get to the club. Finally get out there and drive the track out a little bit by the time you get to the ClubSport Trophy race. Still we wait for drivers to appear.